Chapter 35:15. Tang Sanpao. Zhou Yongqi glared at Tang Sanpao fiercely as he said in a deep voice, "If you want to blame someone, blame it on the fact that you're Duan Lingtian's friend. Otherwise, I might not have challenged you. After all, there's still Zhong Guiyu to choose from." Zhou Yongqi raised his voice as though he was afraid the others would not know the reason he challenged Tang Sanpao was because he hated Duan Lingtian. When his words fell into the ears of most of the people present, it was no different from drawing legs on a snake. It was too deliberate. "Zhou Yongqi, you're blind, but we're fools. Trash." Under the watchful eyes of the others, Tang Sanpao glanced at Zhou Yongqi indifferently and spat out two words. Zhou Yongqi's expression changed drastically, and his eyes turned red. Before he could reply, Zhou Yongqi continued to say, "The person who bullied your master is Duan Lingtian's master, not my master. You don't have the courage to challenge Duan Lingtian, so you want to take revenge on Duan Lingtian by challenging me? Do you think I, Tang Sanpao, am a pushover in your eyes, Zhou Yongqi?" Tang Sanpao chuckled when he reached the end of his sentence. "Now do your best. I'll make a move. If you don't die, it'll be my loss." Tang Sanpao continued to say. As soon as Tang Sanpao finished speaking, he stood with his hands on his back and looked at Zhou Yongqi indifferently. As soon as Zhou Yongqi finished speaking, Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple, who was in charge of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, frowned slightly. Then he looked at Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao looked back at him with a determined expression. Upon seeing this, Su Konghai sighed inwardly and did not say anything else. Earlier, he had been trying to persuade Tang Sanpao through voice transmission that there was no need to kill Zhou Yongqi. Although the Tidal Temple was not afraid of the Qi Hongtian Emperor, they did not want to make enemies for no reason. However, Tang Sanpao's insistence made him realize there was no way he could change his mind. You want to kill me with a single move?" When Zhou Yongqi heard Tang Sanpao's words, he was stunned at first. Then, he subconsciously sized Tang Sanpao up, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. Could Tang Sanpao really have the ability to kill him in one move? Duan Lingtian, or Ling Jueyun, and Huang Quan-en, who were the top 5 stars, would not necessarily be able to. He was defeated Zhou that Duan Lingtian. However, Tang Sanpao said he could kill Zhou Yongqi with a single move? At this moment, Zhou Yongqi's master, the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Binggu, was frowning as he looked at his disciple, Zhou Yongqi's opponent, Tang Sanpao. This Tang Sanpao, wasn't he afraid that he wouldn't be able to get out of this embarrassing situation? With his disciple's strength, unless he was a 6-star god of war, no one would be able to kill him with a single move. A 6-star god of war. Is it possible? Zhou Binggu stared at Tang Sanpao as thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. At the same time, he said to Zhou Yongqi through voice transmission, "Qi, this is a matter of life and death. You can't be careless." Tang Sanpao doesn't look like he's lying. However, when he's with Feng Qingyang's disciple, Duan Lingtian, he's frivolous. Now, even I can't decide which one is the real him. After being defeated by Feng Qingyang, Zhou Binggu had been paying attention to Feng Qingyang's only true disciple, Duan Lingtian. The more he paid attention to Duan Lingtian, the more shocked he was. He did not expect such a young true disciple would be stronger than his last disciple. Zhou Yongqi was the disciple with the most outstanding innate talent. Otherwise, he would not have stopped accepting other disciples for Zhou Yongqi's sake. His last disciple was his last disciple. All this while, Zhou Yongqi had been his pride. When Zhou Yongqi had displayed his strength as a 5-star god of war in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses, Zhou Binggu had been looking forward to his disciple defeating Feng Qingyang's only true disciple, Duan Lingtian. However, from the looks of it now, it was impossible. Zhou Binggu's disciple was no match for Feng Qingyang's disciple. "It's up to you to decide." Although Zhou Binggu was cautious, he did not dare to say that Tang Sanpao was not lying. For this reason, he decided to let his disciple make the decision. "Master," Zhou Yongqi quickly responded, "I don't believe he's capable of killing me with just one strike unless he's a 6-star god of war. The probability of a 6-star god of war appearing in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses is too low. Didn't you tell me that in the history of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses, there's only one 6-star god of war in every 100 battles? Xueqi gritted his teeth and said, I want to fight with him. If I'm defeated, how am I going to stand tall in the Qihong Tian? How am I going to stand tall in this world? Xueqi could imagine this. If he admitted defeat now and chose to surrender without a fight, it would be fine if Tang Sanpao displayed the strength of a 6-star war god. Everyone would say that he had good foresight and knew that Tang Sanpao was not someone to be trifled with. However, if Tang Sanpao was not a 6-star god of war, he would become the laughingstock of all the Devata realms. At that time, everyone in the Qihong Heaven and the heavenly palace of the Qihong Heaven would secretly laugh at him. That was not something he could accept. Tang Sanpao, how arrogant of you! Since he had made up his mind, Xueqi became fearless. He stared coldly at Tang Sanpao and said, I'd like to see how you're going to kill me with just one strike. Remember what you said. If you can't kill me with just one strike, you'll lose this battle. Xueqi said arrogantly. Upon seeing Xueqi's decision, Su Konghai, who was in charge of presiding over the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, twitched his lips imperceptibly. He knew Xueqi's death was imminent. If Xueqi retreated now, he might be able to escape death. However, if he chose to stay, he was destined to be killed by his junior nephew, Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao, won't go back on my word? Tang Sanpao said indifferently. Upon seeing this, the group of young geniuses broke out in an uproar. Is Tang Sanpao serious? Killing Xueqi with just one strike? That's not realistic, right? Unless he's a 6-star god of war. Meanwhile, Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, looked at Tang Sanpao from afar and shook his head. Tang Sanpao is so boastful. It seems like he's going to lose this battle. Not necessarily. On the other hand, Feng Qingyang shook his head. He had learned from his disciple, Duan Ling Tian, through voice transmission that Tang Sanpao was the trump card of the Tidal Temple. He had long suspected the trump card of the Tidal Temple was a 6-star god of war. Tang Sanpao, bring it on! Xueqi shouted as he made his move. His celestial origin energy surged, and the profundities from the law of war merged with his celestial origin energy. An emperor-grade celestial weapon appeared in his hand, and a shadow could be seen hovering above it. It's an emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. Many people could not help but exclaim in surprise. They did not expect Xueqi to possess such a celestial weapon. After all, Xueqi had never revealed his celestial weapon before. This was his first time revealing his celestial weapon. However, when they thought about Xueqi's identity, they were not surprised at all. As the last disciple of the Qihong Tian Emperor, it was only natural for him to possess an emperor-grade celestial weapon. As for why he did not reveal his celestial weapon earlier, it was because no one was strong enough to force him to reveal his celestial weapon. Now that Xueqi was facing Tang Sanpao, he did not hold back at all. Not only did he use all his trump cards, but he even brought out his trump card, the celestial artifact. From this, one could see how important this battle was to him. It seems like Xueqi is frightened. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone all out. It's obvious. Tang Sanpao is really good at scaring people. However, it's also because of this that he's in a difficult position. Xueqi seems to be putting his life on the line. Many people shook their heads when they saw this. They felt Tang Sanpao was trapped in a cocoon of his own making. However, Tang Sanpao remained calm. It was as though he could maintain his composure even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. In the face of Xueqi's ferocious attack, he calmly took out a glove from his spatial ring and put it on his right hand. This was the first time Tang Sanpao had taken out this glove. It was completely black and green, and it was shimmering with a mysterious light. It was obvious it was not an ordinary item. He calmly put on the glove in front of everyone, completely ignoring Xueqi, who was getting closer and closer to him. When Xueqi was getting closer and closer to Tang Sanpao, he finally put on the glove. While the onlookers were worried for Tang Sanpao, Xueqi did not seem to be in a hurry at all. His movements were sluggish. Will he be able to make a move in time? In just a blink of an eye, Zhou Yongqi's attack was already close to Tang Sanpao. Many people could not help but wonder. Will Tang Sanpao be able to make a move in time to block it? Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Tang Sanpao, who had been sluggish all this time, suddenly moved at this moment. His lazy eyes suddenly focused, and he pointed a finger at the void with his gloved hand. Of course, the direction he pointed at was also the direction where Zhou Yongqi was. Whoosh! Tang Sanpao pointed his finger, and a beam of light shot out. Just when many people subconsciously thought that the beam of light shot out by Tang Sanpao would be overshadowed by Zhou Yongqi's dazzling attack, and would not be able to compete with Zhou Yongqi's attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the beam of light that was only as thick as a finger instantly enlarged and turned into a towering pillar of fire. It seemed to be indomitable. One end of the pillar was pressed against Tang Sanpao's fingertip, while the other end quickly retreated to meet Zhou Yongqi. Boom! With a loud noise, Zhou Yongqi's attack was dimmed. No! A shrill and miserable voice came at the right time. It was Zhou Yongqi's voice. In addition to the shrill and miserable voice, there was also regret and despair in his voice. Boom! Rumble! As Tang Sanpao pointed his finger, a solid and terrifying pillar of fire that reached the sky roared out. It was surrounded by countless flaming snakes that looked like lightning and thunder, and there was a faint cry. Whoosh! As Tang Sanpao lowered his finger and retracted it, the pillar of fire that reached the sky gradually dissipated. Chapter 35:16. Swoosh! Just as the pillar of flame was about to disappear, a figure appeared from the distance and entered the glove on Tang Sanpao's right hand in front of everyone's eyes. Another Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. Many people were shocked. On the other hand, Zhou Yongqi was nowhere to be seen. Only his celestial weapon and spatial ring were left on the ground. The celestial weapon was only slightly damaged, but the spatial ring was slightly distorted from the pressure. Swoosh! Su Konghai raised his hand, and an invisible force swept out, carrying Zhou Yongqi's storage ring and celestial artifact to the table in front of Zhou Binggu, the heavenly emperor of Qi Hong. Zhou Binggu's face was filled with rage, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. My condolences, Heavenly Emperor Zhou, Su Konghai said indifferently. His voice was calm and emotionless. Although Zhou Binggu was a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm and was ranked 4th on the heavenly emperor ranking in the title temple, he was only a quasi-god. However, he was only a quasi-god. If Zhou Binggu insisted on killing Zhou Binggu, it would be difficult for Zhou Binggu to escape. Tang Sanpao. Zhou Binggu did not look at the relics of his last disciple, Zhou Yongqi, that Su Konghai handed over to him. He was so angry that not only did his waterfall-like long hair break the hairband, but even his robes and the space around him shook slightly. The tremors were clearly visible to the naked eye. Bang! With a loud bang, Zhou Binggu actually stomped on the ground and flew out in the blink of an eye. A vast and incomparable power also surged out from his body, emitting an extremely terrifying aura, as if it could destroy the heavens and earth. How dare you kill my disciple? You deserve to die! Zhou Binggu roared. Then, a silhouette shot out from his body and shot toward Tang Sanpao like a cannonball. Enough! Su Konghai didn't expect that Zhou Binggu would dare to attack him. His complexion sank slightly. He shouted and opened his big hand. Suddenly, a huge palm that could cover the sky appeared, and smashed Zhou Binggu's attack. It was a complete beating. Hall Master Su. He killed my disciple. Zhou Binggu's expression changed drastically. He was so angry that he had almost lost his mind. However, now that he had calmed down, he realized he was in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. All the young geniuses who participated in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses were protected by the Tidal Temple. The Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses is up to fate. Su Konghai coldly glanced at Zhou Binggu and raised his hand again. The giant palm instantly disappeared and reappeared above Zhou Binggu's head. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as Zhou Binggu was slapped to the ground. The small floating island he was on exploded into dust in just a blink of an eye. Even the old man who was accompanying Zhou Binggu was smashed into smithereens by the palm. Only Zhou Binggu didn't die, but he was heavily injured as well, and he was on the verge of collapse. He ceaselessly spat out mouthfuls of dazzling and resplendent blood, and it gushed out as if it was free. This scene, at this moment, caused the people present to involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. Was this the strength of a godly spirit? Xueqi, the vice hall master of the Tidal Temple's main hall, was even stronger than a godly spirit. In the past, they had only heard about this. However, after witnessing Xueqi's attack with their own eyes, they realized that Xueqi was even more terrifying than the rumors made him out to be. He could suppress a heavenly emperor with ease. Moreover, it was obvious that he had held back. Otherwise, he would have killed Zhou Binggu, the Qi Hongtian emperor, with just one slap. Thank you for showing mercy, Hall Master Su. Zhou Binggu was severely injured, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. However, when he looked at Xueqi again, he did not dare to show any anger. Instead, a bitter and regretful expression could be seen on his face. How could he have forgotten about the existence of the Tidal Temple? The Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms had a long history. It could be said that it was a banner of the Tidal Temple. It was rare to hear of people who dared to cause trouble during the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms. Those who dared to cause trouble were usually killed. For this reason, Zhou Binggu knew how lucky he was to have survived. Humph! Xueqi snorted coldly and did not continue to attack. It was clear he did not intend to pursue the matter further. At that moment, Zhou Binggu's gaze landed on Tang Sanpao. The flames of hatred rose within him, and his face was filled with an extremely cold killing intent. He could not make a move today. After the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms was over, he would seek justice for his disciple, Xueqi. An eye for an eye. What? Tang Sanpao looked at Zhou Binggu indifferently when he saw the killing intent in Zhou Binggu's eyes. Zhou Binggu, don't tell me you intend to kill me after the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms is over? Humph! Zhou Binggu snorted, clearly agreeing to Zhou Binggu's words. Tang Sanpao smiled faintly. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you don't want to die, you should give up on that idea. What? You have the guts to kill my disciple, but you don't have the guts to face my wrath? Zhou Binggu sneered. Zhou Binggu's words were akin to admitting he wanted to kill Tang Sanpao. As long as he did not attack during the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms, even the Tidal Temple would not interfere. Zhou Binggu is so eager to die? Su Li, who was standing next to Duanling Tian, looked at Zhou Binggu speechlessly. At the same time, he whispered to Duanling Tian. Sometimes ignorance is a sin. Duanling Tian shook his head. He could see Zhou Binggu, the Qi Hongtian emperor, did not know Tang Sanpao was from the Tidal Temple. He thought the Tidal Temple had only attacked him to maintain order during the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms. Zhou Binggu. As soon as Zhou Binggu finished speaking, Xueqi's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Zhou Binggu coldly. I'm only sparing your life because you did a good job in the past. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? Xueqi's voice was filled with killing intent. Upon seeing this, Zhou Binggu, who had been acting arrogantly in front of Tang Sanpao, was dumbfounded. Why? Why is this happening? I didn't continue to fight during the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms. Why would Vice Hall Master Su of the Tidal Temple be so furious? Could it be that Tang Sanpao had agreed to join the Tidal Temple? Did they secretly come to such an agreement? Vice Hall Master Su, is it possible that he has agreed to join the Tidal Temple? Zhou Binggu asked warily. If he has already joined the Tidal Temple, then naturally, I won't dare to touch him anymore. Zhou Binggu wanted to confirm Xueqi's words. Humph! Xueqi scoffed as he looked at Zhou Binggu indifferently. He's a member of the Tidal Temple. How can he join the Tidal Temple? When Xueqi's words came out, it could be said to be a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. What? Tang Sanpao is a member of the Tidal Temple? Isn't he a sectless cultivator? He's a member of the Tidal Temple? The technique that Tang Sanpao used just now should be enough to cross the threshold of a 6-star war god, right? The Tidal Temple actually nurtured a 6-star god of war? What's going on? What's going on? How did Tang Sanpao become a member of the Tidal Temple? Most people were dumbfounded. Just now, Tang Sanpao's strength was suspected to be a 6-star god of war, which naturally shocked everyone. However, before they could recover from their shock and exclaim, the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Binggu, had already taken the initiative to attack Tang Sanpao, which attracted everyone's attention subconsciously. Now, Zhou Binggu was suppressed by Su Konghai. After Zhou Binggu revealed his killing intent toward Tang Sanpao, Su Konghai actually said that Tang Sanpao was a member of the Tidal Temple? Since they saw Tang Sanpao's technique until now, they had not been calm for a moment. What was excitement? This was excitement. Tang Sanpao is my martial nephew. He's the only true disciple of my senior who has retired from the world. Su Konghai continued. Although my senior has retired from the world, he still has an idle position in the Tidal Temple. Tang Sanpao is the temporary successor of the Temple Master of the Tidal Temple. You want to kill him? Su Konghai looked at Zhou Binggu with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Zhou Binggu's expression changed completely at this moment. Tang Sanpao was not only a titled god emperor, but he was also the temporary successor of the Temple Master of the Tidal Temple? Good heavens! Who was this brat who killed his last disciple, Xueqi? How could he have such a terrifying background? If he had such a background, he should have revealed it earlier. If he had revealed it, he would not have dared to provoke him. It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Zhou Binggu tried his best to suppress his emotions. When he regained his senses, he looked at Su Konghai and hastily waved his hand and said, Vice Temple Master Su, it's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. It's a huge misunderstanding. Tang Sanpao. No. Young Master Tang. It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. After explaining the misunderstanding to Su Konghai, Zhou Binggu turned to look at Tang Sanpao with a terrified expression on his face. At this moment, most of the people present on the scene, especially the heavenly emperors from the various Devata realms, felt sorry for Tang Sanpao. Zhou Binggu, the Qi Hongtian Emperor, was ranked 4th on the heavenly emperor ranking. He had the strength of a 9-star god of war. However, such a person was like a stray dog at this moment, wagging his tail and begging for pity. They finally realized how terrifying the Tidal Temple was. Even a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm who was a 9-star god of war was as weak as an ant in front of the Tidal Temple. The Tidal Temple could easily crush him. Perhaps, the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms would only be fearless of the Tidal Temple after they had become gods. Are they finally coming out? Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, who was standing next to Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at the clouds in the distance. Brother Feng, what are you? Just as Ding Fu was about to ask Feng Qingyang what he was looking at, he raised his head and saw a black figure descending from the sky. Chapter 35:17. Tang Sanpao's master was Su Konghai's senior martial brother? After seeing Su Konghai's attack and hearing Su Konghai's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned serious. He never expected that there was such a connection between Tang Sanpao and Su Konghai. Based on the current situation, Tang Sanpao's master was indeed a recluse. However, this person was a member of the Tidal Temple. Even though he had gone into seclusion, he still held a position in the Tidal Temple and was closely related to the titled god emperors. Otherwise, how could his disciple have become the successor of the Tidal Temple master? Duan Lingtian knew that the hall master that Su Konghai mentioned was not the hall masters of the subhalls, but the hall master of the main hall, who was in charge of the entire Tidal Temple. Could it be that Tang Sanpao's master also wanted to test his master when he fought against him back then? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask his master, Feng Qingyang, through voice transmission. We'll talk about it later. Feng Qingyang quickly replied, Someone's coming. Someone's coming? Hearing his master Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian was startled at first, then subconsciously looked at his master, only to find that his master was looking straight at the sky. He immediately followed his master's gaze. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw a black shadow floating down from the clouds in the sky at a steady speed. When the silhouette approached, the people present all noticed him. whoosh. It was an old man dressed in a long black robe. His wrinkled face was cold, and his eyes were frighteningly sharp. He had 2 long and narrow white sword-like eyebrows, which resembled 2 swords. After the old man appeared, he stood there, giving off an unfathomable feeling. Left Guardian of Dharma. After the old man appeared, Su Konghai looked at the Qi Hongtian Emperor Zhou Binggu with pity and sighed inwardly. Zhou Binggu had done a good job for him in the past. For this reason, he had decided to let Zhou Binggu off the hook this time. Who knew Zhou Binggu would take a yard after he gave him an inch? He wanted to kill Tang Sanpao after the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses? This was a taboo for the Title Temple. Currently, Tang Sanpao wasn't just a true disciple of a reclusive higher-up. He was also the successor of the Title Temple Master. When Duanling Tian had become the successor to the Hall Master of the Title Temple, the left guardian of the Title Temple had been by his side to protect him. This was also the privilege of a successor to the Hall Master of the Title Temple. He was originally thinking that if the left protector did not appear, and if Zhou Binggu admitted his mistake with a good attitude, he could let him off. Who knew the old man would show up in the end? His appearance meant Zhou Binggu's death was imminent. Vice Temple Master Su, why didn't you kill him? The old man asked as he looked at Su Konghai. Although his voice was calm, everyone present on the scene could hear the killing intent in his voice. Su Konghai smiled wryly. The left guardian of Dharma has done a good job for the Title Temple in the past. The Temple Master even praised him for that. Is that why he's still alive after threatening the young master? The old man asked indifferently. He was the left guardian of Dharma. Su Konghai remained silent. Naturally, he knew this was not enough to save Zhou Binggu's life. Humph! The old man snorted coldly. Then, he extended his hand and made a grabbing motion in the direction of Zhou Binggu. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Before Zhou Binggu could even circulate his celestial origin energy, 5 huge green vines appeared and wrapped around him like ropes. Zhou Binggu's expression changed drastically. As soon as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body, the vines tightened around him and bound him. When the vines landed on his body, they were like whips. He felt a burning sensation on his skin. At the same time, he was shocked to discover his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with profundities from the law of nature had been destroyed. It was even to the extent that a strand of terrifying energy had entered his body in the blink of an eye, and it stirred up randomly before heavily injuring his internal organs. Barf! The intense pain in his body forced Zhou Binggu to spit out a mouthful of blood. He had lost count of how many times he had spat out blood today. Earlier, he had been injured by Su Konghai. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he kept coughing up blood. His injuries were too severe. Initially, he had recovered slightly from his injuries, but now, he was severely injured again. Moreover, his injuries were worse than before. Qi Hongtian Emperor? The old man, the left guardian of Dharma, looked at Zhou Binggu indifferently. A disdainful smile appeared on his face as he said, "You're ranked 4th on the Heavenly Emperor ranking? Did you think you're so full of yourself because of your ranking on the Heavenly Emperor ranking? How dare you say you're going to kill the young master of the Title Temple?" As soon as he finished speaking, the vines around Zhou Binggu tightened again. Zhou Binggu spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. However, he still struggled and said in a trembling voice, "Left guardian of Dharma, it's a misunderstanding." "It's a misunderstanding," however. The old man did not pay any attention to him. He immediately closed his hand that was shooting vines out of his fingers. In the next moment, the 5 vines shook violently and broke off from his hand. After breaking off, the 5 vines acted like fuses that ignited an explosive. The vines around Zhou Binggu exploded. Zhou Binggu turned into a dazzling firework in the explosion. In the end, Zhou Binggu, the Qi Hongtian Emperor, died. Even his spatial ring was destroyed and turned into dust. Not a single trace was left behind. Everyone present on the scene was dumbfounded when they saw the heavenly monarch Qi Hong being killed. It took them a long time to regain their senses, and all of them gasped in unison. At the same time, they looked at the black-robed old man. The left guardian of Dharma of the title temple was obviously a divine expert as well. Moreover, his strength did not seem to be inferior to Xueqi, the vice palace master of the title temple. Moreover, based on their conversation, it seemed like they were on equal footing. It was obvious that their positions in the title temple were similar as well. Swoosh! Before everyone could regain their senses, the old man's figure flashed as he shot up into the sky like a ghost. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon as though he was never there. At this moment, it was not difficult for the people present to figure out what was going on. The old man was hiding in the clouds, protecting Tang Sanpao as he watched the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms from afar. From the moment the old man appeared until he killed the Qihongtian emperor, Zhou Binggu, from the beginning until the end, he did not speak to Tang Sanpao at all. Even then, most people's eyes were filled with fear when they looked at Tang Sanpao again. A heavenly emperor from a Devata realm who was ranked 4th on the heavenly emperor ranking was killed by Duanling Tian because of this young man. Duanling Tian was shocked by the strength of the title temple. Many heavenly emperors who were weaker than the Qihongtian emperor, Zhou Binggu, felt sorry for the death of the same person. If the title temple wanted to kill them, they would not be able to escape death. The battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms continues. When Xueqi finished speaking, everyone's attention finally returned to the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. Xueqi continued to say, since Xueqi is dead, apart from him who failed his challenge, those who were ranked behind him will be ranked 1 rank ahead of him. Xueqi was originally ranked 6th, but since he failed his challenge, he should have been ranked 6th. However, due to his death, the 6th rank is now empty. Sima Rue, who was originally ranked 7th, is now ranked 6th. Those who are ranked behind him will be ranked 6th, and so on. Xueqi's death could be said to be a blessing to many people. Naturally, the 30th rank was now empty. Now let's welcome the next person to challenge the 5th rank, Duanling Tian. Xueqi said as he looked at Duanling Tian. At this moment, Tang Sanpao had already left the arena. However, he did not return to Duanling Tian and the others. Instead, he found an empty seat on the other side of the arena and sat down. However, even so as he sat there, the people around him still looked at him in unison. It was not until he frowned and looked around that the people looked away guiltily. It's Duanling Tian's turn now. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duanling Tian rose into the air and entered the arena in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, many people were curious who Duanling Tian would challenge. Duanling Tian has the strength of a top 5-star god of war. Among the people ranked in front of him, Zhongguoyu seems to be the weakest. Will he choose Zhongguoyu as his opponent? It's possible. If he chooses Zhongguoyu as his opponent, not only will he be able to advance his ranking, but he'll also be able to bide his time. If I were him, I'd choose Zhongguoyu. Most of the people present on the scene had guessed correctly this time. Duanling Tian had chosen Zhongguoyu as his opponent. Duanling Tian. After Zhongguoyu entered the arena, he had a wry smile on his face. What are you doing? You have the strength of a top 5-star god of war. I'm not a match for you. Ha! Duanling Tian was stunned. I remember when you first displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war in the Devata realm's genius battle. You sent me a voice transmission saying that you hoped I wouldn't disappoint you. Now I'm standing in front of you. Isn't this what you want? Duanling Tian asked as he looked deeply at Zhongguoyu. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Zhongguoyu's face was filled with bitterness. You're challenging me because of my voice transmission? Zhongguoyu was completely dumbfounded. Duanling Tian was too blind, wasn't he? Didn't he see that Zhongguoyu's strength was inferior to his? At this time he still challenged him. Wasn't this bullying? The group of onlookers was also stunned. So, Duanling Tian challenged Zhongguoyu not because Zhongguoyu was the weakest among the people ranked before him, but because Zhongguoyu provoked him? Haha, this is interesting. When Zhongguoyu provoked Duanling Tian, I'm afraid he didn't even dream that Duanling Tian would have the strength of a top 5-star god of war. Many people's eyes lit up. They wanted to see the world in chaos. Chapter 35:18. Zhong Guiyu was infuriated and anxious when he heard the discussion among the young geniuses. However, in the end, he did not make a move on Duan Lingtian. I admit defeat. He admitted defeat. As expected, Zhong Guiyu's admission of defeat attracted disdainful looks. However, Zhong Guiyu turned a deaf ear to them. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, you're more outstanding than my senior sister said. However, I firmly believe I'll be able to catch up to you one day. Zhong Guiyu said solemnly, I'm a few hundred years behind you, but it doesn't mean I won't be able to catch up to you in the future. I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently and left the place with Zhong Guiyu. Although Duan Lingtian had challenged Zhong Guiyu and Zhong Guiyu had admitted defeat, the people present on the scene were only disappointed for a moment before they regained their spirits. This was because after Duan Lingtian had defeated Zhong Guiyu, it was Tang Sanpao's turn to challenge the people in front of him. In the beginning, Tang Sanpao was ranked second. Now that Huang Quanen, Ling Jueyun, and Duan Lingtian had defeated Duan Lingtian, he had fallen to 5th place. Currently, the top 10 of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses were as follows: 1st place, Ling Jueyun. 2nd place, Huang Quanen. 3rd place, Duan Lingtian. 4th place, Zhong Guiyu. 5th place, Tang Sanpao. 6th place, Sima Rue. 7th place, Yi Dongli. 8th place, Hong Yuan. 9th place, Lu Su Yen. 10th place, Yu Dongfang. After Tang Sanpao's challenge, the first round of challenges is over. Although there's still Zhong Guiyu, I'm sure Zhong Guiyu won't challenge anyone else since the people in front of him are all stronger than him. At this moment, it was not only 1 or 2 people who thought so. Most people felt the same way as well. Zhong Guiyu has just been challenged by Duan Lingtian. According to the rules, even if he lost without a fight, Tang Sanpao won't be able to challenge him. Duan Lingtian won't be able to challenge. Tang Sanpao won't be able to challenge him as well. Huang Quanen and Ling Jueyun, Tang Sanpao. Who do you think he'll challenge? He seems to be quite familiar with Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun. He'll probably challenge Huang Quanen, right? Although Huang Quanen is proficient in the law of time and is almost invincible among those below the 6-star god of war, no one below the 6-star god of war can defeat him unless Ling Jueyun is his nemesis. However, Tang Sanpao has displayed strength that is suspected to be at the 6-star god of war level. If Tang Sanpao is really a 6-star god of war, it won't be difficult for him to defeat Huang Quanen. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Sanpao flew into the arena. In the previous round, he had challenged Zhou Yongqi, the last disciple of the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Binggu. In the end, Zhou Yongqi died. In fact, Zhou Binggu, the great Qi Hongtian Emperor, who wanted to stand up for Zhou Yongqi, also died not long after. All of this was because of Tang Sanpao, the young hall master of the Tidal Temple. I challenge. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Sanpao's eyes flashed, and he said bluntly, Huang Quanen. Although he only had 2 choices, Ling Jueyun or Huang Quanen, after glancing at Ling Jueyun, he still chose Huang Quanen. Ling Jueyun, it's not that I'm afraid of you, but I feel that our battle should be left for later. Tang Sanpao looked at Ling Jueyun and said solemnly, I'll keep you company. Ling Jueyun sat beside Duan Lingtian. His gaze was still cold, and his words were concise. On the surface, he didn't show any emotion because of Tang Sanpao's challenge. At the same time, Huang Quanen entered the arena. His expression was equally solemn. Tang Sanpao was suspected to have the strength of a 6-star god of war. It would be fine if he didn't, but if he did, Huang Quanen had no chance of winning. Huang Quanen's own strength hadn't reached the level of a peak 5-star god of war. He was relying entirely on one-thought vicissitudes to be able to dominate the other 5-star gods of war. I'll give you 3 chances to use one-thought vicissitudes on me. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Sanpao, who was facing off against Huang Quanen, looked at Huang Quanen and said calmly. Once he said this, the crowd instantly went into an uproar. It seems that Tang Sanpao, the young master of the Tidal Temple, might really be a 6-star god of war. Otherwise, how would he dare to speak so arrogantly? Let's wait and see. Whether or not he has the strength of a 6-star god of war can be confirmed through this battle. Huang Quan isn't someone who's easy to deal with. He'll be able to force out his true strength. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Huang Quan used one-thought vicissitudes on Tang Sanpao. However, Tang Sanpao easily blocked it. He stood on the spot without moving and easily blocked it. Huang Quan's law profound meaning fused with his soul energy and blocked it. Seal. When Huang Quan saw that Tang Sanpao had a chance to attack, he blocked his attack. Immediately, with a thought, the power fused with the law of time swept out and enveloped the space where Tang Sanpao was. Then, one-thought vicissitudes arrived as scheduled. Shill. Shill. However, when one-thought vicissitudes was still halfway, it was blocked by the soul attack shot out from Tang Sanpao's eyes. You're actually not affected by my law of time? Huang Quan's pupils shrank and his face was filled with shock. You're a 6-star god of war. You're definitely a 6-star god of war. Only those with the strength of a 6-star god of war and above can ignore my time seal. Huang Quan's words completely confirmed that Tang Sanpao was a 6-star god of war. Tang Sanpao is really a 6-star god of war? Although Tang Sanpao did not attack brilliantly, it was a fact that he could ignore Huang Quan's time seal. Huang Quan had already said that only 6-star gods of war could ignore his time seal. Under such circumstances, it was almost certain that Tang Sanpao was a 6-star god of war. He's really a 6-star god of war. Heavens! There's really a 6-star god of war in this Devata Realm Battle of Geniuses. This Devata Realm Battle of Geniuses will go down in history. After confirming that Tang Sanpao was a 6-star god of war, the crowd went into a frenzy. Not only were the young geniuses shocked, but even the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms were shocked. Even the high-ranking officials of the Tidal Temple's sub-palaces were shocked. None of them expected there was a 6-star god of war, who was not even 1,000 years old in the Tidal Temple's main temple. No wonder he's the successor to the palace master of the Tidal Temple and the young master of the Tidal Temple. He's actually a 6-star god of war under the age of 1,000. Even the current palace master of the Tidal Temple is only a 5-star god of war under the age of 1,000, right? As long as he can maintain this progress, he'll be even stronger than the current palace master of the Tidal Temple. At this moment, the crowd was no longer surprised that Tang Sanpao would become the successor to the palace master of the Tidal Temple. If such a person, not to mention that he was a direct descendant of the Tidal Temple, was qualified to become the successor of the Tidal Temple's hall master, who was qualified to do so? I admit defeat. After confirming that Tang Sanpao was a 6-star god of war, Huang Quan admitted defeat. He had no intention of continuing the duel with Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao left the duel under everyone's heated gazes. He's really a 6-star god of war. Su Li sighed as he looked at Tang Sanpao's back. I was just guessing. Now that I've seen it for myself, it's truly shocking. On the other hand, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jenny who were sitting in the back row were dumbfounded. 6-star god of war. He's a 6-star god of war? They did not expect the young man who was chatting and laughing with them not long ago to be a 6-star god of war. To be more precise, he was a 6-star god of war who was not even 1,000 years old. Moreover, he had another identity. The young master of the Tidal Temple. This identity was even more intimidating than the son of the heavenly emperor or the holy son of a heaven-grade force. Zhongguiyu, you're the last person standing. While everyone's attention was still on Tang Sanpao, Su Konghai said to Zhongguiyu in a loud and clear voice. At the same time, he attracted everyone's attention. I give up. This time, Zhongguiyu only left his seat and did not have any intention of entering the arena. His decision was not unfamiliar to the people present. At the same time, no one made fun of him. They even felt that he was a wise man who adapted to the circumstances. Moreover, he decisively admitted defeat. For the group of spectators, it was also a good thing. At least they did not need to waste time watching a duel where the result was already predicted. Since that's the case, the first round of the ranking battle is over. Next, we'll begin the second round. Su Konghai announced once again. Now, the 29th place began to challenge because there was no one left in the 30th place. Due to the death of Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Bing's disciple, Xueqi, there was an empty spot. Deputy Temple Master Su. At this time, a heavenly emperor could not help but ask, "The 30th place is empty. Will someone have a chance to compete?" As soon as the heavenly emperor's voice fell, a group of young geniuses who felt that they had a chance to win the 30th place had their eyes lit up. They looked at Su Konghai expectantly. However, Su Konghai's response disappointed them greatly. "The 30th place is empty. No one will compete." Immediately after, the challenges began again. Although the challenges of the 4-star war gods were intense, they were far inferior to the challenges of the 5-star war gods. Most of the spectators were also somewhat dispirited. Although it was strenuous for Su Li, he had once again maintained his ranking. Soon it was the 10th place, a young genius with the strength of a 5-star war god. He was the third direct disciple of the heavenly emperor of Shenyuan Tian, Yu Dongfang. "Yu Dongfang, who are you challenging?" Su Konghai asked Yu Dongfang. Hearing this, Yu Dongfang did not hesitate and said bluntly, "Zhongguiyu." Zhongguiyu was currently ranked the highest among those who did not have the strength of a peak 5-star war god. For this reason, Yu Dongfang chose him to replace him. Currently, his goal in this year's Devata Realms Genius Battle was no longer to be in the top 3. Instead, he wanted to be ranked behind a peak 5-star war god. Based on the current situation, it was impossible for him to even be in the top 4, let alone the top 3. Currently, there were 3 peak 5-star war gods and 1 6-star war god in the top 4. Chapter 35-19. Zhongguiyu was currently ranked 5th. However, Yu Dongfang, the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Yellow Origin Heaven, wanted to challenge him. Yu Dongfang had been defeated many times. First, he was defeated by Huang Quan-en. Then, he was defeated by Duan Lingtian. Although his master did not blame him and even comforted him when he apologized for being useless, he still found it difficult to accept the fact that he had been defeated twice in a row. He had always been the most outstanding disciple under the heavenly emperor of the Yellow Origin Heaven, Gongsun Shenyuan. Although his senior brothers and senior sisters were stronger than him, he was still young. Given enough time, he was certain he would surpass his senior brothers and senior sisters. In the heavenly palace of the Yellow Origin Heaven, he was considered a genius in the entire Yellow Origin Heaven. His journey in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses had been smooth sailing until he encountered Huang Quan-en and Duan Lingtian. It was only then that he was defeated. Now, he desperately needed a battle to prove himself. For this reason, he chose to challenge Zhongguiyu, who was currently ranked 5th. His goal had changed from being in the top 3 to being ranked 5th. Only then would he be able to redeem himself. "Duan Lingtian, who do you think will win?" Su Li asked Duan Lingtian when Yu Dongfang and Zhongguiyu were facing each other. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed when he heard Su Li's words. "It's hard to say. Both of them have displayed similar strength. In the end, we'll see who's more composed. I think they'll win." "In terms of composure, I think Zhongguiyu will win," Su Li said. "Yu Dongfang is no longer as calm as he used to be," Su Li said. "A genius that has always been able to look down upon his peers has lost successively at the hands of Huang Quan-en and Duan Lingtian. Naturally, it wouldn't be so easy for him to continue maintaining his composure." Ling Jueyun chimed in. "I think Zhongguiyu will win this battle." Then, Yu Dongfang and Zhongguiyu began to fight in full view of the public. The strength of the two was indeed on par with each other. After a few dozen moves, it was still difficult to determine the winner and loser, and no one had the upper hand. However, after 100 moves, those with good eyesight could see that Yu Dongfang was a little anxious. Sigh. On one of the floating islands, the heavenly emperor of Shenyuan, Gongsun Shenyuan, sighed and shook his head. Yu Haotian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, shook his head as well. "Your disciple is too impatient. It seems like the previous defeat has dealt a huge blow to him. He's probably in a hurry to prove himself, and it's hard for him to maintain his composure after such a long battle. It's good to suffer a setback." Gongsun Shenyuan quickly regained his composure and said, "In the past, he only knew that Shenyuan Tian was invincible among the younger generation. However, The battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms has taught him that there's always someone better than him. After another 10 moves, Yu Dongfang was completely at a disadvantage. After 3 moves, Yu Dongfang lost. If I hadn't been careless, you wouldn't have been able to defeat me, Yu Dongfang said in a deep voice as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Zhong Guiyu with a disgruntled expression on his face. Perhaps. Zhong Guiyu smiled faintly before he turned around and left. After all, he had been defeated one after another, and he had been demoted from the 1st place to the 5th place. Even someone like him could not help but feel slightly sullen. However, now that Yu Dongfang had delivered himself to him and was defeated by him, he felt much better. Earlier when he fought with Yu Dongfang, even he felt a little impatient, let alone Yu Dongfang. However, Yu Dongfang was the first to lose his patience. When he saw Yu Dongfang's impatience, he calmed down and defeated Yu Dongfang after a few dozen moves. Yu Dongfang had failed his challenge and continued to be ranked 10th. However, he could no longer challenge Zhong Guiyu and had no chance to avenge his humiliation. Even if he felt that he could avenge his humiliation and at least fight to a draw with Zhong Guiyu, it was useless. If he challenged the same person in the same round, he would not be able to start over. If he could start over, how was he supposed to continue? Was he supposed to wait until he had not made any mistakes and his opponent had made a mistake? Would his opponent be willing to accept that? No matter what, Yu Dongfang's loss was a loss. At this moment, he could only fight for the 6th place. Among the top 4, there were 2 people who had defeated him, so he could not challenge them. He knew he was not a match for the other 2 people. It was not that he had not thought about the possibility of Zhong Guiyu being defeated and replaced by him. However, those who were strong enough to defeat Zhong Guiyu were also strong enough to defeat him. However, judging from the situation of the others, it should be impossible for them to have the strength to defeat Zhong Guiyu, because he was confident that he was not weaker than any of them. Lu Suyen, 9th place, enter the arena and issue a challenge. After Yu Dongfang was eliminated, Su Konghai, who was presiding over the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, announced. Lu Suyen had fewer opponents to choose from. Yi Dongli had already defeated the person in front of her, so it was impossible for her to challenge her again. As for the other 5 people, Zhong Guiyu, who was ranked 5th, and the 4 people in front of her, she knew that she was no match for them, so it was impossible for her to challenge them. Therefore, she only had 2 opponents left. Sima Rue, who was ranked 6th, and Hong Yuan, who was ranked 8th. Both of them were young geniuses nurtured by the Tidal Temple. In the end, Lu Suyen chose to challenge Sima Rue, who was ranked 6th. However, she was defeated by Sima Rue. 8th place, Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan chose to challenge Yi Dongli. In the end, he took out an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit and defeated Yi Dongli. Hong Yuan was second only to Tang Sanpao among the younger generation in the Tidal Temple. The Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit was given to him by the Tidal Temple a few years ago. Even if the Tidal Temple did not give him the Emperor-grade celestial weapon, his master, the main Hall Elder of the Tidal Temple, who was much stronger than most heavenly emperors, would have given him the Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Hong Yuan, you're promoted. Su Konghai looked at Hong Yuan with a satisfied expression on his face. Hong Yuan bowed respectfully at Su Konghai before he left the arena. Su Konghai was the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple. Even Hong Yuan's master had to be respectful to Su Konghai. Naturally, he did not dare to disrespect Su Konghai. Yi Dongli, you can issue a challenge now or wait until the next round, Su Konghai said as he looked at Yi Dongli, who had yet to leave the arena. I'm not challenging anymore. 8th place is good enough. Yi Dongli shook her head. Clearly, she had decided to give up. Nobody made fun of her for making such a decision. Most people thought she was smart and knew how to adapt to circumstances. Since Yi Dongli had given up, Su Konghai looked at Sima Rue, who was currently ranked 6th on the spectator seats, and asked, Sima Rue, what about you? Do you want to issue a challenge? I give up as well. Sima Rue shook his head. Although his strength was on par with Hong Yuan, he knew that he wasn't Zhong Guiyu's opponent. As for the other 4, there was no need to even mention them. Any one of the four could beat him up. 5th place, Zhong Guiyu. After Sima Rue gave up, Su Konghai looked at Zhong Guiyu. Zhong Guiyu did not hesitate to give up as well. When Zhong Guiyu gave up, not only did the atmosphere turn gloomy, but it also turned lively. It's finally Duan Lingtian's turn. Duan Lingtian won't give up, right? Definitely not. His strength is also at the peak of the 5-star war god level. He might not be as strong as Tang Sanpao, but he's definitely on par with Ling Jueyun. Will he choose the 3rd place Huang Quanan? It's possible. But if it's Huang Quanan, unless he's a 6-star war god, has some secret technique, or has a bloodline like Ling Jueyun that can restrain Huang Quanan's vicissitudes of thought, he won't be a match for Huang Quanan. When it was almost Duan Lingtian's turn, the spectator seats were in an uproar. It was as if Duan Lingtian was very popular. Duan Lingtian, who do you plan to challenge? Before Duan Lingtian went up, Suli asked curiously. Unlike the others, he had almost blind confidence in Duan Lingtian. Although the people ranked ahead of Duan Lingtian had all displayed amazing strength, he firmly believed that Duan Lingtian was not weaker than them. I'll challenge Huang Quanan first. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. I've never met such a strong opponent who's skilled in the law of time. It's a good opportunity for me to experience it. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Konghai's voice sounded again. 4th place, Duan Lingtian, go up and choose your opponent. Hearing Su Konghai's words, Duan Lingtian left his seat and stepped into the air. When he appeared on the stage, Duan Lingtian could feel many gazes on him. At the same time, among these gazes, there was a strange light that gave him a very uncomfortable feeling. He tilted his head slightly and saw the palace master of the tidal temple Shenyuan Heaven Branch Temple, Tathagata. To be more precise, it was the dead spirit race's clansman. Tathagata was currently not in control of his own body. You want to take over my body? Duan Lingtian glanced at Tathagata with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. This made Tathagata, who was also Yahiko, look particularly fierce. It was obvious that he was angry. I challenge. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian finally announced the opponent he was going to challenge. 3rd place, Huang Quanan. Huang Quanan. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, even the crowd who had been prepared could not help but burst into an uproar. Duan Lingtian actually chose Huang Quanan. Doesn't he know that Huang Quanan's law of time is strange? Although Huang Quanan's law of time is strange and powerful, do you think Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao are easy to deal with? Both of them were existences that had once defeated Huang Quanan. Under normal circumstances, if Duan Lingtian can't even defeat Huang Quanan, it's basically impossible for him to be a match for Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Huang Quanan flew up to the stage. The battle between Duan Lingtian and the top 5-star god of war, who was good at the law of time, was about to start. Chapter 35-20. Duan Lingtian, do you have a way to counter my law of time as well? Huang Quanan looked at Duan Lingtian suspiciously after he entered the arena. He had been defeated by Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao. For a moment, he had doubted his life. In fact, he had been aiming for 1st place in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. However, it was clear that it was impossible now. Up until now, there were only 2 people who could defeat him. Initially, he thought he was invincible among those below the 6-star god of war. Therefore, he was confident he would be able to win 1st place in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. However, he did not expect there would be a 6-star god of war, Tang Sanpao. Apart from Tang Sanpao, there was another 5-star god of war, Ling Jueyun. Although Ling Jueyun did not display his strength as a 6-star god of war, Ling Jueyun's bloodline allowed him to freely switch between his death clone and his true body. Huang Quanan, who was confident he would be able to win 1st place in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, suffered 2 defeats. Now, there was another person who had challenged him. Moreover, this person was the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven who had ascended to godhood. Most importantly, Huang Quanan was not weak at all. His opponent was not even 700 years old. Since Ling Jueyun was not even 700 years old, it was not a big deal if he could defeat Huang Quan-en. After all, Huang Quan-en was from a realm of gods. However, Huang Quan-en did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat him. However, Duan Lingtian's nonchalant attitude gave Huang Quan-en an inexplicable sense of confidence. For this reason, Huang Quan-en was extremely wary of Duan Lingtian. He could not help but ask, Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian, do you have a way to counter my law of time? No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I just want to feel your law of time. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, those who had high hopes for him were rendered speechless again. Could it be that you challenged Huang Quan-en just to feel his time laws? He didn't go there to defeat Huang Quan-en? Duan Lingtian said so. Does that mean he has already given up? I've always thought it's impossible for Duan Lingtian to defeat Huang Quan-en. He's destined to be ranked 4th in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses while Huang Quan-en is ranked 3rd. As for the first place, it will definitely be Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao is a 6-star war god. Naturally, he deserves to be number 1. Now, because of Duan Lingtian's words, most people thought that he had already admitted defeat. As for Huang Quan-en, after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, he had similar thoughts. Of course, the reason why he had such thoughts was more because he felt that Duan Lingtian could not possibly be his opponent. Vicissitudes in a single thought should be your strongest technique, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Huang Quan-en. Although Huang Quan-en did not know why Duan Lingtian suddenly asked this question, he still nodded. The vicissitudes in a single thought was indeed his strongest technique. It was also his biggest trump card. Naturally, if he wanted to hit his opponent with the vicissitudes in a single thought, he would need to use other techniques from the law of time as well. Use your vicissitudes in a single thought. I won't dodge, Duan Lingtian said to Huang Quan-en. However, Huang Quan-en only frowned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. If I dodge, it'll be my loss, Duan Lingtian said. He could see Huang Quan-en was worried. It was not difficult to guess Huang Quan-en was worried Duan Lingtian would lie to him. Although Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by the people present on the scene. It seems like Duan Lingtian really wants to see Huang Quan-en's technique. If he doesn't dodge, Huang Quan-en can effortlessly use vicissitudes in a single thought on him. Many people were already shaking their heads. They felt that the battle was about to end. All right. Duan Lingtian made a promise in front of everyone. Huang Quan-en was also relieved. Earlier, he was worried that Duan Lingtian was only talking. Once he did not use any technique to imprison Duan Lingtian, if Duan Lingtian dodged smoothly, he would be able to gain the initiative. At that time, although he might not necessarily lose, he would be forced into a passive position. He naturally could not take the risk. Now that Duan Lingtian had made a promise in front of everyone, he had no more worries. In the next instant, under the gazes of everyone present, Huang Quan-en's eyes flashed. He used vicissitudes in a single thought again. A strange power cut through the sky and smoothly entered Duan Lingtian's body. This is vicissitudes in a single thought? Under the gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian stood in place, motionless. However, after a while, the crowd discovered that Duan Lingtian's body had not changed at all. Moreover, Duan Lingtian did not show any signs of aging. I see. After Duan Lingtian was struck by Huang Quan-en's vicissitudes in a single thought, he was able to confirm the theory behind Huang Quan-en's vicissitudes in a single thought. Huang Quan-en's vicissitudes in a single thought would affect his soul and destroy his body, causing his vitality to drain away rapidly. Although Huang Quan-en's vicissitudes in a single thought had penetrated his body and attacked his soul, it did not affect his soul at all. Under such circumstances, it was only natural that Huang Quan-en's vicissitudes in a single thought would not be able to destroy his body. After all, if Duan Lingtian's vicissitudes in a single thought were not affected, he would be able to control the energy in his body and expel the time energy that was trying to destroy his body. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian, who was still in a daze, finally regained his senses. He looked at Huang Quan-en and said, "Not bad. Those below the 6-star god of war would definitely be affected if they didn't have Ling Jueyun's trump card." The souls of celestial emperors, especially titled celestial emperors, would improve as their comprehension of profundities increased. For example, the souls of 5-star gods of war were different from the souls of 6-star gods of war. When the profundities of laws improved and changed the soul would become even more indestructible. Just like earlier, Huang Quan'an's goal was to affect Duan Lingtian's soul. However, since Duan Lingtian's soul was too strong, Huang Quan'an's vicissitudes in a single thought was not effective at all. Seal. When Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Quan'an with a smile on his face, Huang Quan'an suddenly shouted. Then, a wave of energy that he had been accumulating swept out and shrouded Duan Lingtian. This was a time storm. Wherever it passed, time froze. Even the smile on Duan Lingtian's face froze in an instant. Vicissitudes in a single thought. Huang Quan'an was about to cast the vicissitudes in a single thought again when Duan Lingtian's smile widened. Not bad. You've stopped time and trapped me in time. The law of time is indeed the strongest of the 4 supreme laws. Duan Lingtian said. Huang Quan'an's eyes widened in shock and disbelief when he saw Duan Lingtian had broken his law of time in just a blink of an eye. You're really a 6-star god of war. Earlier, when the vicissitudes in a single thought hit Duan Lingtian, it did not affect Duan Lingtian at all. For this reason, Huang Quan'an had suspected Duan Lingtian was a 6-star god of war. However, now that he saw his law of time could not restrain Duan Lingtian, he was certain of his suspicion. With his current cultivation base and his attainments in the law of time, only a 6-star god of war or stronger would be able to ignore his law of time. Before Huang Quan'an had spoken, the heavenly emperors from the various Devata realms were already shocked. Su Konghai, the host, had a grave expression on his face as well. The greed in the eyes of Lord Yahiko, the pavilion master of the tidal temple's Xian Yuan Heaven sub-temple, was uncontrollable. Wind Celestial Emperor, your disciple has concealed his strength well, but so have you. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, looked at Feng Qingyang calmly. He could tell Feng Qingyang knew his disciple, Duan Lingtian, was a 6-star god of war or stronger. A 6-star god of war who's not even 700 years old? Moreover, he's a transcender. Wind Celestial Emperor, not only are you heaven-defying, but you're also heaven-defying when it comes to choosing disciples. Compared to your disciple, my disciple is dumber than a pig. Wei Qi, who was standing behind Ding Fu, smiled bitterly when he heard Ding Fu's words. His master had always praised him, but now, his master was saying he was dumber than a pig? Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses was at its peak. Heavens! Another 6-star god of war. Has there ever been 2 6-star gods of war in the Devata realm's battles of the geniuses? I don't think so. 2 6-star gods of war in the same Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. I'm afraid we're witnessing an unprecedented event. The faces of the young geniuses flushed with excitement. It was as though the 6-star gods of war were them instead of Duan Lingtian and Tang Sanpao. On the other hand, those who used to regard Duan Lingtian as a rival, such as Yu Dongfeng, had an ashen expression on his face. He knew he would never be able to catch up to Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Zhong Guiyu had a bitter smile on his face as he said, "Senior sister, your little junior brother is much more heaven-defying than you said. A 6-star god of war who's not even 700 years old. Heavens! Even in the world of divine remains, there aren't many of such existences among the natives of the world of divine remains, right?" It had to be said that Zhong Guiyu was shocked. Ouyang Su, who had knelt in front of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in hopes of becoming a disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. To think he had wanted to become a disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor. As it turned out, the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor was such a heaven-defying existence. A 6-star god of war who was not even 700 years old. His talent and comprehension were even more heaven-defying than the young master of the tidal temple, Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao was much older than Duan Lingtian. "Do you still want to continue?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Huang Quan'an. "What's there to continue?" Huang Quan'an smiled bitterly. "You're a 6-star god of war. Don't tell me you want to humiliate me? Your opponent shouldn't be me. It should be Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao. Huang Quanan looked at Su Konghai and said, Vice Temple Master Su, I admit defeat. Su Konghai nodded. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and announced Duan Lingtian's victory. At this moment, Su Konghai's gaze turned complicated. Mobile version of the website. Chapter 35-21. Su Konghai did not expect there would be another 6-star god of war in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses this time, apart from his junior nephew, Tang Sanpao. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He was not even 700 years old, but he had already mastered 2 of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth, the Sword Tao and the Tao of Control. Although he knew that he had just grasped the basics, he had already grasped it. Even as the Vice Palace Master of the main hall of the Title Temple, he had only come into contact with one of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. He still had a long way to go before he could grasp the basics of the Tao of heaven and earth. If we have the chance, we must imprison Duan Lingtian in the Title Temple so that he can share his Sword Tao and Tao of Control. At the same time, Su Konghai muttered to himself as traces of light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Of course, compared to Master Yahiko, he was much more subtle. At least, even Duan Lingtian didn't notice the abnormality in his eyes. Duan Lingtian was originally in 4th place, but now that he had successfully challenged Huang Quanan, who was in 3rd place, he smoothly advanced to 3rd place and replaced him. At this time, under normal circumstances, Huang Quanan could wait for another round to issue a challenge, or he could issue a challenge now. However, the current situation was special. After all, the 3 people ranked before Huang Quan, and had already defeated him. For this reason, there was no point in continuing to challenge them. Moreover, according to the rules of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, he was no longer allowed to challenge Duan Lingtian and the other 2. Since Huang Quanan can't issue a challenge, then it's Tang Sanpao's turn to issue a challenge. Tang Sanpao is now in 2nd place. If he wants to issue a challenge, it's destined that he can only challenge one person. As Duan Lingtian and Huang Quanan left the stage, many burning gazes fell on Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun. Tang Sanpao was 2nd, and Ling Jueyun was 1st. Tang Sanpao could only challenge Ling Jueyun. Ling Jueyun, come on up. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Sanpao flew away from the spectator seats and stepped into the air in the blink of an eye. The moment he entered the arena, he looked at Ling Jueyun and said bluntly. Although his voice was not loud, everyone present could hear it clearly. Then, Ling Jueyun entered the arena under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The 2 of them stood facing each other. Tang Sanpao looked at Ling Jueyun and smiled faintly. Ling Jueyun, your bloodline can restrain Huang Quanan, but it can't restrain me. If that's all you have, I'm afraid you're not my match. Whether I'm a match for you or not, we'll only know after we try. Ling Jueyun said calmly. Then let's cut the crap. Come on. As soon as Tang Sanpao opened his mouth, his body suddenly ignited with blazing flames. The flames burned to the extreme, turning from fiery red to white, causing the void to tremble. Obviously, the temperature had reached a terrifying level. In the next moment, Tang Sanpao's body swayed and his entire body shot out like a cannonball, heading straight for Ling Jueyun. In the face of the menacing Tang Sanpao, Ling Jueyun's eyes narrowed. Then, his entire body bloomed with a blood-red light, like a blood-red meteor streaking across the sky. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out, causing many of the people present to tremble. Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun had collided, and the 2 of them were evenly matched. Seeing that they could not gain the upper hand, the 2 of them quickly retreated. It seems like I've underestimated you. Tang Sanpao looked at Ling Jueyun in surprise. Then, he made his move again. With a wave of his hand, a white light condensed from flames shot out. It was extremely sharp, and it seemed like it could cut through anything. This time, a figure shot out of Ling Jueyun's body and blocked the white light with its bare hands. This was the Law of Death's undead clone profundity that Ling Jueyun had cast. However, even though it had withstood Tang Sanpao's attack, the undead doppelganger was already badly damaged. Ling Jueyun, I'm very curious. Do you have the strength of a 6-star god of war? Tang Sanpao no longer held back when he attacked again. It was as though he was a six-star god of war, and it was as though he could defeat all his enemies. This time, apart from Duan Ling Tian and the other young geniuses, many heavenly emperors from the Devata realms and high-ranking officials from the various title temples had a solemn expression on their faces. Tang Sanpao no longer held back. He knew it was impossible for him to defeat Ling Jueyun even if he did not hold back. In that case, he might as well go all out to prevent himself from being injured. In this kind of battle, if he was injured, he would be at a disadvantage. Swoosh, swoosh. Tang Sanpao revealed his strength as a six-star god of war. He had fused many profundities from the law of fire, making him look like a majestic god of fire. Furthermore, the flames that surrounded his entire body were a blazing white, so bright that it was somewhat dazzling. Even though the spectators were seated far away in the spectator stands, they could clearly feel the fiery aura that swept towards them. The blazing white flames seemed to be able to incinerate everything. Ling Jueyun, be careful. At the same time, a spear appeared in Tang Sanpao's hand. On top of the 7-foot-long spear, there was a spear light. One could vaguely see that within the spear light, there seemed to be a blood-red light flashing. The blood-red light had a pair of ghostly green eyes that sent chills down one's spine. This is Tang Sanpao's first time using his celestial weapon. It's obvious his celestial weapon is an emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. When Tang Sanpao revealed his celestial weapon, an uproar broke out in the crowd. Everyone instinctively shifted their attention to Ling Jueyun. Bas! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ling Jueyun drew his sword from its scabbard. It was a flexible sword. It swayed in the air, emitting a buzzing sound. As Ling Jueyun's celestial origin energy surged out of his hand, the long sword straightened in an instant. At the same time, the phantom of a python shrouded in black qi appeared in the spear rays. Another emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. Everyone was shocked, and their gazes became even more heated. There were even quite a few people who stared with their eyes wide open, unable to take their eyes off the scene in front of them. It was as though they were afraid of seeing something spectacular. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of 3 explosions reverberated in the air almost at the same time. Due to the short interval between the explosions, many people only heard one of the explosions. It was Tang Sanpao who had made his move. Tang Sanpao's 3 spear rays shot toward Ling Jueyun like missiles and rockets. Although Ling Jueyun tried to dodge the attacks, the spear rays continued to chase after Ling Jueyun. It was as though the spear rays had locked onto him. Wherever the spear rays passed, the void trembled. It was as though the air was being sucked out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of 3 swords whistling in the air rang in the air. Ling Jueyun, who had dodged the spear rays, launched his attack. 3 sword rays shrouded in black qi shot out like 3 meteors to meet the spear rays. In just a blink of an eye, the 2 spear rays collided. There was no explosion as expected. After the 3 sword rays collided with the spear rays, they turned into 3 black mists that shrouded the spear rays and swallowed them whole. However, the black mist did not fare well either. When the spear rays disappeared, only a few of them were left and scattered with the wind. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out. Tang Sanpao's legs shook the void, causing the sky to tremble violently. Then, he rushed toward Ling Jueyun with his spear at a speed faster than the previous 3 spear rays. In the face of the menacing Tang Sanpao, Ling Jueyun's eyes narrowed. Then, his body swayed and he went up to meet him. At the same time, another figure rushed out of Ling Jueyun's body. It was his death doppelganger. Together with his original body, they met Tang Sanpao head-on. Boom! Rumble! The 3 figures kept crossing each other. Every time they gathered together, there would be an earth-shattering sound. The battle was vividly displayed in front of everyone's eyes. In just a blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. However, Tang Sanpao still did not gain the upper hand. At this moment many people, including Su Konghai who was in charge of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, who had regained their senses, narrowed their eyes in shock. They could see Tang Sanpao was not holding back at all. Even so, he still did not gain the upper hand. What did this mean? Ling Jueyun is also a 6-star god of war. The hearts of Su Konghai and the others shuddered. Since when did a 6-star god of war become so common? In the past, a 6-star god of war in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses was enough to shock an era. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian, the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, had displayed his strength as a 6-star god of war after Tang Sanpao. 2 6-star gods of war below the age of 1,000. However, now that Ling Jueyun had displayed his strength as a 6-star god of war, many people were shocked again. Naturally, there were also a few people who were not surprised. After all, he's from a prominent clan in the realms of gods. It would be embarrassing if he's weaker than Duan Ling Tian and Tang Sanpao. You can't say that, right? Whether it's Duan Ling Tian or Tang Sanpao, they're only top-tier geniuses in the Devata realms. On the other hand, Ling Jueyun might not necessarily be a top-tier genius in the realms of gods. You can't compare the two of them. I think so as well. Even among the natives of the realms of gods, there must be some mediocre geniuses and some mediocre geniuses who might not even be as good as me. In any case, based on Ling Jueyun's strength, he's definitely not mediocre in the realms of gods. Even if he's not a top-tier genius, he's still a rare genius. Due to Ling Jueyun's background as a disciple of a prominent clan in the realms of gods, the people present were not as shocked as they were when they saw Duan Ling Tian revealing his strength as a 6-star god of war. Ling Jueyun was born in the highest realm of gods in the realms of gods. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, was born in the lowest mundane realm. Chapter 35-22. Compared to Ling Jueyun's illustrious background, Duan Ling Tian came from a humble background. He relied on himself step by step to reach where he was today. Because of this, when they learned that Duan Ling Tian was a 6-star god of war, they were shocked beyond words. Therefore, even when they saw Ling Jueyun displaying the strength of a 6-star god of war, they could still accept it. Although they were still shocked, it was not as shocking as when they learned that Duan Ling Tian was a 6-star god of war. Boom! Boom boom boom. The battle between Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao continued. It was as intense as before. 100 moves passed in the blink of an eye. 200 moves also passed in a flash. After 300 moves, the two of them were still evenly matched. Moreover, both of them were very calm. Neither of them revealed any flaws because of their anxiety. For example, Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of the heavenly emperor of Shenyuan, was originally evenly matched with Zhong Guiyu. However, because he was anxious, he revealed his flaws and was defeated by Zhong Guiyu. Yu Dongfang was very unwilling to accept his defeat in that battle. However, it was useless even if he was unwilling to accept his defeat. Ling Jueyun. In the end, Tang Sanpao separated from Ling Jueyun in a flash. After keeping a distance, he said to Ling Jueyun, "It's difficult to determine the winner between us. How about we call it a draw? Although I have the divine artifact given by the title temple, with your status, you must have a better divine artifact. You haven't used the divine artifact until now. Obviously, you don't want to defeat me with the power of the divine artifact. Let's call it a draw. The ranking will still be the same. You will be first, and I will be second." When Tang Sanpao said this, in terms of ranking, it was no different from him losing. Okay. Ling Jueyun nodded. It was indeed difficult to determine the winner between him and Tang Sanpao. If they continued, it would be the same. They could only fight until one of them was tired or distracted. But it was meaningless. Based on their accumulation and temperament, neither of them would be the first to reveal a flaw unless they fought for a few months. However, at this moment, Tang Sanpao continued to say, "Although it's a tie between us and you're ranked first, the reason I joined the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms is to obtain the exploding element celestial fruit. I can give you the first place, but I can't give you the exploding element celestial fruit. Even if we end up in a tie, I hope you can give me the exploding element celestial fruit. I'm willing to pay a certain price for it. Of course, you can also choose to draw straws with me to decide the ownership of the exploding element immortal fruit." As Tang Sanpao spoke, he could not help but sigh in his heart. He had originally thought that obtaining the exploding element immortal fruit was in the bag, but who would have thought that Ling Jueyun would appear out of nowhere, whose strength was not any weaker than his, and Duan Ling Tian, who had displayed the strength of a 6-star battle god, also gave him a certain amount of pressure. As expected, Tang Sanpao's hunch was right. His greatest opponents in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses were Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun. Let's draw straws. Ling Jueyun said, I'm determined to obtain the exploding element immortal fruit as well. All right. Tang Sanpao nodded in agreement. This was, without a doubt, the best solution. After all, neither of them could defeat the other. However, it's still too early for us to talk about this. Ling Jueyun turned to look at the purple-clad young man as he said, Don't tell me you think we can defeat Duan Ling Tian? Tang Sanpao's eyes flashed when he heard Ling Jueyun's words. We'll have to fight him in the next round to know if we can defeat him or not. Just as Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao were about to leave, a voice rang in the air. Both of you, recover your strength. As the voice rang out, a figure stepped out from the spectator stands on a floating island and appeared before everyone's eyes. It's Feng Qingyang, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. What's Feng Qingyang trying to do? I don't know. Everyone was puzzled by Feng Qingyang's words when Su Konghai looked at Feng Qingyang and asked with a frown on his face. Heavenly Emperor Feng, what are you doing? Vice Hall Master Su. Feng Qingyang looked at Su Konghai and smiled faintly. I have something urgent to attend to, so I'm leaving with my disciple, Duan Ling Tian. I hope he can fight with Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun in advance. Heavenly Emperor Feng, if you have something urgent to attend to, you can leave with Duan Ling Tian. Even if you don't fight for the first, second, and third place, no one will object. Su Konghai sighed in relief inwardly. At the very least, his junior nephew, Tang Sanpao, would have one less competitor. Duan Ling Tian was too strange. He was not even certain his junior nephew, Tang Sanpao, would be a match for Duan Ling Tian. You should know the rules of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. Su Konghai said. Of course. Feng Qingyang nodded and continued to say, For this reason, I plan to let my disciple, Duan Ling Tian, fight in advance according to the rules of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. If I'm not mistaken, there's a rule in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. If there's a special circumstance, the top 30 can challenge each other at any time. Under such circumstances, even my disciple, Duan Ling Tian, can challenge each other at any time. Feng Qingyang said. You mean, Su Konghai's expression changed drastically when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. An expression of shock and disbelief could be seen on his face. That's right. Feng Qingyang nodded. I plan to let him challenge Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun at the same time. I'll let him fight Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun at the same time. Naturally, before that, Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun can recover their strength until they're at their peak. The entire place fell silent when Feng Qingyang finished speaking. There was indeed a rule in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. If a person ranked lower than him wanted to challenge the two people ranked higher than him at the same time, he could do so at any time. There was no need to follow the order of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. This was also a type of privilege. However, one had to be strong enough to obtain this privilege. Heavens! I was wondering why Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang suddenly stepped forward. I didn't expect he would let his disciple, Duan Ling Tian, fight Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun alone. Although Duan Ling Tian is a 6-star god of war, Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun are 6-star gods of war as well. Where does the Heavenly Emperor Feng get his confidence from to let Duan Ling Tian challenge Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun at the same time? It's not that simple to fight two people at the same time. When everyone regained their senses, whether it was the Heavenly Emperors of Devata Realms, the high-ranking officials from the various title temples, or the group of young geniuses, all of them were shocked. Even Ding Fu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven, who was sitting next to Feng Qingyang, did not expect Feng Qingyang would suddenly stand up because of this matter. Master, it seems like Junior Uncle Feng is very confident in Junior Brother Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Ding Fu's disciple, Wei Qi, who was standing behind Ding Fu, said with bright eyes. Of course I can see that. Ding Fu nodded. At the same time, he looked at Feng Qingyang and said, If I'm not mistaken, Junior Nephew Duan must have something that Junior Brother Feng obtained from the Azura Hell. Naturally, it's also possible that Junior Nephew Duan is still hiding his true strength. Ding Fu said. Still hiding his true strength? Wei Qi was shocked. Don't tell me he's a top 6-star god of war? That's impossible, right? A top 6-star god of war who's not even 700 years old? Even if he's a top 6-star god of war, it's impossible for him to defeat Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun if they join forces. Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun aren't ordinary 6-star gods of war. Their strength is close to that of a top 6-star god of war. Ding Fu's eyes glinted as he said, Unless he's a 7-star god of war. 7-star god of war? Hearing this, Wei Qi swallowed hard and said with a look of disbelief, Is that possible? A 7-star god of war who's not even 700 years old? In the history of the Devata realms, there hasn't been a 7-star god of war who's not even 1,000 years old, right? For this reason, I think it's the former. Junior nephew Duan might have something that the Wind Celestial Emperor obtained from the Azura Hell. It might be a high-grade divine artifact with a soul. Ding Fu said, As far as I know, there are different grades of divine artifacts. There are primitive divine artifacts, mediocre-grade divine artifacts, prominent divine artifacts, and supreme-grade divine artifacts. After that, there are supreme divine artifacts. It was clear Ding Fu knew a lot. Su Kong Hai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple, had the same thought as well. His eyes flashed as he looked at Feng Qingyang and said, Indeed, the Tidal Temple has such a rule for the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. However, there's a condition that the titled god emperors aren't allowed to use any external forces. Once this condition is added, both Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun won't be able to use their celestial weapons. As for Duan Ling Tian, he won't be able to use his celestial weapons as well. In fact, he won't be able to use any external forces other than himself. The moment Su Kong Hai spoke, it could be said that he had sealed Duan Ling Tian's path of relying on external help. He knew Feng Qingyang must have obtained something from the Azura Hell that allowed Duan Ling Tian to defeat Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun. For this reason, he had added this condition on behalf of the Tidal Temple. Of course, it's up to you. Su Kong Hai, who thought Feng Qingyang would back off, did not expect Feng Qingyang would accept his condition so easily. Su Kong Hai's eyes twitched when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Was Feng Qingyang really that confident in Duan Ling Tian? Where did he get his confidence from? Duan Ling Tian was shocked. Chapter 35-23. Both Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao could not help but look at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. They did not expect Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, to join the battle. Moreover, they did not expect Feng Qingyang would agree to Duan Ling Tian's request. Moreover, he was following the rules set by the Tidal Temple for the battles between geniuses in the Devata realms. Ling Jueyun, it seems like Duan Ling Tian's strength is beyond our expectations. Tang Sanpao sent a voice transmission to Ling Jueyun. However, Ling Jueyun ignored Tang Sanpao's words. He turned to look at Duan Ling Tian in the distance before he sat cross-legged in the air. He took out a few pills and consumed them to restore his celestial origin energy. Upon seeing this, Tang Sanpao also sat down and consumed some pills to restore his celestial origin energy. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had followed the rules set by the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Although they felt it was humiliating, they had no choice but to accept it. They could join forces to defeat Duan Ling Tian and slap Feng Qingyang in the face. Naturally, they knew Feng Qingyang was confident in Duan Ling Tian's strength. Moreover, he did not reject Feng Qingyang's request even though Su Kong Hai, the host of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, had suggested Feng Qingyang was confident in Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Ling Jueyun was inwardly shocked even though he did not show it on his face. Ever since he had parted ways with Duan Ling Tian, he was confident he was stronger than Duan Ling Tian because of his foundation from the realms of gods and the fortuitous encounters he had obtained over the years. Although Duan Ling Tian had displayed the strength of a 6-star god of war during the Devata realm's battle of geniuses, he was not discouraged at all. He did not think Duan Ling Tian would be stronger than him even if Duan Ling Tian was a 6-star god of war. However, now that Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had joined the battle, Ling Jueyun realized Duan Ling Tian was stronger than Duan Ling Tian. Ling Jueyun was certain Duan Ling Tian was stronger than Ling Jueyun. Not only was Feng Qingyang the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, and Ling Jueyun, he was also a godly powerhouse. For him to make such a request Ling Jueyun, it meant he was confident Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat Duan Jueyun and Duan Jueyun, Ling Jueyun, would be. In that case, we'll wait for them to recover before we fight Duan Ling Tian. Su Konghai tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart when he heard Feng Qingyang agreeing to his request. Not only was he speaking to Feng Qingyang, but he was also speaking to everyone present on the scene. All right. When Feng Qingyang returned to his seat next to Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, the young geniuses present on the scene finally regained their senses. All of them were shocked. Heavens! The legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven actually agreed to such a request? Not being able to rely on external forces isn't as simple as not being able to use celestial artifacts and divine artifacts. Under such circumstances, any force that doesn't belong to you can't rely on it. Once you rely on it, you'll be judged to have lost the battle and be eliminated. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is really confident in his only true disciple. Since the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven is so confident, it means Duan Ling Tian is strong enough to deal with Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao. Their gazes seemed to have come to an agreement as they looked at Duan Ling Tian in unison. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face. Before his master, Feng Qingyang, had entered the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, through voice transmission. Feng Qingyang had said his master's true body had found a secret room similar to the Law of Laws in the Tidal Temple in the Azura Hell. Naturally, the secret room only contained one type of law, the Law of Time. However, since the secret room contained a lot of the Law of Time, it was more than enough for him to absorb. Currently, Duan Ling Tian's master's true body had successfully mastered all the profundities from the Law of Time in the secret room. Moreover, his master had successfully formed a clone of the Law of Time. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, shocked when he heard this news. According to his master, that place was enough for him to comprehend all the profundities from the Law of Time. However, he could only rely on himself if he wanted to fuse all the profundities from the Law of Time with the Law of Time. There was no external force that could help him, let alone titled celestial emperors who were still trying to fuse all the profundities from the Law of Time. Even the gods in the realms of gods were trying to fuse all the profundities from the Law of Time. After all, the gods in the realms of gods who had the same cultivation base would be stronger if they mastered more profundities from the Law of Time. Duan Ling Tian, are you confident? Su Li's voice rang in the air, interrupting Duan Ling Tian's train of thought. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had ignored the gazes that were directed at him from the surroundings. You'll find out soon enough. Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile on his face. When Su Li heard Duan Ling Tian's reply, his eyes instantly lit up. At the same time, he had a bitter smile on his face as he said, I originally thought I was already closer to you now. But now it seems like I've been thrown further and further away by you. At the same time, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi who were sitting in the back row looked at Duan Ling Tian's silhouette with disbelief in their eyes. They could not help but blush when they recalled how they had underestimated Duan Ling Tian. Do all of you think Duan Ling Tian has a high chance of winning? While Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao were recovering their celestial origin energies, the people present on the scene were busy discussing the upcoming battle. Although they had to wait for the battle to begin, they felt it was worth the wait. Nobody was in a hurry. At the same time, the group of heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the various tidal temples branches were also whispering among themselves. The Wind Heaven Emperor is too confident in his only true disciple. I think Duan Ling Tian might be able to defeat Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao on his own. That might not be the case. Perhaps, this is just a test from the Wind Heaven Emperor to Duan Ling Tian. In any case, Duan Ling Tian is definitely stronger than Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao. As for whether he'll be able to defeat both of them, we'll have to wait for the results. Among the people present on the scene, some of them felt that Duan Ling Tian was capable of defeating both Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao. Some of them felt that Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, wanted to test Duan Ling Tian by allowing him to fight both Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao on his own. However, although they all had their own thoughts, they were only guesses. Everyone was looking forward to the upcoming battle. After about 2 hours, Ling Jueyun opened his eyes and stood up. He looked at Su Konghai and said, "I've recovered to my peak state. I can make a move at any time." "All right." At the same time, Tang Sanpao opened his eyes and stood up as well. "I've recovered as well." "You've recovered." When Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao announced that they had recovered to their peak state, everyone's eyes lit up. Swoosh! There was no need for anyone to remind Duan Ling Tian. He stepped into the air and entered the ring in just a blink of an eye. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was undoubtedly the focus of everyone's attention. Not a single person's gaze was not on him. Faced with the numerous gazes, Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged and was calm as before. "Brother Feng, you're so confident in junior nephew Duan. Do you think he'll win this battle?" At this moment, Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, could not help but ask the question that had been bothering him for a long time when he saw Duan Ling Tian entering the ring. "Under normal circumstances, it should be fine," Feng Qingyang replied. "Under normal circumstances?" Ding Fu was stunned. He did not know why Feng Qingyang was so confident. "Brother Feng, what do you mean by that?" Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Ling Tian in the distance and said unhurriedly, "It's because I don't know much about this disciple of mine." Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, not only was Ding Fu speechless, but even Wei Qi was rendered speechless. On the other hand, Meng Luo, who was standing behind Feng Qingyang, remained calm. He did not seem surprised at all. It was obvious he had expected this. Duan Ling Tian, Ling Jueyun, and Tang Sanpao faced each other in the ring. Duan Ling Tian. Tang Sanpao smiled bitterly and said, "It seems like I've underestimated you. Today, let's see how big the gap is between us." It was obvious Tang Sanpao felt Duan Ling Tian was stronger than him. He felt this way because of Feng Qingyang, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. When Tang Sanpao first approached Duan Ling Tian, he had said that Feng Qingyang was his idol. He did not lie to Duan Ling Tian because he truly regarded Feng Qingyang as his idol. Naturally, he believed his idol's words. Ling Jueyun remained silent as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. His eyes were filled with battle intent and a hint of solemnity could be seen in them. Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Su Konghai looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Duan Ling Tian, apart from the fact that you can't rely on external help, you'll lose the right to challenge any one of them if you lose. You can say that if you lose, even if you're stronger than Tang Sanpao or Ling Jueyun, you won't be able to challenge either of them," Duan Ling Tian said. "Are you clear about this?" Su Konghai asked. "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was aware of the rules of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. "In that case, all of you may begin." As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, the eyes of the onlookers lit up immediately. They stared intently at Duan Ling Tian, Tang Sanpao, and Ling Jueyun as though they were afraid they would miss out on something exciting. Chapter 35-24. It seems like I've really found a treasure. Lord Tathagata, or Yahiko, stared at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. He was looking forward to his body in the future. At this moment, it was not only Tathagata, but even Su Konghai was staring at Duan Ling Tian. What an outstanding talent! How good would it be if he was a member of the Tidal Temple? If he was a member of the Tidal Temple, it would not be impossible for him to replace Tang Sanpao as the young temple master of the Tidal Temple. In this world the strong were respected. As the oldest force in this world, the Tidal Temple also valued the strong. Not only were the positions of the older generation determined by their strength, but it was the same for the younger generation as well. Under such circumstances, cultivation was the norm in the Tidal Temple. Basically, everyone was a cultivation maniac. Su Konghai was one of them. Step by step, Su Konghai had become the vice temple master of the Tidal Temple. Only he knew how many hardships he had gone through during this period. It was difficult. It was too difficult. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of Lord Tathagata's and Su Konghai's thoughts. At this moment, he was facing off against Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao. Duan Ling Tian. Tang Sanpao looked at Duan Ling Tian. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. Although you're fighting 1 against 2, and Ling Jueyun and I have the upper hand, don't expect me to hold back. I believe Ling Jueyun is the same. Tang Sanpao said. Hold back. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. There's no need for that. Now you can make your move. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian's expression was calm as he spoke nonchalantly. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, swoosh, swoosh, a series of piercing sounds rang out. Tang Sanpao's body was burning with white flames. The flames roared out like a prairie fire that could not be stopped once it started. On the other hand, Ling Jueyun's body was shrouded in black qi. Bolts of lightning could be seen flashing around the black qi, emitting a suffocating aura. At the same time, the young geniuses in the spectator seats were in an uproar as well. It's starting. No matter who wins or loses this battle, it's going to be recorded in the history books. It's worth it to be able to witness this battle. The young geniuses were not the only ones who were watching the battle. Most of the heavenly emperors and the high-ranking officials of the Tidal Temple's branch palaces were also watching the battle attentively. Senior Duan Senior, Ding Tian Di Tianzes like He Senior, Feng Yu Senior, Heavenly Yu Senior. Feng Qingyang smiled faintly. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, old brother Ding. Although he did not know how strong his only true disciple, Duan Ling Tian, was, before the battle, he had asked for Duan Ling Tian's opinion. Duan Ling Tian's reply was confident. Since his disciple was so strong, how could he not trust him? Soon after, Duan Ling Tian remained motionless under everyone's watchful eyes. His expression was as calm as ever. On the other hand, Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun's expressions were solemn. They did not dare to underestimate Duan Ling Tian at all. Both of them knew Duan Ling Tian very well. Since Duan Ling Tian was so calm at this moment, it meant he was not afraid of them making the first move. However, even with that being the case, they still decided to attack together after accumulating their power. Without any discussion, both of them made their moves at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. Tang Sanpao leaped into the air. Due to his fast speed, the white flames on his body were dragged out by him. He looked like a divine dragon formed by the white flames as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian. On the other hand, Ling Jueyun's celestial origin energy condensed into a sword in his hand. His death avatar had also snuck up behind Duan Ling Tian and formed a sword in his hand as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian. Whoosh, whoosh. Blazing white flames filled the air, seemingly causing the temperature of the entire world to rise a little. Some of the young geniuses who were closer and had lower cultivations had their faces slightly flushed, clearly feeling a certain amount of pressure. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Ling Jueyun's sword and the sword of his death avatar carried the profundity of the law of death as they charged toward Duan Ling Tian like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Duan Ling Tian was surrounded and attacked from all sides in just a blink of an eye. Why isn't Duan Ling Tian making his move? Isn't he afraid he won't have a chance to make his move? It seems like the teleportation profundity from the law of space has given Duan Ling Tian enough confidence. Even if he teleports away, Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao can immediately switch positions and charge at him. He won't have time to recharge his energy. Sometimes, teleportation isn't necessarily an advantage. It can be a disadvantage as well. That's true. While many people were expressing their opinions about the scene before them, whether it was Ling Jueyun or Tang Sanpao, their attacks were getting closer and closer to Duan Ling Tian. In fact, it would only take a moment for their attacks to land on Duan Ling Tian. Whoosh! Just as most people thought, Duan Ling Tian teleported and disappeared from his original spot. Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao did not care about this. They immediately turned around and charged at Duan Ling Tian again. This time, the speed of their attacks was faster than before. It seems that both Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao held back earlier. They're obviously waiting for Duan Ling Tian to teleport before they attack with all their might. I just don't know how Duan Ling Tian will neutralize their attack. Judging from their speed, it's obviously impossible for Duan Ling Tian to teleport again. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, after Duan Ling Tian teleported, Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao, who were extremely fast, arrived near Duan Ling Tian again in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Whoosh! Blazing white flames filled the sky. It was like a white sunset that covered the sky and the sun. It was dazzling. Whoosh! 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 Sword lights shot out from Ling Juyun's and his death doppelganger swords. Each of the sword lights was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, sharp and bloodthirsty. Just as the crowd had expected, Duan Ling Tian did not use the teleportation profundity again. In the face of Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao's swift attacks, Duan Ling Tian's expression was as calm as ever. There was no change in his expression. Why aren't you attacking? Now, even the group of heavenly emperors and the higher-ups of the titled God Emperor branch halls could not help but feel anxious. On the other hand, a few people, including Su Konghai and Gongsun Xian Yuan, the heavenly emperor of the yellow, the arch 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 of the however, they did not know where his confidence came from. Su Konghai glanced at Feng Qingyang and saw that Feng Qingyang's expression was calm as if nothing had happened. From this, he knew that he would not be able to find the answer from Feng Qingyang. In the end, he could only look at Duan Ling Tian. Just as Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao's powers were infinitely close to Duan Ling Tian finally made a move. Duan Ling Tian stretched out his right hand and suddenly clenched his fist. In the next instant, cracks in space appeared around his body and swallowed Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao's attacks. However, there were too many attacks, and they were like raging waves. Duan Ling Tian's annihilation Tao of control was like a drop in the ocean in front of Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao's attacks. More and more attacks were directed at Duan Ling Tian. Bang! 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 Earth-shattering sounds reverberated in the air. Every sound was so loud that it made one's heart tremble. At the same time, a blazing white light burst out like a dazzling sun. Everyone, including the group of heavenly emperors and the higher-ups of the titled temple's branch halls, instinctively squinted their eyes. However, when the shockwaves gradually dissipated and everyone opened their eyes, they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Under the watchful eyes of the group of people, the area in front of Duan Ling Tian that was shrouded in blazing white flames and strange black energy appeared. However, although the black and white energies surged, they were unable to charge out of that area. It's the confinement profundity from the law of space. Many people could see this. Naturally, some people soon discovered how terrifying the confinement profundity from the law of space that Duan Ling Tian had cast was. The confinement profundity seems to have merged the distortion profundity and the territory profundity. That's not all. The confinement profundity has also merged the magnetic storm profundity and the creation profundity. Look, there's the magnetic storm profundity and the creation profundity around him. When the scene unfolded in front of everyone's eyes, coupled with some people's casual introduction, the group of young geniuses was stunned. The fusion of three profundities from the law of space? Moreover, it's the fusion of two profundities? Even a six-star god of war usually refers to someone who has mastered the fusion of two profundities. Even the top six-star gods of war rarely master the fusion of three profundities. The fusion of three profundities is the symbol of a seven-star god of war. This is especially true for someone who has mastered the fusion of two profundities. He's 100% a seven-star god of war. A seven-star god of war. After the commotion, the scene fell into a dead silence again. Almost everyone, including Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao, looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that this was real. A person who was not even 700 years old had mastered the fusion of two profundities from the law of space, one of the four supreme laws. Chapter 35-25. Boom! Boom boom boom. Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao's expressions were extremely solemn. At the same time, they no longer held back and unleashed all of their techniques. The vast and unparalleled power of flames and the unpredictable power of death were unleashed. However, under Duan Lingtian's power of imprisonment, although the two of them were strong and their combined attacks were so strong that even a top 6-star war god would not dare to face them head-on, they were unable to truly shake Duan Lingtian's imprisonment space. They only managed to cause the imprisonment space to tremble slightly. Change to another place to attack. Just as Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao's expressions changed drastically, Su Konghai's timely reminder rang in Tang Sanpao's ears. After Su Konghai's reminder, Tang Sanpao's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. How could he have forgotten? Now, he and Ling Jueyun were directly facing Duan Lingtian. Not only were they attacking Duan Lingtian's imprisonment space, but they were also directly resisting Duan Lingtian's Tao of control of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth that he had just mastered. The area around Duan Lingtian's body was completely under his control. Within the range of his control, the imprisonment space was naturally extremely strong. It was not something that he and Ling Jueyun could break through. However, if it was in other areas of the imprisonment space, he and Ling Jueyun might be able to break through. Ling Jueyun. Without any hesitation, Tang Sanpao called out to Ling Jueyun. Then, under his reminder, Ling Jueyun also restrained his attacks. At the same time, his gaze swept to other areas of the imprisonment space. The two of them were actually relatively calm people. However, because this battle had shocked them greatly from the very beginning, they could no longer maintain their usual calmness. If it was a one-on-one battle, they could remain calm. However, 2 against 1 was a kind of blasphemy to their strength. After all, their opponent was not older than them. In fact, he was even younger than their average age. Under such circumstances, they could not maintain a good mentality. However, with Su Konghai's reminder, the two of them quickly changed their attack plan. As long as it was a place that was not covered by Duan Lingtian's Tao of control, with the two of them working together, they might be able to break through the imprisonment space. Whoosh! Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao instantly retreated. Then, they attacked in the opposite direction. They wanted to break through Duan Lingtian's imprisonment space from the other side. This scene caused the eyes of many people who saw through their plan to light up. Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao are indeed peerless existences who became 6-star gods of war before the age of 1000. Under such circumstances, they can still calmly deal with Duan Lingtian's attack. This is really rare. Duan Lingtian's strength lies not only in his comprehension of the law of space, but also in his mastery of the Tao of control, one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. He's the master of space in the area around him. Unless one's strength is far stronger than him, it's difficult to break through his control of the area. If Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao join forces, even a top 6-star god of war wouldn't dare to face them head-on. If they join forces and change their direction to avoid Duan Lingtian's Tao of control, they should be able to break through Duan Lingtian's Tao of control. Even if they break through, I'm afraid they're no match for Duan Lingtian. At this moment, we're certain Duan Lingtian is a 7-star god of war. A 7-star god of war who's not even 700 years old. In the history of the Devata realms, whether it's the natives of the Devata realms or the Ascenders, I don't think there's anyone like this before, right? Even Duan Lingtian's master, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, didn't have such an achievement at such a young age. When Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao turned around and launched their attacks, the originally silent spectator seats became lively again. Although they had regained their senses, they were still shocked by the news that Duan Lingtian was a 7-star god of war. It would take them a long time to calm down, and they might not be able to calm down until today. I have some ideas. When Duan Lingtian saw Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao's attacks, he smiled faintly. With just a thought, he waved his right hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. When Duan Lingtian made a grabbing motion in the air, Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao launched their attacks again. However, before they could even touch the Tao of control, they were swept away by a surge of energy and disappeared into thin air. In the next instant, bang! An earth-shattering sound came from above everyone's heads. Only then did the crowd realize that Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao's attacks had reached the horizon and collided with each other. Gusts of strong wind swept across the sky, causing everyone's robes to flutter noisily. However, at this moment, the group of young geniuses present did not care about their own sorry state. Instead, they looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and disbelief. Oh my god! Duan Lingtian sent Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao's attacks out? If he wants to send their attacks out. Unless he has merged the transportation profundity of the law of space with the other two profundities of the law of space. I'm also an expert in the law of space. If I'm not mistaken, the law of space that Duan Lingtian used is the fusion of the transportation profundity, the teleportation profundity, and the distortion profundity. It's a new combination of three profundities. The fusion of three profundities of the law of space? Heavens! With such strength, even if he's not a 10-direction celestial emperor, he's at least a top 7-star god of war, right? That's right. With such comprehension of the law, coupled with his mastery of the sword Dao and the control Dao, once he becomes a 10-direction celestial emperor, he'll be as strong as an 8-star god of war. He's definitely going to win the battle of geniuses this time. His goal must be the exploding element celestial fruit. As long as he has the exploding element celestial fruit, he'll be able to become a 10-direction celestial emperor in a short time. The Tidal Temple has produced an 8-star god of war who's not even 700 years old. While the crowd was in an uproar over Duan Lingtian's new technique, Duan Lingtian made his move again. He used the space shackles to bind Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun respectively. Although Duan Lingtian did not make a move, he was still able to toy with the two profundities of the law of space. No matter how hard the two profundities tried, they could not break the space shackles at all. Upon seeing this, the onlookers were speechless. They're not on the same level at all. This is bullying. That's right. It's like an adult beating up a 3-year-old child. It's too much. They're not on the same level at all. Is there a need to continue this duel? Both Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao felt powerless. In the end, they decided not to make a move. Ling Jueyun's cold expression darkened slightly. It was not because Duan Lingtian had defeated him, but because of himself. He was a lineal disciple of the Ling clan in a realm of gods, and yet, he was left in the dust by a mere transcender. In the past, his strength was on par with Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, after a few hundred years, Duan Lingtian had already left him in the dust, and it was impossible for him to catch up. It would be a lie if he said this did not affect him. I thought my improvement over the past few hundred years was already good enough. I didn't expect him to improve so much. Ling Jueyun looked at the purple figure who was the center of attention and sighed inwardly. He knew that after today, almost everyone in the Devata realms would know about Duan Lingtian. When the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms was opened, there would definitely be forces from the realms of gods trying to recruit Duan Lingtian. For someone like Duan Lingtian to achieve so much in the Devata realms, it meant he had great potential. Even the major forces in the realms of gods would want to recruit him. Nobody could say for sure if such a person would become a supreme powerhouse in the future. Although the realms of gods were created by supreme powerhouses, and most of the gods were the descendants of the supreme powerhouses who created the realms of gods, the competition in the realms of gods was fierce. Every powerful force in the realms of gods hoped to have a new supreme powerhouse in their sect or clan. At that time, they would be able to obtain more benefits and privileges. They would also be able to obtain more resources in the realms of gods that were coveted by others. Duan Lingtian, you're a freak. At this moment, Tang Sanpao was no longer as aloof as he was when he fought with Duan Lingtian. It was as though he had returned to his original self. He let out a long sigh before he said, "Initially, I wanted to defeat you and show off to the old man. I didn't expect I would be defeated by you just like how the old man was defeated by your master. Now, I don't have the chance to show off anymore." Tang Sanpao sighed. Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Sanpao intently. He did not suspect that Tang Sanpao was the Tidal Temple's trump card. As it turned out, the Tidal Temple's trump card that he had been looking forward to was right next to him. Vice Temple Master Su. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Feng Qingyang flew into the air again. He looked at Su Konghai and said with a faint smile on his face, "Now, My disciple should be ranked first in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses, right? Xueqi nodded. Naturally, he could not lie to Duanling Tian at this moment. Otherwise, not only would it affect his reputation, but it would also affect the reputation of the Tidal Temple. If I'm not mistaken, the exploding element celestial fruit is with you, right? Feng Qingyang asked again. Can you give it to my disciple now? Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Xueqi hesitated for a moment before he took the exploding element celestial fruit out of his spatial ring. As soon as the red celestial fruit appeared, it emitted a refreshing fragrance. Immediately, the gazes of the group of young geniuses became incomparably fiery. Chapter 35-26. The explosive element celestial fruit was one of the most precious rewards in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. It could allow a 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor to become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor in a short time. It should be known that the difficulty of breaking through the last cultivation realm of an immortal, even if it was only a small realm, was not inferior to breaking through a large realm. It was even more difficult to break through multiple small realms added together. Some people took longer to break through from a 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor to a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor than he did when he was a 1 Basic Celestial Emperor. Those who were more talented usually took longer than him to break through to the 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor from the 3 Talent Celestial Emperor and the 4-Star Celestial Emperor. Even the most talented Celestial Emperors would take longer to become a 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor than he did when he was a 6 Combination Celestial Emperor or 7-Star Celestial Emperor. An exploding element immortal fruit could save a lot of cultivation time for a 9 Palaces Immortal Emperor. Consuming an exploding element immortal fruit would give one a huge advantage over ordinary people on the path of cultivation. For this reason, everyone was shocked when the Tidal Temple gave out the exploding element celestial fruit as a reward for the winner of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. In their opinion, shouldn't such things be digested internally? So this is the exploding element immortal fruit. This is the first time I've seen it. Just by smelling its fragrance, I feel like I'm bathing in the spring breeze. What a miraculous spiritual fruit! Many people exclaimed as they stared at the exploding element immortal fruit in Xueqi's hand. Before Tang Sanpao's identity was exposed during the Battle of the Geniuses, I was wondering why the Tidal Temple would be so generous as to reward him with the explosive element celestial fruit. However, when Tang Sanpao revealed his strength as a 6-star god of war, I finally realized the Tidal Temple was confident in young Master Tang Sanpao. They were confident that Tang Sanpao would be able to obtain the explosive element celestial fruit. At the same time, someone else said. Unfortunately, in the end, it still ended up being a wedding dress for someone else. It was clear the Tidal Temple's plan had failed. The exploding element celestial fruit no longer belonged to the Tidal Temple. Instead, it belonged to Duanling Tian. In other words, it belonged to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I'm sure the Tidal Temple didn't expect peerless geniuses like Ling Jueyun and Duanling Tian to participate in the Battle of the Geniuses. Ling Jueyun is still fine. After all, he only tied with Tang Sanpao. Didn't you hear what Tang Sanpao said? If Ling Jueyun is still the champion, will the exploding Yuan immortal fruit be decided by drawing lots? In that case, Tang Sanpao would have a 50% chance of obtaining the exploding element immortal fruit. Now, you don't even have the slightest chance. That's right. Duanling Tian's strength is too terrifying. He's not even a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, but his strength is already comparable to a top 7-star god of war. If he becomes a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, his strength will be comparable to a top 8-star god of war. Many young geniuses and heavenly emperors from various Devata realms discussed among themselves. They felt the Tidal Temple had gone for wool and come home shorn. It seemed like they had shot themselves in the foot and gone overboard with their plan. Duanling Tian, this is one of the rewards for winning first place in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. As for the reward for entering the secret room in the Tidal Temple, you'll have to come to the Tidal Temple yourself. Xueqi looked at Duanling Tian and handed the exploding element immortal fruit to him. Although he was reluctant to give the exploding element immortal fruit away, he knew he had no choice but to do so. If he did not give it to Duanling Tian, the Tidal Temple would become a laughingstock and lose its credibility. Perhaps, Not many geniuses would participate in the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. After all, the exploding element immortal fruit was nothing compared to the glory of the title temple. Thank you, Vice Hall Master Su. Duan Ling Tian thanked Su Konghai as he took the exploding element immortal fruit. You don't have to thank me. You earned it with your own strength. Su Konghai smiled and nodded at Duan Ling Tian. His smile was as gentle as a spring breeze. He did not seem reluctant to give away the exploding element immortal fruit at all. However, Duan Ling Tian became even more wary when he saw Su Konghai acting like this. Most of the time, people who appeared kind on the surface but were vicious on the inside were the most terrifying. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to dodge a stab in the dark. Apart from that, if you want to enter the Tidal Temple's secret chamber, you can go to the Tidal Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven and look for Hall Master Yi. He'll bring you to the main hall of the Tidal Temple to cultivate there. Su Konghai looked at a small floating island in the distance as he spoke. On the small floating island, a figure appeared in the air. It was a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He wore a black robe and had a gloomy expression on his face, making him appear somewhat sinister. Duan Ling Tian, I'm Yi Ya, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven. When the middle-aged man introduced himself, he forced a smile on his face. However, his smile was uglier than crying. Whenever you want to go to the Tidal Temple's main hall, you can look for me in the Tidal Temple's solitary destructive heaven sub-hall, the middle-aged man said coldly. All you have to do is report your name when you arrive at the branch. Yi Ya said. All right. Duan Ling Tian replied. I'll have to trouble Hall Master Yi in the future. It's no trouble at all. Yi Ya shook his head and flew back to the branch. Let's go. A rare smile appeared on Feng Qingyang's face when he saw his disciple, Duan Ling Tian, had obtained the exploding element celestial fruit. Then, he beckoned to Duan Ling Tian before he left with Duan Ling Tian. The two of them floated away. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared behind the clouds in the sky and disappeared before everyone's eyes. However, even after both of them had left, the scene of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses fell silent. After a few moments, the atmosphere finally became lively again. Most of the people were discussing the earlier battle. Duan Ling Tian is too strong. He didn't even make a move from the beginning until the end. All he did was attack from afar, and he was able to toy with Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao. They're not on the same level at all. Whether it was Ling Jueyun or Tang Sanpao, there was no lack of similar discussions when they returned to their seats. Ling Jueyun was indifferent to the discussions. Tang Sanpao, on the other hand, felt awkward and helpless. In the end, he could not take it anymore and returned to Su Li, Ling Jueyun, and the others. He sat on the other side of Ling Jueyun. At this moment, the seat between Su Li and Ling Jueyun, which was previously occupied by Duan Ling Tian, was now empty. Tang Sanpao was tactful enough to not sit there. Ling Jueyun, how long have you known Duan Ling Tian? Has he always been so freakish? Tang Sanpao could not help but ask. He knew almost nothing about Duan Ling Tian's past. The only thing he knew was that Duan Ling Tian had obtained the inheritance from Feng Qingyang, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, when he was still in the mundane realm. He had officially become Feng Qingyang's only true disciple 100 years ago. A few hundred years ago, our strength was on par with each other. Ling Jueyun's tone was indifferent and emotionless. However, if one listened carefully, one would be able to hear a hint of disappointment in his voice. A few hundred years ago, your strength was on par with each other? A few hundred years later, you've been left in the dust? Tang Sanpao was stunned. You're a disciple of a powerful clan in a realm of gods. How could you be surpassed by a celestial from a Devata realm? To be more precise, you've been surpassed by an ascender from the mundane realm. Likewise. Ling Jueyun turned to look at Tang Sanpao and said indifferently. Tang Sanpao was so angry that his face turned red. He did not say anything else. All right. Although the top 3 of the Devata realm's battle of geniuses have been decided, all of you still have a chance to be ranked later. Su Konghai's voice rang in the air again, pulling everyone back from their thoughts. Now, I announce that the battle of geniuses will continue. When Duan Ling Tian left with Feng Qingyang, both of them left together. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, did not follow them. Master, where's the Azura Hell? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. He discovered his master did not bring him to the transporting formation in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. After leaving the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, his master led him in a certain direction. It's in an independent realm. Feng Qingyang replied. An independent realm? How do we get there? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. All Devata realms have to head east. When you reach the realm barrier, a transporting formation will appear and send you to the Azura Hell. Feng Qingyang said, if you want to return, you'll have to use the transportation point in the independent realm of the Azura Hell to return to the eastern realm of the Devata realm. However, it's not certain which Devata realm you'll end up in. For this reason, most people don't go to the same Devata realm after returning from the Azura Hell. It's very unlikely that all 81 Devata realms will be the same. Duan Ling Tian was enlightened by Feng Qingyang's words. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian recalled something. Master, if that's the case, you could have returned to the Devata realm from the independent realm where the Azura Hell is located. Even if that person was chasing you, it's impossible for him to appear in the same Devata realm as you, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. That's right. Feng Qingyang nodded. Then he shook his head and sighed. However, he was too fast at that time. After I arrived at the independent realm where the Azura Hell is located, I didn't have a chance to return. I could only enter the Azura Hell without looking back. Now that I think about it, it's fortunate that he was in such a hurry. Otherwise, I would have missed out on a great opportunity. Feng Qingyang chuckled when he reached the end of his sentence. It could be said that he had profited from a disaster. Chapter 35-27. The Azura Hell was one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Due to Feng Qingyang's narrow escape in the Azura Hell, Duan Ling Tian had heard about the Azura Hell before he ascended to the Devata realms. Master, the Azura Hell is one of the top 3 deadliest places in the Devata realms. It's said that it's difficult for those below the level of gods to escape from there. Apart from the deadliest place in the Devata realms, the other deadliest place should be similar to the Azura Hell, right? Duan Ling Tian asked as they traveled. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. One of the other 2 deadliest places is similar to the Azura Hell, but the other one is even stranger than the Azura Hell. Many gods have been trapped there before. For this reason, it's called the Graveyard of the Gods. Feng Qingyang replied. The Graveyard of the Gods was the strongest of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Duan Ling Tian had heard about this before. He knew many gods had died there before, and that was how it got its name. Master, you must have narrowly escaped death in the Azura Hell, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. Indeed, narrowly escaped death. Feng Qingyang nodded. A hint of fear that Duan Ling Tian did not notice could be seen in the depths of his eyes as he said, speaking of which, I'm only alive because I was lucky enough to enter that place. In the chaos, there are tens of thousands of doors of life and death, but there are only a few doors of life. It's already a great fortune for me to be able to enter a door of life. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of Feng Qingyang's encounter in the Azura Hell. However, he knew he would find out soon enough. Master, you said earlier that your true body is trapped inside? Can you come out now? Duan Ling Tian asked again. He had heard from Hua Lao that his master Feng Qingyang's true body was trapped in the Azura Hell. That was why he asked this question. I was able to come out after I went in with Meng Luo. Feng Qingyang said, however, after my true body was freed, I asked my true body to stay there for 2 reasons. First, I wanted to explore the place. Second, I wanted my true body to break through and become a God King. God King. Duan Ling Tian had learned about the cultivation bases of gods in the realms of gods from Huang Er, the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Huang Er. Even if Huang Er did not tell him, the 5 divine spirits would have told him about it. In the realms of gods, gods were divided into 5 major realms. God, God King, God, Emperor, God, and Divine of Gods. Of the three stages of the god, lesser deities, intermediate deities, and higher deities. Among them, lesser deities were the weakest. They would be at this cultivation level upon becoming a deity, while higher deities were the most powerful among the deities. After the higher deities were the lesser deities, followed by the intermediate deities and then the higher deities. It was the same for the rest of the realms. This time, my original body made another discovery. However, even though I discovered the secret chamber, I'm not sure if you'll be able to stay there. Feng Qingyang said, previously, when I brought Meng Luo in, he was suppressed by the formation left behind in the secret chamber. I had no choice but to send him out. It's as though one needs to be acknowledged by the secret chamber to be able to stay there. Feng Qingyang explained everything in one breath. Acknowledged. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. I suspect that the secret chamber I discovered was left behind by someone. I was able to enter because I mastered the destruction technique and was acknowledged by the secret chamber. To be more precise, it was the acknowledgement of the person who left the secret chamber. I'm certain that the person who left the secret chamber is no ordinary person. Even if he or she isn't a supreme expert, he or she must be someone who stands at the peak of the gods. I've gained a lot from entering the secret chamber. Back then, I relied on the destruction sword Dao to gain the secret chamber's acknowledgement and was guided into the gate of life. Now I can bring you into the gate of life. However, it's not up to me to decide if you'll gain the secret chamber's acknowledgement. However, it shouldn't be a problem since you've already mastered the space sword Dao and control Dao. When Feng Qingyang reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a gratified expression. I hope I can gain its acknowledgement. Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly. Soon after, Feng Qingyang did not let Duan Lingtian travel on his own. Instead, he brought Duan Lingtian with him at the speed of a godly spirit. It did not take long before they arrived at the eastern edge of the primeval heaven. This place was close to the easternmost part of the Devata realms in the primeval heaven. In this place, the teleportation point to enter the Azura Hell isn't fixed. However, it's easy to find. As long as you extend your divine sense, you'll be able to find the teleportation point. You can try. Feng Qingyang said to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian hovered in the air as he looked at the vast desert beneath his feet. There were no signs of life in the desert. Occasionally, he could see sandstorms and tornadoes raging in the desert. Upon hearing his master Feng Qingyang's words, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately extended his divine consciousness and swept it across the area. Swoosh, swoosh. After Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness, he quickly learned about his surroundings. At the same time, he discovered a moving transportation formation in a sandstorm. It was moving with the sandstorm. Did you discover it? Feng Qingyang asked with a smile on his face. When Feng Qingyang asked this question, he scanned the area with his divine consciousness and discovered two more portable teleportation formations. One of them was still inside the sandstorm, and the other was inside the sandstorm. As for the other one, it was within a tornado. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Feng Qingyang did not say anything else. He brought Duan Lingtian to the nearest transportation formation in the sandstorm. The transportation formation in the sandstorm was the closest to them. How did you set up this transportation formation? Why does it feel like it appeared out of thin air? Before stepping into the transportation formation, Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. It did not appear out of thin air. There is a huge formation in this area. The various moving transportation formations here are only a small part of the huge formation. Feng Qingyang said as he led Duan Lingtian into the transportation formation. The moment Duan Lingtian stepped into the transportation formation, he felt his vision darken. What appeared in front of him was a blood-red world. There were also some demonic beasts fighting in the surroundings. Roar! Roar! The demonic beasts roared and screamed in a loud and sharp voice. Bang! 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 With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell these demonic beasts were as strong as celestial emperors. However, they did not seem intelligent. Moreover, their eyes were blood-red. These demonic beasts are born from the Azura Hell's blood. The quality of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Azura Hell is similar to the realms of gods, but it's not as pure as the realms of gods. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the Azura Hell is filled with blood and violence. We humans have to refine the heaven and earth spirit energy before we can absorb it. If it weren't for this, my true body would have become a celestial king a long time ago, Feng Qingyang said as he led Duan Ling Tian into the Azura Hell. Roar! Along the way, a gigantic creature that did not have eyes charged over. It looked like a tiger, but it had a pair of wings on its back and a mouth full of fangs. Its target was Duan Ling Tian. It was as though between Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang, Duan Ling Tian was the easiest to bully. Swoosh! Feng Qingyang ignored the demonic beasts that pounced toward them. He knew his disciple would be able to deal with them. When Duan Ling Tian made his move, he killed the demonic beasts with just a strike of his sword. The Azura Hell is just up ahead. Soon after, under Feng Qingyang's lead, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the entrance of the Azura Hell. It was shrouded in a bloody mist. Black lightning could be seen flashing in the mist. The outer regions of the Azura Hell aren't too bad. Powerful titled celestial emperors such as quasi-gods can survive there. As long as they don't stay there for too long, they'll be able to leave safely. However, once they enter the Azura Hell, they'll be in a life-or-death situation. Even an ordinary god would be in a sorry state in that battle of life and death. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. However, with me around, we can enter the place where my true body is without any harm. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's grim expression, Feng Qingyang comforted him. Let's go. With Feng Qingyang leading the way, Duan Ling Tian passed through the bloody mist and entered the Azura Hell. After entering the Azura Hell, Duan Ling Tian felt the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings had changed. Indeed, the quality of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Azura Hell was much better than the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Divine Offering Land. In fact, Duan Ling Tian was certain the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Azura Hell was different. It seemed like the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods came from the same source. However, just as his master, Feng Qingyang, had said, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Azura Hell was not pure heaven and earth spirit energy. It was filled with a bloodthirsty and ruthless aura. Moreover, every time his master brought him to a place, he could feel the killing intent in the surroundings. It felt as though every blade of grass, tree, bird, and beast could easily kill him. This feeling was suffocating. However, when his master, Feng Qingyang, led him past the flowers, trees, insects, fishes, birds and beasts, he seemed to have the help of a deity as he dodged every single one of the traps. It was as though he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. Don't release your divine consciousness anymore. Feng Qingyang's voice rang in the air. His tone was solemn. At this moment, his figure had already come to a halt as he brought Duan Ling Tian to a deep ravine. Within the canyon was a boundless blood mist. Furthermore, the blood mist here was like blood that constantly flowed in the air above the canyon, emitting an even more terrifying killing intent. It was extremely strange. Chapter 35-28. Hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Ling Tian's nerves instantly tensed up. At the same time, he completely retracted his consciousness. In the next moment, he relaxed and allowed his master, Feng Qingyang, to take him and jump into the blood water of the Summer Valley. The moment he entered the blood water, Duan Ling Tian only felt that he was about to suffocate. All sorts of terrifying murderous intents surged in from all directions until they were just inches away from him. Only then did they detour and leave. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian subconsciously glanced at his master, Feng Qingyang, only to see that his master had a grave expression on his face. Beads of sweat even seeped out of his forehead. Ever since he had met his master, this was the first time he had seen his master in such a sorry state. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he was led by his master into a cave on the side of the canyon's mountain wall. When he neared the cave, he could feel countless auras of death emanating from the surroundings. There were only a few weak auras of life circulating. One of the weak auras of life came from the cave he was currently in. Come, let's go in. After entering the cave, Feng Qingyang gave Duan Ling Tian his freedom. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian also began to size up the surrounding cave walls. At first, the cave walls were a mess, but as they went deeper and deeper, they could see some traces of carvings. When they went deeper, they could see some complicated and ancient patterns and lines, giving off an incomparably vicissitude feeling. You can use your consciousness here. Feng Qingyang spoke at the right time. Duan Ling Tian, who had not dared to use his consciousness recklessly for a long time, extended his consciousness and touched the complicated and ancient patterns and lines on the cave walls. A vicissitude and ancient aura made him feel as if he was in ancient times. There was a roar in his mind, accompanied by waves of heart-wrenching screams that shook his heart. What is this place? Amidst his shock, Duan Ling Tian withdrew his divine sense. This was because he discovered that this place was too strange. Just a few diagrams and lines on the cavern wall made contact with his divine sense, and it was as if his mind was completely lost. Master, did you survive after entering this place? Duan Ling Tian asked Feng Qingyang. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. But the path leading to this canyon is filled with killing intent. I'm afraid no one below the level of God can successfully pass through. How did you pass through? Duan Ling Tian asked. In his opinion, even if his master, Feng Qingyang, had only managed to escape from the canyon because of the destruction sword way, the path to the canyon was filled with killing intent. Back then, Feng Qingyang would definitely not be able to stroll leisurely like he was now. Faced with Duan Ling Tian's question, Feng Qingyang was silent for a moment. After a while he said in a hoarse voice, "It's Kuang Ling, my previous divine weapon, the sword soul of the solitary extinguishing flaming heavenly sword, Kuang Ling, temporarily resided in my body after its main body was destroyed. After entering the Azura Hell, I should have died outside the canyon, but it was Kuang Ling who, at the cost of burning itself, showed me the way out. It died, and I followed the path of life all the way to the outside of the canyon." Feng Qingyang's expression did not look too good. Master, I don't know. I'm sorry. Duan Ling Tian felt a little embarrassed. Only now did he realize that he had mentioned something unbearable for his master. Kuang Ling was the sword soul of Feng Qingyang's divine artifact. He had never seen Kuang Ling before, but he had heard about it from Hua Lao. He also knew that it was Kuang Ling who had taken Hua Lao away. Although he had never seen Kuang Ling before, he had learned from Hua Lao that Kuang Ling was loyal to his master. Of course, as someone who also possessed a divine artifact soul, he naturally knew how loyal a divine artifact soul was to its master. If Huang ended up like Kuang Ling because of him, he would not be able to accept it. Putting himself in his master's shoes, he understood his master's current mood. It's okay. It's all in the past. Feng Qingyang sighed and shook his head. He did not continue to linger on this topic and changed the topic. Instead, he changed the topic and said, "Back then, when I extended my divine sense into this canyon, I suffered a backlash from the murderous aura in the canyon. At that time, I used the destruction sword principle to counterattack. In the end, I sensed the summons of this place. When you came in just now, you should have sensed countless auras of death and a few auras of life, right?" At this point, Feng Qingyang asked Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded. "I sensed it. One of the auras of life came from here. However, although I sensed the other auras of life, I didn't know where they came from. If they didn't lead you there, you would never know where they are." Feng Qingyang said, "Back then, I was able to avoid the dangers that even deities would have a slim chance of surviving because I sensed the guidance of this place. That's why I was able to enter this place unhindered. I'll take you in to have a look." Under Feng Qingyang's lead, Duan Ling Tian passed through the cave passageway and soon entered a spacious cave abode. This cave abode was very spacious but also very simple. The walls were cut neatly and looked very bright. There were some tables, chairs, and a bed in the cave abode. It looked very simple. There were several other passageways around the cave abode. Those passageways lead to places that I didn't know before. Back then, I focused on cultivating in this cave abode for a period of time. It was only after I had completely recovered to my peak that I ventured into those passageways. Before that, the injured me was excluded from those passageways. Later on, I passed through one of those passageways and found a secret cultivation chamber. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth there was not as noisy as outside. Although there were still some impurities, they were very easy to remove. It was there that I successfully stepped into the level of a god and became a lesser god. After I became a lesser god, I created 2 clones of the law of earth and the law of destruction. Usually, the law of destruction clone would be with my main body. After I became a lesser god, I returned here to explore the remaining passageways. As Feng Qingyang spoke, he told Duan Ling Tian about the passageway he had entered the secret cultivation chamber to cultivate and become a god. At the same time, he pointed at another passageway. Although I managed to enter this passageway after I became a god, I was trapped inside. Moreover, I was trapped for many years. Fortunately, I was able to cultivate quickly in there. My main body cultivated all the way until I became a higher god before I was able to break free and escape. Of course, before that, my Law of Earth clone left this place in the Azura Hell and returned to the heavenly palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven to reclaim the position of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. I only returned here when I learned that my main body needed the help of my Law of Earth clone to escape. It was also the last time I brought Meng Luo here. Previously, my main body could have left together with Meng Luo. However, I was curious about where the other 2 passageways led to. Therefore, my main body stayed behind to figure out how to enter the other 2 passageways and pass through them to reach the other end. The first 2 passages gave me great benefits. Although I was trapped after that, it was also a way for me to temper myself. Had it not been for the tempering there, I wouldn't have been able to become a higher deity in such a short period of time. It was not until some time ago that my main body finally entered the 3rd passageway and discovered the secret cultivation chamber that contained the law of time. I've already told you about this. Feng Qingyang finished speaking in one breath. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally understood why his master's main body had not left this place for so long. As it turned out, there were still secrets worth exploring in this place. Master, do you plan to let your main body stay here until you crack the last passageway? The last passageway is not that simple. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, I'm thinking of trying to crack the last passageway after my main body becomes a god king. However, I have a feeling that even if my main body becomes a god king, I won't be able to crack the last passageway. That passageway is too sturdy. Even if my main body, Law of Destruction clone, and Law of Time clone all attack together, they still couldn't shake it. They couldn't shake it at all. When my main body becomes a god king, I'll leave. In the future, when I become a god emperor, I'll come back and try to crack the last passageway. Feng Qingyang's words naturally frightened Duan Ling Tian. Which passageway is it? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at the other 2 passageways. The one on the left. Feng Qingyang gave Duan Ling Tian timely guidance. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew past. Duan Ling Tian saw a flash in front of his eyes, and then a person appeared out of thin air in front of him as though he had teleported. However, Duan Ling Tian knew this was not teleportation. The other person's speed was so fast that it was difficult for him to catch sight of him with the naked eye. The person who had appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian was another Feng Qingyang. They looked exactly the same, but their temperament was even colder. Master, is this your main body? Duan Ling Tian had barely spoken when he saw Feng Qingyang's Law of Earth clone merge with the other Feng Qingyang. That's right. Now, all 3 of my law avatars are in my true body. Now, I'll bring you into the secret chamber to comprehend the law of time inside. Of course, you can try to share it with your friends and family. If they can't take it, you can put them back into your little world. Back then, Meng Luo didn't enter the secret chamber with the law of time. He went to the secret chamber with the first passageway I entered. However, even there he was rejected. I'm not sure if the secret chamber with the law of time will reject your friends and family, or even, you'll. Chapter 35-29. After entering the secret chamber, Duan Ling Tian entered Feng Qingyang's little world and was brought in by Feng Qingyang. However, during this process, Duan Ling Tian witnessed the terrifying murderous intent in the passage leading to the secret chamber. Even his master, Feng Qingyang, had to overcome it with great difficulty. If it were me, I would have died if I rashly barged into this passage. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Master, At the same time, Duan Ling Tian recalled something. After becoming a god, only the main body will have a little world, right? A law clone shouldn't have a little world, right? His master, Feng Qingyang's little world was not as colorful as his little world. This was because his little world had the divine tree of life and the endless heaven and earth spirit energy that was transferred into it from the ruins of a realm of gods. However, his master, Feng Qingyang's little world was much larger than his. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Moreover, when his master, Feng Qingyang, made a move, there would be a resonance in the air above his little world. The terrifying energy was like a dark cloud that covered the sky above his little world. Of course, when his master, Feng Qingyang, stopped making a move, the strange energy would subside and disappear. Of course not. Feng Qingyang replied. Only the main body is the real body. As for a law clone, no matter what, it's still an avatar formed by the laws. It's just an existence that relies on divine energy. That is a kind of resonance between divine power and the laws. The avatar created cannot be compared to the original body. In fact, a law clone doesn't have a will of its own. It's the main body that's always controlling it. Take me for example. Although I've always had a law of earth clone, it's always my main body that's controlling it. Whether it's traveling, attacking, or comprehending the law of earth, it's always my main body that's controlling it. Feng Qingyang's words also gave Duan Ling Tian a further understanding of the nomological clones that could be condensed after becoming a god. As long as you became a god and comprehended all the profundities of a certain law, you would be able to use all the profundities of that law to form a law clone without having to fuse the profundities. For example, this time, Feng Qingyang had passed through the passage and entered the secret room behind it. He had successfully comprehended all the profundities of the law of time and condensed a time law avatar. He had not fused any of the profundities of the law of time. Moreover, the law chamber could only help people comprehend the profundities of laws. It did not have the ability to help people fuse the profundities of laws. This was because everyone fused the profundities of laws differently. Everyone had to have their own comprehension. Of course, for many people, the existence of the law secret chamber could still give them some inspiration and allow them to fuse their own nomological profundities. We're here. After a while, the end of the passage appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian discovered that after passing through the passage, he had actually stepped onto a transportation formation and was transported to a small world. This is a small independent realm. Feng Qingyang said. The transportation formation to leave is right below our feet. I'll be waiting for you here for a period of time. If you're rejected, contact me immediately. I'll let you hide in my small world for a while. The same goes for your family and friends. If they're rejected, let them return to your small world immediately. Feng Qingyang reminded him again. Yes, master. Duan Ling Tian responded. At the same time, under Feng Qingyang's guidance, he walked toward the law secret chamber in front of them. The law secret chamber was a small palace. It looked dazzling from the outside, and there were multicolored energies everywhere. They were the energies of the 5 elements. For example, at the top of the palace, there was a sharp horn. There was a golden energy flowing on it at lightning speed, like little golden snakes slithering about. Also, at one side of the palace, there was a green energy moving slowly. There was also an earthen yellow energy that was constantly sliding on the ground. The green energy contained the law of wind and should have been the fastest. However, when it moved around the palace, it was pathetically slow. It could be said that it was even slower than a snail. If not for looking carefully, Duan Ling Tian would have thought that it was not moving at all. It must be the law of time affecting it. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian walked into the palace. The interior of the palace was dazzling, and the furnishings inside made Duan Ling Tian sluggish. The furnishings in this palace were all kinds of timekeeping tools. There were funnels, clocks, and tools that used water to measure time. Any tool that could be thought of that could be used to record time was present here. There was not a single duplicate. There were also many types of clocks. There were modern clocks from Duan Ling Tian's previous life on Earth, classical clocks from the West, and all kinds of watches floating in the air. It made Duan Ling Tian feel as if he was in a clock collection museum on Earth. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian could find that in this palace, whenever he extended his divine sense, he could come into contact with some wonderful energies. Some of these energies were fast, some were slow, and they all seemed to be fleeing. With a thought, he could capture them with his divine sense and then take them into his body and directly into his soul. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian discovered that he had come into contact with the law of time in the past but was unable to comprehend it. It was as though he had been enlightened. This is the elemental time. With a thought, Duan Ling Tian extended his celestial origin energy that merged with the elemental time. It flowed around his body, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Following that, Duan Ling Tian continued to extend his divine sense to capture the law of time that filled the palace. The secret chamber is so magical. It can directly capture the law of time and make it a part of my soul so that I can comprehend it. Duan Ling Tian was shocked. At this moment, he began to pray in his heart that he would not be expelled like Meng Luo. However, before Duan Ling Tian could comprehend the second profundity of the law of time, the elemental time, apart from the fundamental profundity, he felt a powerful repulsive force pushing him out. It's suppressing me. Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes abruptly. His expression turned solemn when he recalled his master, Feng Qingyang's reminder. He quickly displayed the Space Sword Dao and the Space Control Dao that he had just mastered. Master said that he was able to obtain the acknowledgement of this place because he used the Destruction Sword Dao. Perhaps, this place recognizes the Heaven and Earth Dao. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian cast 2 of the 4 Dao of Heaven and Earth. In the beginning, he was still a little nervous. However, after a while, he discovered the repulsive force that was suppressing him had retreated. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. It's really useful. Even his master, Feng Qingyang, was not certain that this method would work. He had only reminded him to give it a try. However, after giving it a try, it seemed to work. Let father, mother, and little Fei try it as well. After confirming that he would not be repelled, Duan Ling Tian opened his little world and contacted his father, mother, wife, and son. He asked them to come out and try to capture the law of time. However, in the end, apart from his daughter, Duan Ling Tian, the others were repelled. Moreover, the Space Sword Dao and the Space Control Dao that Duan Ling Tian had mastered could not help them. In the end, he could only ask them to return to his little world. What a pity! It's such a good place, but we can't cultivate in it. Little Gold, who was in Duan Ling Tian's little world, said with a bitter expression on her face. Rather than saying that it's cultivating, it's more like it's giving us the law of time. I didn't expect apart from Brother Ling Tian, Si Ling wouldn't be repelled as well. What's going on? Little White asked in surprise. Could it be because Si Ling has comprehended the law of time? Apart from that, she hasn't come into contact with any other laws? Feng Tianwu speculated. Feng Tianwu's words were the best answer for Duan Ling Tian and the others. Little Tian. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water, one of the 5 divine elements, asked Duan Ling Tian in shock, How? How did you find this place? Heavens! This isn't an ordinary secret chamber that contains the law of time. This is a secret chamber left behind by a supreme powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback by the world-cleansing divine water's words. A secret chamber left behind by a supreme powerhouse? Then he told the world-cleansing divine water about how he had entered the secret chamber. That master of yours is truly blessed with good fortune. The world-cleansing divine water sighed emotionally. It's obvious this place is a paradise left behind by a supreme powerhouse. If I'm not mistaken, the true inheritance of the supreme powerhouse lies behind the last passage. As for the first 3 passageways, they are all tests and tempering for the inheritors that the supreme expert has chosen. Your master has obtained the acknowledgement of a supreme expert and has become his successor. Duan Ling Tian believed the world-cleansing divine water's words. His eyes lit up immediately as he sent a message to his master to inform him of this matter. Congratulations, Master. Duan Ling Tian did not forget to congratulate his master, Feng Qingyang. The true inheritance of a supreme powerhouse? Feng Qingyang was shocked when he heard Duan Ling Tian's message. Who told you that? One of the 5 divine elements in my body, the world-cleansing divine water. It used to accompany the divine tree of life in the realms of gods. Duan Lingtian continued to send a message to Duan Lingtian. I don't think it's false. Feng Qingyang calmed down when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Initially, he thought it was just a guess made by his disciple, Duan Lingtian. However, it turned out it was the 5 divine elements that accompanied the divine tree of life. I didn't expect this at all. Although Feng Qingyang was calm, he could not help but shake his head and sigh. Chapter 35:30. Although Feng Qingyang had always felt that the place he was trapped in was not simple, he did not expect it to be left behind by an immortal expert. He originally thought he was bold enough to think that the place was left behind by a divine emperor, or even an emperor god. As for the ultimate gods who were above the emperor god, the most powerful existence in this world, he did not dare to think about it. Now, he knew that the place was left behind by an immortal expert who was above the ultimate god level. How big was the gap between an immortal expert and an ultimate god? According to the rumors Feng Qingyang heard, the divine messengers around an immortal expert were all ultimate gods. Moreover, they were not ordinary ultimate gods. That was why he could not calm down for a long time after hearing the news brought by his disciple Duan Lingtian. There's an inheritance left behind by an immortal expert at the end of the last passage? Even though Feng Qingyang had walked for more than 10,000 years and experienced many hardships to get to where he was today, he could not help but feel excited when he learned that he was recognized by an immortal expert and had the opportunity to obtain the inheritance. It was only after a while that he calmed down. If it were someone else, even a godly king, celestial emperor, or ultimate god would have lost their composure because of Feng Qingyang. What did the inheritance of an immortal expert mean? An immortal expert possessed the most powerful strength in this world and had endless life. Even if he wanted to take in a disciple, it was something that could be done with just a word. There was no need to go through so much trouble. An immortal expert who left behind such an inheritance is usually an immortal expert who was about to die. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he learned this from the world-cleansing divine water. Sister Water, are you sure? Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe. An immortal expert was extremely powerful. Even if his opponent was an immortal expert and he could not defeat them, he should be able to escape. Why would such an existence leave behind such a place of inheritance before he died? That must be it. The world-cleansing divine water said matter-of-factly, if a supreme master wants to find an inheritor, all he needs to do is to say a word, and countless people will come to find him. No matter what the request is, as long as someone can fulfill it, that person will be found. You can't imagine how great the influence of an omnipotent is. That is an existence that stands at the highest point in this world. Every word and action of theirs can decide the life and death of millions of people. When a supreme expert leaves behind a land of inheritance, it usually happens when they reach the end of their lifespan. They realize that they have stood at the peak of the world all their lives, but they don't have a successor to inherit their legacy. Because of this, they feel regret. Therefore, before they die, they spend all their strength to leave behind a land of inheritance. The world-cleansing divine water's words enlightened Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps this was what they meant when they said that it was lonely at the top. Utmost powerful beings stood at the highest point of this world, overlooking the masses and looking down on the world. Perhaps they had never thought that they would one day reach the end of their lifespan. When they truly reached the end of their lifespan, it was already too late for them to regret not finding a successor in the past. At that time, those who felt that it didn't matter if they inherited their legacy or not would not spend so much effort to leave behind a land of inheritance. However, those who wanted to inherit their legacy would spend a lot of effort to leave behind a land of inheritance. However, when your master obtains the supreme expert's legacy, he'll be tainted by karma as well. If he becomes a supreme expert in the future, even if the supreme expert who left behind the legacy doesn't ask him to avenge him, the person who killed the supreme expert who left behind the legacy won't let your master off so easily, the world-cleansing divine water said. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, in the eyes of that supreme powerhouse, your master is his mortal enemy. He should have killed your master in the past. Now that the successor has appeared, it's equivalent to the rebirth of his mortal enemy. He won't allow such a threat to continue growing. There's a difference in strength between the strongest and the weakest. Furthermore, It's not as if the strongest who has lived longer will be stronger. Some of the strongest who rose up in the younger generation will be able to reach the peak of this world in a short period of time and become one of the strongest existences among the strongest. That ultimate powerhouse will be worried that your master will catch up to him after he becomes an ultimate powerhouse. At that time, if your master wants to kill him to avenge the ultimate powerhouse who left behind his legacy, won't he be in a passive position? Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. It seemed like obtaining the supreme expert's legacy was not a good thing after all. The world-cleansing divine water continued. It's the same for the supreme expert's divinity in your possession. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, the godhead of a supreme powerhouse was left behind after the death of a supreme powerhouse. The person who killed him must have known his methods very well. In the future, if you become a supreme powerhouse by relying on the law of space, it's fine if you don't reveal your strength. However, if you reveal your strength, there will be traces of the supreme powerhouse who left behind the godhead. If the people who killed him back then found you and confirmed that you might be his successor, they would also make a move against you and kill you in the cradle. Duan Lingtian was initially worried about his master, Feng Qingyang. However, when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words, he was dumbfounded. As it turned out, he had already formed the karma of the supreme expert's legacy. However, when Duan Lingtian thought about the supreme expert's divinity in his possession and the help it had given him, his expression turned solemn as his eyes glinted. The supreme expert's divinity has helped me a lot. It's a huge credit to me that I'm who I am today. If I have the chance to become a supreme expert in the future, it'll be fine if the person who killed the owner of the supreme expert's divinity doesn't come looking for me. However, if he does, I'll avenge him and end this karma. Duan Lingtian was not afraid when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Instead, he felt that it was an opportunity for him to avenge the owner of the supreme expert's divinity. He did not want to owe anyone a favor. Although the supreme expert's divinity was given to him by his good friend, Huang Jialong, he had formed the karma between him and the owner of the supreme expert's divinity. It would be fine if he did not have the chance to end this karma. However, if he had the chance, he would definitely end it. This was the principle of how he conducted himself. Nevertheless, Duan Lingtian still transmitted the world-cleansing divine water's words to his master, Feng Qingyang. After listening to Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Qingyang smiled indifferently. If I become a supreme expert, it's fine if that person doesn't come looking for me. However, if he dares to come looking for me, I'll know who the enemy of the supreme expert who left his legacy behind is. At that time, unless he's able to kill me, I'll definitely send him on his way if I don't die. Feng Qingyang's words were straightforward. There was no hint of fear in his voice. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It seemed like his master had the same thoughts as him. All right. You should focus on absorbing the profundities from the law of time. Once you've comprehended all the profundities from the law of time, you'll be able to come out. Feng Qingyang said with a sigh. Initially, I thought you'd be expelled. I didn't expect you to be able to master the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. You've won the approval of the secret room and didn't get expelled. Moreover, I didn't expect your family and friends to be able to absorb the profundities from the law of time. Your daughter's future is limitless. Feng Qingyang was not stingy with his words of praise for his grand-disciple. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian was lucky enough not to be expelled from the secret room. Although he had told Duan Lingtian that his family and friends could absorb the profundities from the law of time in the secret room, he did not think Duan Lingtian's family and friends would be able to absorb the profundities from the law of time. He was even more shocked when he learned that Duan Lingtian's daughter, Duan Xiling, was not expelled from the secret room. Master, after leaving the Azura Hell, I'll ask my daughter and my family and friends to come out and meet you. Previously, they were cultivating so I didn't interrupt them. Now that I've interrupted them, it's time for me to greet them. Duan Lingtian said through voice transmission. All right. Feng Qingyang replied. At the same time, he did not forget to remind Duan Lingtian, focus on absorbing the law of time. For a time, Duan Lingtian did not continue to communicate with Feng Qingyang. He immersed himself in the process of absorbing the law of time with his divine consciousness. He enjoyed the process more and more. The process of forcibly taking the law of time for himself was intoxicating. In the past, he had to comprehend the law of time on his own. Even if he had the supreme powerhouse divinity, he still had to comprehend the law of time on his own. Unlike now, when the law of time permeated the air, he could completely take it for himself, fuse it into his soul, and completely make it his comprehension of the laws. Time continued to pass by quietly. Duan Ling Tian did not know how much time had passed, but he had completely mastered all the profundities from the law of time. The law of time also had 9 profundities. Naturally, the 9 profundities included the fundamental profundity, the time elemental profundity. There were a total of 8 profundities. Currently, Duan Ling Tian had comprehended all 8 profundities to the mastery stage. However, there were no signs of them being fused together. At this time, he also discovered that he could no longer continue to capture nomological laws in this secret room of time law. When Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, he saw his daughter, Duan Si Ling, sitting cross-legged in front of him. She stared at him with her big bright eyes. "Father, you've also completely mastered all the profundities from the law of time?" "What? You've already mastered it?" Duan Ling Tian asked in surprise. His daughter had mastered all the profundities from the law of time earlier than him? Hee. Duan Si Ling giggled. "Father, I've mastered the law of time for quite some time now. I used to comprehend the law of time, so I have a certain foundation. It's only natural that I've mastered it earlier than you. However, I didn't expect there to be such a magical place. In the past, the speed at which I comprehended the law of time was very slow. However, now that I've grasped all the profundities from the law of time, I've mastered all the profundities from the law of time to the mastery stage." Chapter 35-31. Yes. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he looked at his daughter. Unknowingly, his attention was completely focused on his daughter's face. Some familiar silhouettes also appeared in his mind at the right time. Kerr. He had been separated from Kerr for 600 years. When he was separated from Kerr, both he and Kerr were not even 100 years old. The time they had been apart was longer than the time they had known each other. "Father, do you miss Mother?" Although Feng Tianwu had treated Duan Siling as her own daughter, Duan Siling could not replace Ku-er as her mother in Duan Siling's heart ever since they left the divine offering land in the realms of gods and traveled in the mundane realms with Feng Tianwu. When Duan Siling saw the change in her father's eyes, she could vaguely guess what her father was thinking. Yes. Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses and nodded as a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. "I wonder how your mother is now." "Father, don't worry. Mother will be fine. Mother will wait for us to reunite as a family," Duan Siling said solemnly. "Of course." Duan Ling Tian nodded. He did not want to reveal too many negative emotions in front of his daughter. At the same time, he could not help but worry. Was Ku-er doing well in the world of divine remains? The realm battlefield was formed when the realms of gods collided once every 10,000 years. It would last for 1,000 years. During this period, anyone from the realms of gods could enter the realm battlefield and kill people from other realms of gods to obtain military merits and be rewarded by the supreme powerhouses. The realm battlefield was more like a playground for the supreme powerhouses. However, for those who entered the realm battlefield from the realms of gods, it was a place filled with killing. Those who did not come from the same realms of gods would kill each other as soon as they met. Moreover, if one revealed one's wealth, even those from the same realms of gods would attack one mercilessly. Reality was cruel. Swoosh, swoosh, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Waves of ice-cold chilliness appeared on an ice field in the dimensional battlefield, accompanied by waves of clear sword whistles. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped a vast area, causing the temperature of the ice field, which was already low, to drop even further. In the void, 2 beautiful figures stood there. The person standing behind him looked to be in her 20s. She wore a light yellow dress and had a pretty face. However, her eyes seemed to be constantly moving. At that very moment, her gaze fell upon the 3 figures in the distant sky. They were all frozen into ice sculptures. Their bodies were all riddled with holes, and those holes seemed to contain an extremely frightening ice-cold aura. In front of this woman stood a woman in snow-white robes. In front of this woman, Although the woman behind her had a beautiful face, at first glance, she looked like a maid at most. The woman in white had a face that could topple cities. As she stood there, her cold temperament was like a blooming lotus, causing people to be mesmerized. At this moment, she was holding a sparkling and translucent sword in her hand. An extremely cold aura was being emitted from the sword. The ice and fire were being weakened and finally merged into the sword. If there were any knowledgeable people here, they would immediately recognize the ice and fire on the sword as the sword soul. However, it was obvious that she had suffered heavy injuries. Without any warning, the white-clad woman's delicate body trembled slightly. At the same time, she spat out a mouthful of blood. It shot out like a blood arrow and froze in the blink of an eye. "Sister Kerr, you're injured?" The woman behind her cried out in alarm. She walked forward and asked with concern. "I'm fine." The white-clothed woman addressed as Big Sister Xueqi replied indifferently. "Unfortunately, the sword soul in my divine sword was almost destroyed. If I want to recover it, I'm afraid it'll take at least a few decades." Although she said that she was fine, the more she spoke, the more dispirited her tone became. "Sister Kerr, if there's no other way, why don't you leave the realm battlefield and return to the divine offering land? With your strength at such a young age, there must be a powerful force behind you, right?" As the woman reached the end of her sentence, she asked in a seemingly unintentional manner. "I won't leave the realm battlefield for the time being." The white-clad woman shook her head. "If you want to leave, you can leave on your own. With your strength, it's best if you don't stay here and risk your life if it's not necessary." "What about you, Sister Kerr?" the woman asked. "I have my reasons." The white-clad woman's eyes glinted as two figures appeared in her mind. One was a purple-clad young man and the other was a little girl. "Brother Tian, Si Ling, are both of you doing well?" "It's better for me to follow you, Sister Kerr. I'll leave after you've recovered." The woman shook her head. "All right." The white-clad woman was none other than Kerr, who had entered the realm battlefield many years ago. More accurately, she was the daughter of the Xia clan in the divine offering land, Xianing Shui. After a few hundred years, she had already regained the cultivation base she had in her past life. However, she still felt that it was not enough. She needed to become stronger. The realm battlefield was the only way for her to become stronger in the shortest time possible. This was something that the clan behind her had spared no effort in nurturing her, but they could not give her. "Sister Kerr, what's your surname?" the woman in a light yellow dress asked again. "Duan," Kerr replied indifferently. She was not familiar with this woman. She had only met her by chance and saved her life. After learning that the woman was also from the divine offering land, she had been following her. With her character, she did not agree to let the woman follow her, but she did not reject her either. However, along the way, Kerr had been very cold to her. The woman did not seem to care about Kerr's coldness at all, and insisted on following Kerr. "Duan? Kerr Duan?" The woman raised her eyebrows. Her eyes flickered again. "Sister Kerr, I don't think I've heard of the Duan clan in our divine offering land. Are you from some big clan?" "I don't belong to any clan or clan. I'm a rogue cultivator," Kerr said. "A rogue cultivator?" An imperceptible glint flashed across the woman's eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. "I need to find a place to recover. I won't be going out for the time being. You'd better leave this place and return to the divine offering land," Kerr said to the woman. As she spoke, she flew above the ice field. Finally, she chose a glacier and opened up a cave at the foot of the glacier to cultivate and recover. "Sister Kerr, I'll stand guard for you. You can leave after you've recovered." The woman did not leave. "I, Tong Xiao, am a grateful person. You've saved my life before, so I won't abandon you at a time like this." Tong Xiao followed Kerr into the cave that Kerr had opened up. Since it took a lot of effort to open up the cave, Kerr's aura had become more and more weak. She no longer paid any attention to Tong Xiao. After entering the cave, she casually set up a formation in the surroundings before she began to meditate and recover. Tong Xiao watched as Kerr closed her eyes and began to cultivate to recover. After a while, Tong Xiao called out tentatively, "Sister Kerr." However, Xueqi did not respond to her. In the end, a hint of greed flashed across her eyes. She raised her hand, and a vast and unparalleled divine energy swept out. In an instant, the formation that Kerr had set up around her was shattered. An even more violent energy exploded and swept toward Kerr. At the same time, Tong Xiaoxiao's eyes burned with passion. As long as she killed this woman, she would be able to obtain all the treasures on her. Just as Tong Xiaoxiao was about to succeed and Kerr was about to die, Kerr suddenly opened her eyes. An extremely cold aura filled the air and an ice wall appeared in front of her. A basket was in front of her and Tong Xiaoxiao. Bang! There was a loud bang and clear cracks appeared on the ice wall. However, it had completely blocked Tong Xiaoxiao's attack. How can this be? Tong Xiaoxiao's expression changed greatly. She subconsciously cried out in disbelief. How can you still have such great power? Weren't you injured? You tricked me. So what if I tricked you? Kerr stood up. Her snow-white robes fluttered in the wind. Her autumn eyes were calm and cold. You've been unwilling to leave. You've always wanted to take risks with me. I found it strange. Although I've saved your life, I didn't expect you to repay me. However, I didn't expect you to be the one I least expected. Not only do you not know how to repay me, you're even biting the hand that feeds you. Kerr's tone was extremely cold. At the same time, the entire cave dwelling was enveloped by a layer of cold air. Boundless icy energy swept out and instantly formed a prison that sealed Tong Xiaoxiao within. Boom! Rumble! Tong Xiaoxiao was skilled in the law of lightning. Her violent energy wreaked havoc as she tried to break through the law of ice. However, it was futile. Although the difference in strength between her and Kerr's was not large, it was not small either. Big sister Kerr, I was just joking. Tong Xiaoxiao realized that she could not forcefully break through the prison and squeezed out a bright smile. Big sister Kerr, I'll leave now. I'll get away from you. I gave you a chance. Kerr ignored Tong Xiaoxiao's words and said indifferently. At the same time, the moment she finished speaking, the law of ice combined with divine power swept out and froze Tong Xiaoxiao into an ice sculpture. Then, with a gentle push of her palm, the ice sculpture turned into powder. I'm Kerr in this life and also Xiaoning Xue in my previous life. If it was only the Kerr in this life, she might not be wary of you. However, as the daughter of the Xia family, I've seen a lot of deception and deception. How could I trust you so easily? Kerr looked indifferently at the ice shards that were scattered all over the ground. At the same time, she raised her head and looked outside the cave dwelling. Brother Tian, you have to take good care of yourself. Kerr's love for you has not changed. However, Kerr is no longer the same as before. Kerr will take good care of herself and protect herself. You can rest assured. Chapter 35-32. After comprehending all the profundities from the law of time, Duan Ling Tian allowed his daughter, Duan Si Ling, to return to his little world. Before that, he told Duan Si Ling not to enter closed-door cultivation for the time being. He wanted to introduce her and his family to his master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Master. Feng Qingyang led Duan Ling Tian out of the secret room that contained the law of time. Feng Qingyang said to Duan Ling Tian, "Now, go to the place where I stayed and cultivate. Consume the exploding element celestial fruit and try to become a 10-direction celestial emperor as soon as possible. The environment there is not bad. With the help of the exploding element celestial fruit, you'll be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort." Feng Qingyang said to Duan Ling Tian. This was something he had planned for a long time. If the secret chamber that contained the law of time did not reject his disciple, that place would not reject him as well. Although Meng Luo did not cultivate for long in the secret chamber, he has made great progress. Master, I won't be going there. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, "Let's return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven first. After I introduce you to my family and friends, I'll cultivate in seclusion in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven." Upon seeing the slight frown on his master's face, Duan Ling Tian knew his master did not want him to miss out on the opportunity to cultivate in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After all, The cultivation environment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was comparable to the cultivation environment in the realms of gods. Master, I have a way to enjoy the cultivation environment in the realms of gods. In the end, Duan Ling Tian did not tell his master how he could enjoy the cultivation environment in the realms of gods, so that Feng Qingyang would not overthink things. Although it was not that he did not trust his master Feng Qingyang, it was better for fewer people to know about some things. Naturally, if his master, Feng Qingyang, asked him about it, he would still tell him the answer. However, Duan Ling Tian knew his master, Feng Qingyang, would not ask about it. As it turned out, Duan Ling Tian was right. A surprised expression appeared on Feng Qingyang's face when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. However, he quickly regained his composure and said, "In that case, I'll bring you back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. As the master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and your master, it's time for me to meet your family and friends," Feng Qingyang said. From the beginning to the end, Feng Qingyang did not ask how Duan Ling Tian enjoyed the cultivation environment in the realms of gods. However, even though he did not ask, he did not continue to dwell on this issue. It was obvious that he did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words. This was also his trust in Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian followed Feng Qingyang out of the Azura Hell and entered the transportation formation in the independent realm of the Azura Hell before they were transported to another Devata realm. It was neither the primeval heaven nor the solitary destructive heaven. After arriving in the Devata realm, the duo used the nearest transporting formation to return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Soon after, they returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In the main hall of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang stood at the head of the table while Duan Ling Tian stood below him. At the entrance of the main hall, Elder Hua, who was wearing a fiery red robe, stood there as the gatekeeper. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Duan Ling Tian opened his little world, several figures appeared before him. They were Duan Ling Tian's father, Duan Ruffing, mother, Li Rou, and wife, Li Fei. "Master, this is my father, this is my father, this is..." After Duan Ruffing and the others appeared, Duan Ling Tian patiently introduced them to Feng Qingyang. A rare smile appeared on Feng Qingyang's face when he saw Feng Qingyang's family and friends. He nodded at Duan Ruffing and the others in a friendly manner. As the saying went, "Love me, love my dog." Father, mother, little Fei, Si Ling, Nian Tian. This is my master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Ling Tian did not forget to introduce Feng Qingyang to his family and friends. Although he had mentioned Feng Qingyang many times, this was the first time his family and friends were looking at Feng Qingyang in the eyes. Since Duan Ruffing and the others had spent some time in the divine offering land, they did not feel awkward when they saw Feng Qingyang. "Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor. I'm Duan Ruffing." Duan Ruffing took the initiative to greet Feng Qingyang. Before the others could say anything, Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Ruffing and said, "Brother Duan, your son is my only true disciple. It's only appropriate for us to address each other as brothers." "It's inappropriate for us to address each other as brothers," Feng Qingyang said with a smile. "Yes, big brother Feng." Duan Ruffing was a quick-witted person. Since Feng Qingyang had spoken, he immediately changed the way he addressed Duan Ruffing. At this moment, Li Rou also greeted Feng Qingyang. "Greetings, big brother Feng. I'm Li Rou." "Greetings, master." Li Fei bowed respectfully at Feng Qingyang. She had long heard about the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, and knew he was an extraordinary person. He was even more extraordinary than her grandmaster, who was also a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. "Greetings, Grandmaster." Duan Xiling and Duan Yen Tian bowed at Feng Qingyang as well. "Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor." Feng Wu Dao did not address Duan Ruffing as Duan Ruffing did. Although the matter between his daughter and Duan Ling Tian was settled, they were not officially married yet. After thinking about it for a moment, he decided not to address Feng Qingyang as Big Brother Feng like Duan Ruffing. Haha. Feng Qingyang laughed. Feng Qingyang laughed before he looked at Feng Wu Dao and said, "Brother Feng, just like Brother Duan, you can address me as Brother Feng. I'm also aware of the matter between your daughter, Tian Wu, and my disciple. Tian Wu, is it? Then, Feng Qingyang looked at Feng Tianwu and said with a smile, You should address me as master like little Tian. Speaking of which, you're also a member of the 7 Absolute sect in the mundane realm. We're family. Feng Wu Dao and Feng Tianwu had already learned about the matter between Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian from Hua Lao. For this reason, he was familiar with Feng Tianwu and Feng Wu Dao. What about us? How should we address you? Little Gold, who was usually carefree, behaved herself in front of Feng Qingyang. You're Little Gold, right? Feng Qingyang looked at Little Gold before he turned to look at Little Black and Little White. The 3 of you can address me as Junior Uncle. Junior Uncle Feng. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White hurriedly bowed at Feng Qingyang. Soon after, Feng Qingyang's eyes landed on Mu Yi. She's Mu Yi, the successor of the 7 Absolute Sect's prophet progeny? Mu Yi seemed extremely uneasy when she saw Feng Qingyang's gaze on her. You, Duan Ling Tian sighed. Master, she's junior sister Mu Yi. Feng Qingyang narrowed his eyes when he heard this. Then, his powerful divine consciousness swept out and entered Mu Yi's soul before he quickly withdrew. He shook his head and said, It's indeed troublesome for her to have an incomplete soul. However, it's said that there are treasures in the realms of gods that can repair souls. However, with her condition, even if her soul is repaired, she won't be able to remember much of her past. After all, her incomplete memories have already disappeared along with that portion of her soul. Feng Qingyang said, There's a treasure that can repair junior sister Mu Yi's soul? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. A hint of anticipation could be seen on his face. Even if Mu Yi could not remember her past, it was still a good thing that her soul could be repaired. At the very least, Mu Yi's intelligence would grow. She would no longer be as childlike as she was now. There's such a saying. As for whether it's true or not, we'll have to go to the realms of gods to verify it. Feng Qingyang said, I'll ask Ling Jueyun about it. Since Mu Yi's soul was about to be restored, Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel anxious. After bidding farewell to Feng Qingyang and the others, he made his way to the transportation formation in the Devata realms to return to the primeval heaven. When he arrived in the primeval heaven, he immediately sent a message to Ling Jueyun to ask if he had the treasure. Yes. Ling Jueyun quickly replied to Duan Ling Tian. Is that why you came all the way here? Why don't you just ask Sister Huang Er? Ling Jueyun was confused when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Huang Er. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He smiled wryly and said, I was too anxious. I only thought about you and forgot about her. The Devata realm's battle of the geniuses has ended, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. It ended a long time ago. Ling Jueyun said, It's been a few months since the battle of the geniuses ended. When do you plan to enter the secret chamber in the Tidal Temple's main hall to comprehend the laws? After some time. What about you? Duan Ling Tian asked. I should return in a few days. Ling Jueyun replied. Both of them chatted for a while longer before Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian and left the primeval heaven through the transportation formation. He returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. It only took 15 minutes for Duan Ling Tian to return. When Duan Ling Tian returned, he discovered his son, daughter, Li Fei, Feng Tianwu, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold were all holding a brocade box in their hands. This is... Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Father, this is a gift from Grandmaster, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Duan Ling Tian could not help but smile wryly when he heard this. He looked at Feng Qingyang, but before he could say anything, Feng Qingyang said, They're just small trinkets. They're not worth mentioning. Small trinkets? Duan Ling Tian didn't believe that something that could make his master give him a gift would be some small toy. They were definitely valuable items. I'll allocate an area for all of you in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. You can cultivate there and take a stroll around the heavenly palace. It's quite tiring to stay in little Tian's little world, right? Feng Qingyang said to Duan Ruffing and the others with a smile. Chapter 35-33. Thank you, Brother Feng. Duan Ruffing and Li Ro thanked Duan Ruffing profusely. At the same time, Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "There's another successor of the 7 Absolute sect in your little world, right?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian replied, "It's Xueqi. I've mentioned her to you before, Master. However, Xueqi is currently in closed-door cultivation. I couldn't wake her up when we were in the secret chamber using the Law of Time. I'll bring her to you when she wakes up, Master." Previously, when they were in the Azura Hell, Han Xuanai had entered a profound state of cultivation. Although Duan Lingtian had tried to wake her up, he could not. Even his divine consciousness voice transmission did not work. Although Duan Lingtian could have forced her to wake up, he did not do so. This was because, based on Han Xuanai's state at that time, if he were to forcefully wake her up, it was very likely that she would suffer from qi deviation or even more terrifying effects. Therefore, under such circumstances, even if he had the opportunity to enter the secret room with the Law of Time, he still did not wake her up. Apart from that, he had another thought in mind. Even if Xueqi did not enter the secret chamber using the Law of Time this time, he would have another chance. He was too embarrassed to ask his master, Feng Qingyang. However, he did not hesitate to ask Xueqi since she was also a member of the 7 Absolute sect when she was in the mundane realm. She could be considered as a junior of his master, Feng Qingyang. In terms of seniority, Xueqi would have to address Feng Qingyang as senior uncle at the very least. "There's no hurry. We can meet at any time." Feng Qingyang smiled. He was genuinely happy that he was able to meet so many members of the 7 Absolute sect in the Devata realms. After all, he had lived for more than 10,000 years, and the time he spent in the mundane realms had given him the greatest sense of belonging. The 7 Absolute sect. The Misty Rain Sword Saint. These were the greatest honors of his life. For this reason, even after he ascended to the Devata realms, he still called himself Recluse Yen Yu. Based on this, one could see how deep his feelings for the 7 Absolute sect were. Duan Lingtian was also aware of this, which was why he was so fearless. "Where is my other disciple's wife?" Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly and said with a smile, "Not only did I prepare a gift for Xueqi, but I also prepared a gift for my disciple's wife." Duan Lingtian naturally knew that Feng Qingyang was referring to Huan Er. He smiled awkwardly and said, "She's also in seclusion. When she wakes up, I'll bring her over to greet you." "Yes." Feng Qingyang nodded. He quickly changed the topic and asked, When do you plan to go to the Tidal Temple?" Apart from the exploding element celestial fruit, the first place in the Devata Realm's genius battle would also be given the opportunity to comprehend the laws in the secret room in the Tidal Temple's main hall. Apart from that, the first place would also be given the longest time in the secret room. The lower the ranking, the shorter the time spent in the law chamber. "I'll first break through to the 10 Directions Celestial Emperor realm and spend some time with my family before I think about it." Duan Lingtian expressed his thoughts. Although he was looking forward to exploring the other secret rooms, he knew it was better to be hasty than to be a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. He had to become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor first. Furthermore, he had yet to properly spend time with his family during this reunion. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to properly spend time with his family. In the future, all of them would have to cultivate, and he might not be able to gather all of them. "Yes." Feng Qingyang nodded. "Whenever you want to go, just let me know. At that time I will go with you." He had no choice but to go with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was certain that the Tidal Temple wanted to imprison his disciple, Duan Lingtian, in the Tidal Temple. However, the benefits of the law chamber were too great. With him around, his disciple would be much safer. At the very least, if anything happened, he would be able to save his disciple immediately. "Thank you, Master." Duan Lingtian thanked Duan Lingtian. He knew the Tidal Temple was like a tiger's den to him. If it were not for his master, he did not know what the Tidal Temple would do to him. Even if they could not make a move on him in the Tidal Temple, they could still make a move on him after he left. Many titled god emperors were godly spirit realm experts. Even if he became a 10-direction celestial emperor, he would still be no match for the titled god emperors, let alone the current Duanling Tian. He was confident that he was as strong as an 8-star god of war after becoming a 10-direction celestial emperor. Feng Qingyang arranged a place for Duanling Tian's friends and family to stay in a vast mountain range in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The mountain range surrounded the mountain range, and there were small valleys in the middle. After Duanling Tian's friends and family arrived here, they basically had their own valleys. For example, Duanling Tian's parents, Duan Ru Feng and Li Ro, were the first to choose a small valley as their residence. There was a ready-made courtyard within the small valley, and the interior and exterior had already been cleaned up. It was the same for the small valleys. It was clear Duanling Tian had put in a lot of effort. Tian, it seems like your master has long prepared this place for you. Duan Ruffing sighed. Then he looked at Duanling Tian solemnly and said, "Since Brother Feng has treated you so well, you mustn't let him down. Otherwise, I won't forgive you easily even if I'm your father." "Don't worry, father. I know what I'm doing," Duanling Tian said with a smile. "You too. What are you talking about?" Li Ro rebuked Duan Ruffing. "Don't you know what kind of person our son is? For Big Brother Feng to treat him like this, he will definitely repay him with a gushing spring and not let him down. Mother knows me best." Upon hearing Li Ro's words, Duanling Tian's smile widened. Meanwhile, Duan Ruffing shook his head helplessly as he sighed. "A kind mother makes a bad son. A kind mother makes a bad son. Father, mother, I'll go and see them." After bidding farewell to Duan Ruffing and Li Ro, Duanling Tian went to another small valley. His wife, Li Fei, daughter, Feng Tianwu, were waiting for him. The valleys that his master, Feng Qingyang, had prepared for him were spacious with many rooms. Therefore it was not too crowded when Li Fei, Duanling Tian, and Duanling Tian moved in. As for Duanling Tian's son, Duanling Tian, he planned to stay with Duanling Tian. "Father, where are you staying?" "I'll stay with you." Duanling Tian smiled at his son who was looking at him with admiration. "Come with me to look for your grandfather Feng. I'll stay with all of you from now on." The grandfather Feng that Duanling Tian mentioned was none other than Feng Tianwu's father, Feng Wu Dao. During this time, Duanling Tian brought Huan and Duanling Tian's parents to stay in a quiet valley. Ever since Lian Qiu and Du Xian returned from the Saint Province realm, they had been staying in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duanling Tian arranged for them to stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. "Where's Huan?" However, they missed their daughter more than they did. "Huan is in closed-door cultivation. I'll bring her to see you when she comes out," Duanling Tian said with a smile on his face. After settling Du Xian and her husband down, Duanling Tian began to set up chain formations that shrouded the residences of his friends and family. With his residence as the center, he began to channel the heaven and earth spirit energy to his friends and family. To be more precise, he was channeling the heaven and earth spirit energy from his little world. With this, as long as he stayed in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, his family and friends would be able to enjoy the cleansing of the heaven and earth spirit energy. With this, their cultivation would be much easier. Naturally, Duanling Tian did not remain idle. He consumed the exploding element celestial fruit and began to focus on his cultivation. His cultivation base was rising with every passing moment. He was getting closer and closer to becoming a 10-direction celestial emperor. "I'll become a 10-direction celestial emperor before I turn 700 years old. Then, I'll try to break through to the godly spirit stage. After I become a god, I'll have to work hard to improve my strength. If I'm just an ordinary god after 300 years, I won't be able to bring Kerr away even if I go to the divine offering land." Duanling Tian knew this very well. In the past, Duanling Tian did not know much about godly beings. He thought he would be able to rescue Ku after he had ascended to godhood when the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms opened. However, the more he learned about gods, the more he realized how insignificant he was. In the realms of gods, ordinary gods were nothing at all. In the realms of gods, gods and god kings are as common as dogs. Duanling Tian had heard his master, Feng Qingyang, mention this before. Although there were many celestials in the realms of gods, most of them were natives of the realms of gods. As long as one's innate talent was not too bad, it was only a matter of time before one became a god. Time flew by as one cultivated. When Duan Tian successfully broke through the bottleneck of the 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor and became a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, a year had passed. Naturally, a year was nothing to Duan Tian. During this time, Duan Tian did not spend all his time cultivating. Instead, he would spend time with his parents and his wife, Li Fei. He would also visit Feng Wu Dao and the 3 little ones for a chat. Meanwhile, the 3 little ones were standing in a small valley next to Duan Tian's. It's about time. Now that Duan Tian had become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, even if he did not attack, the vast celestial origin energy that flowed in his body and the rhythm of the law he had comprehended made her feel as though her strength had improved tremendously. Master. At this moment, Duan Tian sent a message to his master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Are you free during this time? I'm planning to go to the titled God Emperor realm to receive my reward from the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. When do you plan to depart? Feng Qingyang's reply was very straightforward. Moreover, he indirectly stated that he was free these days. Chapter 35-34. The Tidal Temple's main hall was not located in any Devata realm. It was located in an independent realm. Naturally, the heaven and earth spirit energy in this realm was only comparable to the most abundant heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms. It was far from comparable to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realm of gods. Rumor has it that the realm where the Tidal Temple's main hall is located was created by the creator of the Tidal Temple. Some say he's a supreme powerhouse. Others say he's a godly venerable. In order to travel to the Tidal Temple's main hall, one had to go to one of the Tidal Temple's branches in the Devata realms. At this moment, Feng Qingyang, who was traveling with Duan Tian to the Tidal Temple's main hall, told Duan Tian about the Tidal Temple's main hall. I heard the creator of the Tidal Temple is a supreme powerhouse, Duan Tian said. Duan Tian said. Even the world-cleansing divine water, the most knowledgeable of the 5 divine elements in his little world, had said the same thing. Then he must be a supreme powerhouse. Feng Qingyang nodded. If he's a supreme expert, he shouldn't be able to occupy a spot in a realm of gods and create a new realm of gods. The number of realms of gods in this world had always been fixed. There would never be an increase or decrease in the number of realms of gods. Naturally, this did not mean the realms of gods would remain the same. There would always be new realms of gods that would appear. However, the appearance of a new realm of gods meant that an old realm of gods was about to disappear. For example, the ruins of the realm of gods that Duan Tian had visited previously was a realm of gods that had once flourished. However, due to the destruction of the realm of gods, the realm of gods had fallen. Every time a realm of gods fell, there would be millions of corpses, including god emperors and godly venerables. Generally, the fall of a realm of gods meant the death of the supreme powerhouse who created the realm of gods. After all, the realm of gods would only fall after the supreme powerhouse died. As long as the supreme powerhouse was alive, the realm of gods would not fall because the realm of gods was closely connected to the supreme powerhouse's little world. This is very obvious. Duan Tian agreed with Feng Qingyang's words. If a supreme expert was strong enough to create a divine plane, there was no need for him to create a force like the Tidal Temple. Although the Tidal Temple had a lofty status in the Devata realms, it was nothing in the realms of gods. This was apparent based on the way Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple, treated Ling Jueyun during the Battle of the Geniuses. We're here. Soon after, Duan Tian and Feng Qingyang arrived at the Tidal Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven. It was similar to the Tidal Temple's branch in another Devata realm that Duan Tian had visited before. The two of them hovered in the air outside the Tidal Temple's branch. They did not land outside the Tidal Temple's branch and enter in an orderly manner. Those people were here to obtain their titles. Some of them were here to obtain their titles as titled Celestial Lords or titled Celestial Emperors. Duan Tian and Feng Qingyang's arrival attracted some people's attention. After all, they were standing in the air outside the Tidal Temple and looking down at the Tidal Temple. Who are they? Aren't you afraid of angering the Tidal Temple by acting like this in the Tidal Temple? Aren't they too arrogant? At this moment, a burly man with a curly beard flew up to Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang in just a blink of an eye. He said, "Gentlemen, it's best if you come down. Don't stand too high up in the air. If the Tidal Temple blasphemes you, things won't be as simple as it seems." It's said that the people from the Tidal Temple are ruthless. The burly man with a curly beard advised. "Thank you for the reminder." Feng Qingyang looked at the burly man with a faint smile on his face. He did not seem arrogant at all as a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. Duan Lingtian looked at the burly man with a friendly smile on his face. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had sent his voice transmission to the Tidal Temple to greet the people from the Tidal Temple. It would not take long before someone from the Tidal Temple would lead them to the Tidal Temple's main branch. They would have to pass through the Tidal Temple's branch to reach the Tidal Temple's main hall. Otherwise, they would not know how to reach the main hall. Both of you. The burly man with a curly beard was rendered speechless when he saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang were still hovering in the air and looking down at the Tidal Temple even though they had responded to him. Didn't I remind these two fellows? Why aren't they coming down? Are they seeking death? The burly man with a curly beard and the others thought Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang were seeking death. At this moment, a few figures flew out of the Tidal Temple. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was dressed in a long black robe and had a gloomy expression on his face. He was none other than Yi Ya, the palace master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian had seen Yi Ya during the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, so he recognized Yi Ya immediately. As the palace master of a Tidal Temple, Yi Ya actually came out personally? That's right. I've said that master came with me because he didn't look at me. Since he's the palace master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven, it's only right for him to come out and welcome us. Duan Lingtian felt relieved when he thought about this. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed behind Yi Ya. Two old men and an old woman were standing behind Yi Ya. The two old men and the old woman were dressed in black robes as well. As soon as the four of them appeared, their auras shrouded the hearts of the people outside the Tidal Temple's branch even though they did not deliberately reveal their auras. The burly man with a curly beard, who had warned Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang, hastily descended from the sky. The burly man with a curly beard sighed inwardly when he saw the four burly men charging toward the two young men. It's over. It's over. These two young men are doomed. In his opinion, the burly man with a curly beard thought the two young men had extraordinary auras and seemed to be disciples of sects or clans with extraordinary backgrounds. However, in the solitary destructive heaven, apart from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, there was no other force that could go against the Tidal Temple. They're doomed. The people of the Tidal Temple will not allow anyone to look down on the Tidal Temple and blaspheme it. The group of people looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang from afar. All of them felt unlucky. However, in the next moment, the scene before them caused them to be completely dumbfounded. When the four people who flew out of the Tidal Temple arrived in front of the two unlucky young men, they cupped their fists together and greeted them politely. Wind Heavenly Emperor. We meet again. Yi Ya, the hall master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven, greeted Feng Qingyang warmly with a smile on his face. Hall Master Yi Ya. Feng Qingyang nodded in response to Yi Ya. At the same time, Yi Ya looked at Duan Lingtian who was standing next to Feng Qingyang and said, Young master, we meet again. Are you planning to go to the Tidal Temple's main hall to obtain the reward from the Battle of the Geniuses and enter the secret room? Yi Ya addressed Duan Lingtian as the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, because he was the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I've been waiting for a long time, Yi Ya said with a smile. At the same time, the two old men and an old woman behind Yi Ya stepped forward and bowed at Feng Qingyang as they greeted him. Lord Heavenly Emperor. Then, they introduced themselves as the Vice Hall Masters of the Tidal Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven. Wind Heavenly Emperor, young master. Please come in. Under Yi Ya's lead, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang entered the Tidal Temple. The two old men and the old woman followed closely behind Yi Ya's group. The people outside the title temple only regained their senses after Yi Ya's group disappeared from their sight. Although they were quite a distance away, they were still able to hear the conversation clearly with their hearing. It was precisely because of this that many people gasped when they came back to their senses. Many of them looked at Yi Ya's group with a fervent expression on their faces. Is that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? No wonder I thought he looked familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. I've seen a portrait of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven before. That person looks exactly like the person in the portrait. However, the real person is much more charming than the portrait. For this reason, I couldn't recognize him at first. I didn't expect to meet the heavenly emperor in my lifetime. Also, did the heavenly emperor address the black-clad middle-aged man as the hall master of the Night Crow Palace? Isn't Yi Ya the hall master of the title temple in the solitary destructive heaven? As expected of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He's the invincible sword celestial. No, I should say the invincible sword god now. Even the hall master of the Night Crow Palace personally came out to welcome him. It's said that the hall master of the Night Crow Palace is a 9-star god of war, a quasi-god. The purple-clad young man next to the heavenly emperor is addressed as the young master by the hall master of the Night Crow Palace. He must be the true disciple the heavenly emperor accepted 100 years ago. His name is Duan Ling Tian, the pride of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Ling Tian is the champion of the recent Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. He defeated 2 6-star gods of war in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses had ended a long time ago. News of what happened during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses began to spread. Currently, in the solitary destructive heaven, almost everyone knew that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had an outstanding true disciple named Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in the Devata realms. Chapter 35-35. The strongest person in the Devata realms. This was undoubtedly a great honor. In the past 1,000 years, there was only one person who had won the first place in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses 2 years ago. It was only natural that Duan Ling Tian, who had won first place in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses not long ago, received this honor. Moreover, this honor would accompany him for 1,000 years until the next Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. In fact, if the winner of the next Devata Realm Battle of Geniuses was not as outstanding as Duan Ling Tian would continue to be recognized as the strongest person among the younger generation in the Devata Realm Battle of Geniuses. In the Devata Realms, those below the age of 3,000 were considered to be in the younger generation. Many people felt that in the next 2,000 years, Duan Ling Tian, the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, would remain the strongest person in the Devata realms. Because he was too dazzling, too outstanding. He was not even 700 years old, but he was already a 7-star god of war. After consuming the exploding element celestial fruit, he would definitely become a 10-direction celestial emperor in just a few years. It's said that if this disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven becomes a 10-direction celestial emperor, he'll possess the strength of an 8-star god of war. This is something that the higher-ups of the title temple personally approved of. After Duan Ling Tian and the others disappeared from the entrance of the title temple's branch in solitary destructive heaven, someone said. A top-notch 8-star war god who was not even 700 years old? Everyone was petrified. As it turns out, one of them is the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, and the other is the heavenly emperor's disciple. The curly-bearded man, who had previously advised Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang, was also embarrassed and blushing when he came back to his senses. He never thought that the 2 young men he was worried about would have such a great background. At this moment, even he himself felt that his actions just now were laughable and childish. So what if the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven looked down on the title temple's branches? Was he not qualified? Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang followed Yi Ya, the hall master of the title temple of solitary destructive heaven's sub-hall. Yi Ya welcomed them warmly in the main hall of the sub-hall. He treated them as guests of honor. Feng Tiandi, are you planning to go to the Tidal Temple's main palace with the young palace master? Yiya looked at Feng Qingyang and asked straightforwardly. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. As far as I know, there's no rule in the Tidal Temple that prohibits seniors from accompanying their disciples to the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, right? That's not true. Night Crow shook his head. I'm just asking. If Heavenly Emperor Feng wants to go with young Palace Master, the Tidal Temple will welcome you with open arms. At that time, even Lord Temple Master will welcome you personally. Duan Lingtian knew Yiya was referring to the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple. Before he came here, his master, Feng Qingyang, had told him that the Palace Master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple was most likely a god king. His strength was so great that he could easily defeat all the powerhouses in the Devata realms. Feng Tiandi, young Palace Master. Please wait here for a moment. I'll contact the main palace and ask them to open a portal so I can send you over. After bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, Yiya left. After Yiya left, he contacted the Tidal Temple's main palace master, Su Konghai, who had presided over the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses not long ago. Vice Hall Master Su, it's just as you've guessed. Feng Qingyang intends to go to the main palace with Duan Lingtian. There's no need to guess. Su Konghai was not surprised by Yiya's words. Duan Lingtian has already displayed his mastery of the four Dao of heaven and earth during the Battle of the Geniuses. First it was the Space Sword Dao and then it was the Space Sword Dao. Based on the Tidal Temple's thirst for talented individuals who have mastered the four Dao of heaven and earth, it's only natural that they won't allow Duan Lingtian to come to the main palace alone. Su Konghai's tone was calm when he said Duan Lingtian would be like a lamb in a tiger's den if he went to the Tidal Temple's main palace. If he wants to come with us, let him come with us. This is a good opportunity to test the strength of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Su Konghai said. What should I do now? Yiya asked. There's no need for you to do anything. I'll personally bring them to the main palace to show them how much we value the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Su Konghai emphasized the words Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Understood. Yiya replied respectfully before he cut off the communication between Yiya and Su Konghai. It was a complicated communication formation that could only be used in the Tidal Temple and the main temple. The communication formation could only be used in the Tidal Temple's main temple and the main temple's main temple. The communication formation could be used to send messages across realms. Yiya was in the solitary destructive heaven, one of the 81 Devata realms, while Su Konghai was in the Tidal Temple's independent realm. The communication formation could leave a mark on each person. For example, Yiya had activated Su Konghai's imprint in the main palace's communication formation through the Tidal Temple's branch palaces. He had contacted Su Konghai through the communication formation in the Tidal Temple's main palace. Should I inform Pavilion Master Rulai of the Yellow Origin Heaven Sub-Palace? After cutting off the communication with Yiya, Su Konghai, who was in the Tidal Temple's main palace, frowned slightly as though he had recalled something. Previously, after the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses had ended, Rulai had come looking for him. If the main palace was not confident they could capture Duan Lingtian, he could come to the main palace and work with them to figure out a way to capture Duan Lingtian. Truth be told, this was not his first time meeting Rulai during the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. In the past, when Tathagata was not yet a god, he had seen Tathagata once. At that time, the feeling that Tathagata gave him was completely different from the Tathagata he had seen the last time. Naturally, he thought Rulai's change was due to Rulai's change. Rulai's temperament had changed because he had become a god. After all, it was not strange for some people to change after they became gods. There were many similar records in the Tidal Temple's main palace's history. Forget it. I should inform him. Since Feng Qingyang came with Duan Lingtian, the main palace is not confident they can capture Duan Lingtian. With this thought in mind, Su Konghai contacted Rulai, the palace master of the Tidal Temple in the Yellow Origin Heaven. In other words, Rulai was referring to Yahiko. Naturally, Su Konghai did not know Rulai was actually Yahiko. Rulai was not human. He was from the Dead Spirit clan in the undead world, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Duan Ling Tian is heading to the Tidal Temple's main palace now? After receiving Su Konghai's message, the Tathagata, who is also Master Yahiko, suddenly brightened up. When are you coming over? Su Konghai asked without beating around the bush. Vice Palace Master Su, it just so happens that I have some matters to attend to recently. I'll finish them in the shortest time possible and head to the main palace before Duan Ling Tian leaves. During this period of time, I'll think of a way so that I'll have a plan before I head to the main palace. Yahiko replied to Su Konghai. Meanwhile, Su Konghai frowned. He thought Rulai was unreliable. Why did he have something to attend to? For a moment, Su Konghai did not have much hope for him. After a faint response, he cut off the communication. After Su Konghai cut off the communication, Yahiko did the same and left the Tidal Temple's branch in the Yellow Origin Heaven. This day has finally come. I'll return to the undead world and ask for Big Brother's help. This time, no matter what, I'll possess Duan Ling Tian. I'll take over his body and everything about him. Yahiko's eyes burned with passion as he left the Tidal Temple's branch in the Yellow Origin Heaven. It was as though he could already see himself successfully possessing Duan Ling Tian. Yahiko was a member of the Dead Spirit Clan. The Dead Spirit Clan was a clan rooted in the undead world. Before they became gods, they could not leave the undead world. Yahiko's bloodline was the purest in the Dead Spirit Clan. He was considered a direct descendant. The current patriarch of the Dead Spirit Clan was his big brother, a God King expert. Like him, his big brother had yearned for the outside world since he was young. However, since he was the successor of the patriarch, he could only dream about it. Later on, when he became the patriarch of the Dead Spirit Clan, it became even more impossible for him to leave the undead world. I hope Big Brother is willing to help me. Yahiko prayed in his heart as he made his way back to the undead world. Although he had mentioned his big brother, the patriarch of the Dead Spirit Clan, at the primordial precipice in the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven, he knew the chances of his big brother leaving the Dead Spirit Clan to avenge him were slim. Also, without anyone informing them, the Dead Spirit race might not have known that he had been killed, given their lack of information. This time, he had personally returned to the undead world and the Dead Spirit Clan to seek help from his big brother. However, he was not confident he would be able to avenge Duan Ling Tian, so he could only try his best to convince his big brother to help him. With his big brother's strength, if his big brother agreed to help him, he would be able to possess Duan Ling Tian's body. The undead world was one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Naturally, the undead world was one of the top 3 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Many powerful titled celestial emperors would enter the undead world in groups to search for treasures in the undead world. In the undead world, it was even more likely that they would be able to hunt for emperor-grade celestial weapons. Chapter 35-36. Of course, although many people dared to enter the undead world, they only dared to wander around the periphery and did not dare to go deep. This was because once they went deep, they would enter the territory of the natives of the undead world. Once they entered the territory of the natives and were discovered, they would most likely die, even if they were immortals. If they accidentally entered the territory of some powerful natives of the undead world, even godly kings and godly emperors would not survive, let alone immortals. In the undead world, there was no lack of godly emperors. As for godly venerables, no one knew if there were any. There might be and there might not be. In fact, the Dead Spirit Clan that Master Yahiko belonged to was just an inferior clan in the undead world. The most powerful person in the clan was only a godly king. First, they were limited by their talent. Second, they were limited by their soul. In the history of the Dead Spirit Clan, the most powerful person was an upper-level celestial king. There had never been an immortal lord. Of course, to be more precise, the upper limit of a Dead Spirit Clan member who did not possess a physical body was an upper-level celestial king. It was impossible for them to break through to the immortal lord level. In the history of the Dead Spirit Clan, there were a few Dead Spirit Clan members who possessed physical bodies and broke through to the immortal lord level. However, these people were usually not seen as members of the Dead Spirit Clan. The Dead Spirit Clan had a rule that anyone who possessed a physical body, regardless of whether it was a human body, a demonic beast body, or any other life form, would be expelled from the Dead Spirit Clan. This was the highest rule of the Dead Spirit clan, and it had been so for countless years. The reason why there was such a rule was because any Dead Spirit clansman who possessed a corporeal body could use the body as a medium to devour other Dead Spirit clansmen and strengthen themselves. When that day came, it would be a catastrophe for the Dead Spirit clan. In the history of the Dead Spirit clan, there had been such a catastrophe. That catastrophe had almost wiped out the entire Dead Spirit clan. In the end, the Grand Elder of the Dead Spirit clan had sacrificed himself to lure the Dead Spirit clan's treasure to kill the Dead Spirit clan member who possessed a physical body. This allowed the Dead Spirit clan to survive. It was also from that time that the Dead Spirit clan became very sensitive to the Dead Spirit clan members possessing physical bodies. Occasionally, some Dead Spirit clansmen would do that, but once they were discovered, they would be executed. Unless they left the Netherworld. Even if he left the Netherworld, if the Ghost Clan found out that someone of the same race had possessed a physical body, he would be hunted down by the Ghost Clan. Because of this, after possessing Tathagata's body, Yahiko never returned to the Ghost Clan. This was because he knew that once the news of him possessing a human's body spread to the Dead Spirit tribe, they would never let him go. Even this time, he did not return to the Dead Spirit clan to seek help from the Dead Spirit clan. Instead, he went to seek help from his big brother. The current chief of the Dead Spirit race was his big brother. With his relationship with his big brother, he was sure that his big brother wouldn't betray him, and wouldn't tell the other Dead Spirit clansmen that he had possessed a human body. Once the news spread, not only would he be hunted down by the entire Dead Spirit race, even his big brother would be affected. Not only would he no longer be the patriarch of the Dead Spirit race, but he would also be implicated by him. In the worst case, he would be killed, and in the worst case, he would be expelled from the Dead Spirit race. In the Dead Spirit race, the person with the most power was the patriarch. However, the true expert and pillar of the Dead Spirit clan was the Supreme Elder, who held the supreme treasure of the Dead Spirit clan. He was also the strongest expert of the Dead Spirit clan, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the upper Divine King level. Big Brother. After returning to the Netherworld, Yahiko familiarly passed through the worts of the Netherworld and arrived near the Dead Spirit race's territory. He immediately sent a message to his big brother, Mi Xian. The Dead Spirit race did not need to use soul orbs to communicate with each other. Within a certain distance, they could communicate directly through soul resonance. The principle was similar to the radio stations on Earth where Duan Ling Tian lived in his previous life. As long as the channel was correct, they could communicate. Little brother Yen? After receiving Yahiko's message, the Dead Spirit race's patriarch, Mi Xian, who was in the Dead Spirit race's territory, suddenly trembled with a wisp of green humanoid energy. This was a sign that the Dead Spirit clansmen were agitated. Where have you been? Why have you been gone for so many years? Why haven't you come to see me? Why are you still outside the Dead Spirit race's territory? Through the message, Mi Xian could confirm Yahiko's approximate location. When he asked, his voice was still agitated. After all, he only had one disciple. Although the Dead Spirit race's method of reproduction was different from that of humans, Yahiko had awakened his consciousness at the same time as him. According to the Dead Spirit race, they were blood brothers, just like how humans and Yao beasts had the same father and mother. It was due to this that Mi Xian had special feelings for his younger brother. Big brother, please come out for a moment. If I enter the race, the Grand Elder will definitely discover me. Once the Grand Elder discovers my current situation, he will definitely act and kill me immediately. Master Yahiko said with a sigh. Almost as soon as Yahiko finished speaking, the Dead Spirit race patriarch, Mi Xian's energy body trembled violently again, as if he would be blown away by the wind at any moment. Did you take over another life form's body? When Mi Xian spoke again, his voice was trembling. Taking over another life form's body was a great taboo of the Dead Spirit race. It was punishable by death. If any other Dead Spirit race clansman dared to do such a thing, as the patriarch of the Dead Spirit race, he would definitely follow the rules of the Dead Spirit race and destroy them. But now, this was his little brother, his blood brother. In the face of Mi Xian's question, Yahiko chose to remain silent. However, Mi Xian's body trembled, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a gust of wind and disappeared from the spot. His speed had reached an astonishing level. Whoosh! A moment later, Mi Xian appeared in front of Yahiko. When he saw Yahiko's current state, he trembled even more. Fool! Fool! You fool! Mi Xian's voice trembled, his tone filled with resentment. You left the dead spirit race, left the netherworld, and wanted to see the outside world. I didn't stop you. I didn't care about you. But what have you done now? You've taken over a human's body. You should know, and there's no way you don't. The dead spirit race's greatest taboo, the first commandment, is not to take over another life form's physical body. This is because once you take over a physical body, you can devour your own clansmen to increase your strength and increase your comprehension of the laws. Back then, the dead spirit race was almost wiped out because of this. Why did you come back? Why did you come back? Are you tired of living? Are you tired of living? Mi Xian raged. Big brother. Facing Mi Xian's scolding, Yahiko didn't speak from beginning to end. Finally he knelt down on the ground and said, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I possessed this person's body for a reason. If I hadn't taken over his body, I would have been killed by him. To protect myself, I had to take over his body. If it were you, big brother, in the same situation on the brink of death, would you ask for death or take over a human's body to survive? Yahiko lowered his head and said hoarsely. Of course what he said was a lie. When he'd met Tathagata, Tathagata hadn't yet been a god, and he'd already been one. Tathagata hadn't had the power to kill him. From start to finish, he'd made all the decisions himself. Whether it was taking over Tathagata's body or everything else he'd done afterward, it had all been his own decision. No one had influenced or forced him. He'd said this to play the emotional card, so that his elder brother wouldn't blame him. He wanted his elder brother to leave the dead spirit race and the netherworld with him to help him take over the human called Duan Ling Tian. Since that's the case, you shouldn't have come back. When Mi Xian spoke again, his voice was much gentler and less aggressive than before. You didn't have to come back. You could have sent someone to send me a message. If I wanted to see you, I could have gone out to see you. It's too dangerous for you to appear here. It's too risky. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Mi Xian's figure flickered and he took Yahiko with him. Like a gust of wind, they left the Dead Spirit Clan's encampment and only stopped when they were quite a distance away from the Dead Spirit Clan. Big brother, you've broken through to Intermediate God King? Yahiko looked at Mi Xian in pleasant surprise. His eyes were filled with excitement and excitement. He felt that he'd made the right choice in coming back. Now that his elder brother had become an Intermediate God King, he was more confident in taking over Duan Lingtian's body. Yes, I broke through some time ago. Mi Xian nodded and said in a low voice, if you want to see me in the future, don't come in person. I can go out to see you. If the venerated elder learns that you've taken over a human's body, he'll definitely punish you personally. Do you understand? Mi Xian's tone left no room for doubt. I understand, big brother. Yahiko replied quickly. Tell me. Why did you take the risk to come back to see me? After all, Mi Xian was a member of the dead spirit race who had been born together with honored master Yahiko, and had grown up together with him. Mi Xian knew his disciple better than anyone else. For him to take such a risk to come find him, there must be something. It was impossible for him to have nothing to do with Mi Xian. Big brother. Yahiko smiled awkwardly before he explained. I can't completely take over the current body, so I want to take over a new body. The new body I'm interested in is less than 700 years old, but he's already a 10-direction celestial emperor. He has mastered the space sword Dao and the destruction sword Dao of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Moreover, his attainments in the law of space are high. Chapter 35-37. Little brother Yen, since you haven't fully possessed this body, there's still a way out. As long as you give up this body, you'll still be a member of the Dead Spirit Clan. Mi Xian's eyes lit up when he heard Lord Yahiko's words. Earlier, Mi Xian had thought that there was no turning back for his brother. Once he fully possessed the body, he would not be able to escape unscathed. Even if he managed to escape, he would have to possess another body. This was a characteristic of the Dead Spirit Clan. They would either not possess a physical body, or once they succeeded, they would have to possess another body in the future. Otherwise, It would not take long for them to be reduced to ashes. However, if they failed to possess a physical body, they would be able to escape unscathed. Lord Yahiko's expression froze when he heard this. He finally realized that the emotional card he had played earlier meant that he would be forced to possess his current body. Big brother. At this point, Lord Yahiko no longer tried to hide anything. I'll tell you the truth. There's no turning back for me. I've gotten used to the human body. I like the human body. I don't want to live the life of a dead spirit like before. I want to enjoy everything a human can enjoy. Moreover, if I can successfully possess that new body, given the potential of that new body, my limits in the future will not be limited to the level of High Divine King like the members of the Ghost Race. At that time, I'll be able to break through to the level of a Divine Emperor or even a God Emperor. With the body's talent, it's not impossible for me to become a godly venerable in the future. I might even have a chance to become a paramount expert. A paramount expert is someone who stands at the pinnacle of this world. We, the Spectre clan, are merely an inferior race in the netherworld, let alone in this world, which includes the various planes of gods. Big brother, do you understand me? Lord Yahiko looked at Mi Xian with an impassioned expression. Don't worry. I can guarantee you that even if I possess that person, I won't return to the Dead Spirit clan in the future. Although Lord Yahiko said that, he had other thoughts in his mind. Once he had enough strength, he would definitely return to the Dead Spirit clan and devour the souls to increase his strength. That was because it was a shortcut for him to increase his strength after he possessed the body of a human. Of the Dead Spirit clan, the only one he had feelings for was his big brother before him. In the future, other than his big brother, he would not spare the rest of the Dead Spirit clansmen. Standing at the peak of this world, hearing Master Mi Yan's words, Mi Xian was clearly frightened. He didn't expect his disciple to have such lofty ambitions. At this moment, he didn't even know how to refute his younger brother. Asking him to turn back, wouldn't that be cutting off his future? Are you sure that the body you're about to possess has that kind of potential? Mi Xian asked with a serious expression. You should know that the dead soul race only has one chance to completely possess a life. Once we use this chance, we can only possess the body in the future. We cannot possess anything else in that body. Big brother, I know this. Naturally, I won't use that chance recklessly. Lord Yahiko said confidently. He was very confident in the body of the young man called Duanling Tian. Once he completely possessed him, with his foundation, his cultivation speed would be faster than the young man's. Big brother, help me just this once. Lord Yahiko continued to persuade him. Just this once. In the future, I won't trouble you anymore. Lord Yahiko continued to persuade him, even bringing up some of the past between him and Mi Xian, including how he had once saved Mi Xian's life. Being brought up again, Mi Xian's emotions became restless again, but he finally agreed. All right, I'll go with you. Wait for me here. After I return to the clan and settle some matters, I'll come find you and leave the netherworld with you. I'll help you obtain the body you want. After bidding farewell to Lord Yahiko, Mi Xian left. After receiving Mi Xian's agreement, Lord Yahiko's eyes lit up like the bright stars in the night sky, dazzling and dazzling. Duanling Tian was, naturally, unaware of what was happening in the netherworld. Currently, he and his master, Feng Qingyang, were waiting in the Tidal Temple's sub-temple of the solitary destructive heaven when they finally met Su Konghai, the Vice Palace Master of the Tidal Temple. Vice Palace Master Su. Duanling Tian was slightly surprised to see Su Konghai again. However, Feng Qingyang remained calm as though he was not surprised at all. Wind Heavenly Emperor, Duanling Tian, I'm here to bring you to the Tidal Temple's main temple. Unlike the solemn expression he had during the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, Su Konghai had a polite smile on his face when he spoke to Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang. Thank you for your trouble, Vice Palace Master Su. Feng Qingyang nodded. He was not as casual as he was when he was with Duanling Tian. Naturally, Feng Qingyang did not do this on purpose. It was just that he was used to being like this. He was different in front of Duanling Tian because Duanling Tian was his only true disciple. As for the others, they were nothing in Feng Qingyang's eyes. Even if the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple was here, he would still act the same, let alone the vice hall master of the tidal temple. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With Su Konghai leading the way, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang were transported to the main temple of the tidal temple through the transporting formation in the solitary destructive heaven sub-temple's main temple. The heaven and earth spirit energy in this realm was very rich. It was comparable to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Most importantly, the heaven and earth spirit energy was everywhere. At the very least, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang had never been to a place where the heaven and earth spirit energy was thinner when they traveled with Su Konghai. Duan Ling Tian, the secret chamber of laws, is an important place in the main temple of the tidal temple. Although I'm the vice palace master of the tidal temple, I still have to go through some procedures if I want to lead you into the secret chamber of laws. Su Konghai said to Duan Ling Tian, who had also come to a halt when they arrived in front of a palace that occupied a vast area. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was not surprised by this. After all, the secret chamber of laws was one of the most important places in the tidal temple. It was only natural that there were many rules. Wind Heavenly Emperor, do you want to come with us, or do you want me to arrange a place for you to rest? Su Konghai asked as he looked at Feng Qingyang. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang looked at Su Konghai meaningfully before he said, I'm fine with anything. In that case, I'll lead you to a place for you to rest. Su Konghai smiled faintly as though he did not see Feng Qingyang's meaningful gaze. Then, he sent a message to someone. After a dozen breaths, a figure appeared at lightning speed. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a dark green robe. His appearance was ordinary, and his build was average. However, he exuded a terrifying murderous aura. It was clear he was not a simple person. Elder Luo, this is the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Bring him to the courtyards in the tidal temple. He can choose any courtyard he wants, Su Konghai said. Yes. Vice Palace Master. Then he looked at Feng Qingyang and said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, Heavenly Emperor Feng, please follow me. Thank you. Feng Qingyang nodded before he left with the middle-aged man. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian followed Su Konghai to the tidal temple. Duan Ling Tian remained calm as he followed Su Konghai to the tidal temple. He did not seem worried at all. Although his master, Feng Qingyang, was not with him, it was a fact that he was in the tidal temple. If the tidal temple wanted to do anything to him, they would have to consider his master first. After all, even the tidal temple would not be willing to bear the wrath of a god. Moreover, his master's clone was only here with the law of earth. Even if his master stayed here, he could still exact revenge on the tidal temple. If the tidal temple wanted to do anything to him, they would have to consider the consequences. Moreover, the tidal temple might not know his master's true strength, but he knew his master could break through to the God King stage at any time and become a God King who is above the gods. For this reason, he was not worried at all. Along the way, Su Konghai did not do anything suspicious. After he led Duan Ling Tian through the tidal temple, he asked, Duan Ling Tian, do you plan to stay with the Heavenly Emperor for a few days before entering the tidal temple, or do you plan to enter the tidal temple now? I'll enter now. Duan Ling Tian replied without any hesitation. The sooner he finished his business, the sooner he could leave. All right. Su Konghai nodded. As the winner of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses, you'll be able to stay in the tidal temple for the longest time. Since you're the winner, you can choose 2 tidal temples. However, you'll still have to stay in the tidal temple for 3 months. Su Konghai paused for a moment before he added, well, the tidal temple only has tidal temples that contain the laws of the 5 elements. Duan Ling Tian had long known about this, so he was not surprised. Which 2 tidal temples do you plan to choose? Su Konghai asked again. Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate when he heard Su Konghai's question. He said bluntly, I'll choose the tidal temple for the law of fire and the tidal temple for the law of earth. Whether it was the law of fire or the law of earth, Duan Ling Tian had studied them for a while, so he had a good understanding of them. Moreover, his master, Feng Qingyang, was also skilled in the law of earth. His master could give him a lot of pointers when it came to the law of earth. Chapter 35-38. Before coming into contact with the law of space, Duan Lingtian's forte was the law of fire. For this reason, apart from the secret room that contained the law of earth, he would enter the secret room that contained the law of fire as well. Due to the limited time, he was confident he would be able to master the two profundities within 3 months. Of course, during these 3 months, while mastering all the profundities of these two laws, if he had free time, he would continue to meditate and comprehend the fusion of the profundities of these two laws. Once you've made your decision, you can't change it. Are you sure? Are you sure about the secret rooms that contain the law of fire and the law of earth? Su Konghai asked again. I'm sure. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had already made up his mind before he came here. There was no need for him to change it. After obtaining Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Su Konghai brought Duan Lingtian to the secret rooms in the Tidal Temple's main hall. The secret rooms in the Tidal Temple's main hall were protected by layers of formations. If one had not been here before, one would not be able to discover anything even if they used their divine consciousness. This was because the secret rooms were too well hidden. There were many concealment formations and other formations set up in the secret rooms. There are only 5 secret rooms in the Tidal Temple, and they correspond to the laws of the 5 elements. Currently, a disciple of the Tidal Temple is meditating in the secret room that contained the law of earth. You can enter the secret room that contained the law of fire first. He'll come out in a month at most. It won't affect you when you enter the secret room that contained the law of earth later. Su Konghai said to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he brought Duan Lingtian to the 5 secret rooms in the Tidal Temple. The 5 secret rooms were located on a high platform in 5 different directions. The high platform looked more like an altar. It was covered with complicated veins and diagrams. If one looked at it, one would feel dazzled. If one used their divine consciousness to look at it, it would cause one to fall into a daze. The secret rooms in the Tidal Temple seemed to be created by the powerhouse who founded the Tidal Temple. Sister Xueqi said only supreme powerhouses have the ability to create secret rooms. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart skipped a beat. Of the 5 law chambers in front of him, any one of them looked simple and unadorned, unlike the law of time chambers left behind in the land of inheritance that his master had brought him to. They were as resplendent as palaces. You can arrange your time. You can stay in the secret room that contained the law of fire for the next 3 months. However, after 3 months, you won't be able to enter the secret room. Su Konghai said to Darum yes. Duan Lingtian. You with the law of time, Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian of with the law of time. Duan Yu. Duan Lingtian of fire of Lingtian of time. Duan 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 of Duan 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 Tian of Duan 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 of Dun. Was of the Duan of the time was a of to Duan of the Duan was of the of time of the was of the Duan Duan. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded again. You may enter now. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. I'll come and get you when the 3 months are up. Su Konghai said. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian nodded. Su Konghai turned around and left, leaving the 2 old men standing guard in the middle of the secret rooms. At this time, Duan Lingtian entered the secret room that contained the law of fire as well. Since he had entered the secret room that contained the law of time before, Duan Lingtian was very familiar with the process. It seems like my plan won't work. Duan Lingtian felt as though someone was spying on him even though he was in the secret room. Moreover, it felt as though someone was deliberately trying to make him aware of it. This feeling also made him realize that someone was monitoring this law chamber. Initially, he had planned to summon the Chaos Divine Flame from the 5 divine elements to see if it could help him steal some of the profundities from the law of fire into his little world. After all, the world-cleansing divine water had told him that he could do that. However, now that he discovered someone was spying on him, his plan was doomed to fail. Duan Lingtian had thought about bringing his friends and family to the secret room in the Tidal Temple to obtain the profundities from the law of fire. However, he quickly dismissed the idea since he was certain the Tidal Temple would have a way to prevent him from doing that. Apart from Huan and Xueqi who had yet to wake up from their cultivation, Duan Lingtian did not bring his friends and family to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. After all, it was risky for him to leave the heavenly palace of Duan Lingtian.
For safety's sake, he would feel more at ease if his friends and family were in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven.
I should focus on obtaining the profundities from the law of fire. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian focused on obtaining the profundities from the law of fire's secret room.
Due to his experience in the secret room that contained the law of time, he was able to obtain the profundities from the law of fire's secret room. I have 3 months to obtain all the profundities from the law of fire and the law of earth as soon as possible. Meanwhile,
after leaving the secret room in the Tidal Temple, Su Konghai went to see the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple. The Hall Master of the Tidal Temple was a middle-aged man dressed in a long blue robe. He was tall and burly, and there was a bloody scar between his eyebrows that resembled a bright moon.
At this moment, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple sat at the top of the stairs in the great meeting hall of the Tidal Temple.
He looked like a king who had descended from the heavens as he looked down at the people below him. Su Konghai, who had just arrived, was among them. Apart from Su Konghai, there were 3 other old men present. One of them was the Vice Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, while the other 2 were Grand Elders of the Tidal Temple. All of them were godly spirit powerhouses in the Tidal Temple. Lord Hall Master, Duan Ling Tian has entered the secret room. Su Konghai reported Duan Ling Tian's whereabouts as soon as he spoke. As for Feng Qingyang, I've already arranged for him to stay in one of our guest courtyards.
Good. The Hall Master of the Tidal Temple nodded before he looked at the 3 old men.
Is it worth it to risk offending Feng Qingyang for Duan Ling Tian? Feng Qingyang, it should only be his law clone, Feng Qingyang said. It's easy to kill Duan Ling Tian, and it's easy to destroy Feng Qingyang's law clone. However, this will definitely anger Feng Qingyang. Currently, we don't even know where Feng Qingyang's true body is. Even if he can't defeat the Tidal Temple, he can still make a move on our branch. The Hall Master of the Tidal Temple pointed out the key points as soon as he spoke. Hall Master. One of the old men stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Duan Ling Tian isn't even 700 years old, but he has already mastered the Space Sword Dao and Control Dao of the 4 Dao of Heaven and Earth. Moreover, his attainments in the Law of Space are quite high as well. Currently, he's suspected to be as strong as an 8-star god of war. There's a high chance he has some secret that allows him to master the 4 Dao of Heaven and Earth so easily. If the Tidal Temple is able to obtain this secret, we might be able to create a group of people who are similar to him. Moreover, the Tidal Temple has always been searching for people who have mastered the 4 Dao of Heaven and Earth. Someone like Duan Ling Tian is someone the Tidal Temple is willing to pay a huge price to recruit. It's just Feng Qingyang who just recently became a god. Do you think that our Tidal Temple should be afraid of him? If he dares to make a move on our branch, I'll immediately teleport over and kill his true body. The old man was one of the supreme elders of the Tidal Temple. Although his cultivation base was not as high as the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, he was still a greater god. His strength was much stronger than Su Konghai, the Vice Hall Master of the Tidal Temple. For this reason, I suggest we imprison Duan Ling Tian. It's fine if Feng Qingyang gives in. However, if he doesn't, do you think the Tidal Temple should be afraid of a brat who has only recently become a god? The old man had lived for more than 60,000 years. In his opinion, Feng Qingyang, who had only lived for slightly more than 10,000 years, was no different from a brat. That makes sense. Another old man, who was also a supreme elder of the Tidal Temple, nodded in agreement. The dignity of the Tidal Temple can't be blasphemed by a mere lesser god. He's just a lesser deity.
Even if he's out of his mind to take revenge on our Tidal Temple, as long as we're prepared in advance, we can send out intermediate deities and above to kill him before we suffer heavy losses. If he dares to cause trouble, I'm willing to make a move myself and kill him.
The old man's face was filled with ruthlessness as he spoke. What do you think? After hearing what the 2 supreme elders of the Tidal Temple had to say, the Temple Master of the Tidal Temple shifted his gaze to Su Konghai and the remaining old man. Both of them were Vice Temple Masters of the Tidal Temple, and they were intermediate gods. Vice Hall Master Su, why don't you speak first? The old man looked at Su Konghai and said, You've interacted with Feng Qingyang more than I have. I haven't seen him before. Su Konghai nodded. Then, he looked at the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple and said in a deep voice, Hall Master, I can understand the Supreme Elder's feelings.
However, I have a feeling that Feng Qingyang is not as simple as he seems. I'm afraid he's not as simple as a lesser god. Even if it's just his clone made from the law of earth, I have a strong feeling that I might not be able to defeat him.
Su Konghai voiced his concerns.
Before the Hall Master of the Title Temple could say anything, one of the two Supreme Elders spoke first. Vice Hall Master Su, I'm sure you're wrong.
He's just a brat who has only become a god a few hundred years ago.
Do you think he'll be able to improve and become an intermediate god or even a greater god in just a few hundred years?
What a joke! Chapter 35-39. I think it's time to make a decision. Don't tell me you want what happened to Feng Qingyang to happen again? The Supreme Elder of the Title Temple said. What happened to Feng Qingyang? As soon as the Supreme Elder of the Title Temple finished speaking, everyone, including Su Konghai, fell silent. Although the Title Temple had been around for a long time, it was sad that no one in the current generation, including the Temple Master, had grasped any of the four Tao of heaven and earth. Although this was very common in the history of the Title Temple, it still made the current generation of Title Temple rulers feel sad and anxious. Although there were comprehensions of the four Taos of heaven and earth in the Title Temple, they were all comprehensions left behind by the ancestors of the Title Temple in the past. They were all written down and depended on one's comprehension ability. No one in the Title Temple was capable of personally teaching the four Tao of heaven and earth. Under such circumstances, the Title Temple shifted its focus to the people outside. Anyone who could be confirmed to have mastered one of the four Taos of heaven and earth would be captured so that the Title Temple could personally teach them. Back then, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had risen like a shooting star. He had even mastered the destruction sword Tao, one of the four Tao of heaven and earth. In the beginning, the Title Temple had only sent someone to test the waters. That person was Tang Sanpeo's master, a high-ranking official of the Title Temple who was currently in seclusion. Although he was no longer in the Title Temple, he was still working for the Title Temple. However, when he challenged Feng Qingyang, he defeated Feng Qingyang. During that battle, the Title Temple discovered that Feng Qingyang had grasped the Destruction Sword Tao. Based on Feng Qingyang's attainments in the Destruction Sword Tao, it seemed like Feng Qingyang would continue to improve. For this reason, the Title Temple decided to wait for Feng Qingyang to master the Destruction Sword Tao before making a move on Feng Qingyang and bringing him to the Title Temple. Mastering the Destruction Sword Tao and mastering the Destruction Sword Tao were two completely different concepts. Since Feng Qingyang was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the Title Temple was not in a hurry to capture him. Therefore, the Title Temple decided to wait for Feng Qingyang to become a god before capturing Feng Qingyang and forcing him to hand over his comprehension of the Destruction Sword Tao. Now, Su Konghai and the others who were present were very patient and wanted to wait a little longer. However, before Feng Qingyang was about to become a god, they heard that Feng Qingyang was in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. At that time, they had regretted not making a move earlier. At that time, they thought Feng Qingyang who was trapped in the Azura Hell would definitely die.
After all, the Azura Heaven and Earth was the God King, the Azura Heaven and Earth, the Azura God Azura.
Just like its name, the Azura Heaven and Earth was hell. However, when Feng Qingyang returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and killed the new heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, hope rose in their hearts again. Then, they sent Tang Sanpeo's master to test Duan Ling Tian again. This time, Tang Sanpeo's master was defeated miserably. Not only has Feng Qingyang mastered the Destruction Sword Tao, but I can't even see through his Destruction Sword Tao. Moreover, he's already a god. Moreover, he's only a clone from the Law of Earth. His true body and his strongest clone from the Law of Destruction aren't in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. When they heard Tang Sanpeo's master's words, they knew it would be difficult for the Title Temple to make a move on Feng Qingyang. Even a god, a lesser god, was not someone they could easily control. At the very least, they did not have the perfect method to force a god to do something against his will. If a god wanted to commit suicide, they could stop him. However, they did not have the ability to completely control a god. We should have made a move earlier. At that time, they still regretted not making a move earlier. That's right. At the same time, another Supreme Elder from the Title Temple chimed in. We can't afford to hesitate any longer. We only have one chance. If we miss this opportunity, it'll be difficult for us to kill Duanling Tian in the future. Feng Qingyang should be thankful that we didn't make a move on him. It'll be fine if he knows what's good for him. However, if he doesn't, we'll turn him into a stray dog without waiting for him to make a move.
The Supreme Elder from the Title Temple who had spoken earlier said in a deep voice as his eyes glinted coldly.
Temple Master. At this moment, even Su Konghai and the other Vice Temple Master of the Title Temple felt their blood boil when they heard the Supreme Elder's words. They turned to look at the Temple Master of the Title Temple in unison, waiting for his opinion. The Temple Master's opinion would be final. What do the two of you think? The Temple Master of the Title Temple looked at Su Konghai and the other Vice Temple Master as he asked. Now that the two Supreme Elders have made their stand, what do the two of you think we should do? Temple Master, I agree with the two Supreme Elders' words.
The other Vice Temple Master was the first to speak up.
Su Konghai smiled bitterly. Even if I told you not to make a move on Duanling Tian, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop you, Temple Master, right? If I'm not mistaken, you've already made up your mind, Temple Master. As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, the other three old men turned to look at the Temple Master of the Title Temple in unison. Let him stay. The Temple Master of the Title Temple Master said indifferently, just as the two Supreme Elders have said, do you think the Title Temple is afraid of Feng Qingyang, a mere heavenly emperor who has only become a god a few hundred years ago? After we let Duanling Tian stay, it'll be fine if he doesn't act recklessly. However, if he acts recklessly, we'll make him suffer. The Temple Master of the Title Temple finally made up his mind. When do we make our move? Su Konghai asked. Let's wait until Duanling Tian has spent enough time in the secret room of laws.
The Temple Master of the Title Temple pondered for a moment before he said, who knows? He might be able to comprehend something in the secret room of laws and improve his four Tao of heaven and earth.
If that's the case, it'll be more beneficial to the Title Temple. You're wise, Temple Master.
The other Vice Temple Master's eyes lit up as he flattered the Temple Master of the Title Temple.
At this moment, both Duanling Tian and his master, Feng Qingyang, were unaware that the Title Temple had decided to target Duanling Tian. It took slightly more than a month for Duanling Tian to leave the secret room of laws of fire and enter the secret room of laws of earth. Then, he stayed in the secret room of laws of earth for 3 months before he came out. Time's up. When the time was up, a voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears. At the same time, he felt a huge force pushing him out of the secret room of laws of earth. Duanling Tian, who was pushed out of the secret room of laws of earth, had a calm expression on his face. However, inwardly, he was very satisfied with his gains this time. After all, he had successfully comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire and the law of earth. Moreover, he had comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire and the law of earth to the mastery stage. At this point, he had comprehended all the profundities from the law of earth to the mastery stage. The law of space, the law of time, the law of fire, the law of earth. Both of you, please help me contact Vice Temple Master Su. It's time for me to return with my master. After being pushed out of the secret room of laws, Duanling Tian stood quietly in the same spot for a while before he looked at the two people outside the secret room. These two people were the elders of the Title Temple, who were in charge of guarding the secret room of laws of earth. When they heard Duanling Tian's words, they nodded. At the same time, one of them sent a message to Su Konghai. I'll send a message to the Vice Temple Master for Yub. Please wait for a moment. The Title Temple Elder who sent the message to Su Konghai said, all right. Duanling Tian nodded. At the same time, he sent a message to his master. Master, I've come out. I'll wait for Vice Temple Master Su to bring me to you. After that we can leave. I'll wait for both of you. Feng Qingyang nodded. At the same time he asked, did it go smoothly? It went smoothly. Duanling Tian smiled. I've comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire and the law of earth to the mastery stage. Next, I'll have to fuse their profundities. It'll be similar to the law of time that I comprehended earlier. Naturally, Feng Qingyang praised Duanling Tian's words. Not bad. I can impart some of my experience with the law of earth to you as well. However, You'll have to rely on your own comprehension of the law of earth. Just like my sword Dao. I know that. Duan Ling Tian replied again.
At the same time, his eyes flashed as he saw a figure flying toward him from afar at lightning speed.
Master, let's continue our discussion when we meet later. Vice Palace Master Su is here. Duan Ling Tian, do you plan to stay in the Tidal Temple for a while longer to comprehend the law of fire and the law of earth while the iron is hot, or do you plan to return? Su Konghai asked with a smile when he arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian. Thank you for your kindness, Vice Temple Master Su, but I plan to return after meeting up with my master. Duan Ling Tian replied. All right, I'll bring you to your master. Su Konghai nodded and did not say anything else. Under Su Konghai's lead, Duan Ling Tian soon met his master, Feng Qingyang. At this time, his heart that had been hanging in the air was completely put down. In the end, it seemed like the Tidal Temple did not intend to do anything to him, let alone keep him alive.
At this moment, before Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang could speak, the sound of wind whistling in the air suddenly rang in the air.
It was piercing to the ears. Whoosh! At the same time, Su Konghai, who was originally standing near Duan Ling Tian, rose into the air and hovered in the air. At the same time, the other four figures also appeared in a timely manner. One of them was a middle-aged man, and the other three were old men. Chapter 35-40. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback by this sudden development. He did not expect this at all. Just a moment ago, Su Konghai, the Vice Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, had brought Duan Ling Tian to his master out of goodwill. It was as though he was escorting Duan Ling Tian out of the Tidal Temple. However, when Duan Ling Tian saw his master, it seemed as though Su Konghai had turned into a completely different person. He stood in the air and surrounded Duan Ling Tian with four other people. Was the Tidal Temple planning to keep him here after all? Moreover, they did not even bother to hide their intentions in front of his master. Where did the Tidal Temple get their confidence from? Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened immediately. His eyes gleamed coldly, and a terrifying aura surged out of his body. It seemed as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped a few degrees. Duan Ling Tian's heart sank at this moment. The Tidal Temple must have thought about the consequences of their actions. However, since this had happened, it meant the Tidal Temple was prepared to bear the consequences of their actions. It was obvious they were no longer afraid of his master, Feng Qingyang. Or perhaps, they did not think his master was a threat to the Tidal Temple? Wu Hongqing. Unlike Duan Ling Tian, who had a grim expression on his face, Feng Qingyang's expression remained calm. His eyes were trained on the middle-aged man hovering in the air. Wu Hongqing was the current hall master of the Tidal Temple. Humph. As soon as Feng Qingyang finished speaking, the old man who was hovering in the air snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Feng Qingyang, do you think a mere heavenly emperor like you has the right to call our hall master by his name? Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to the figure hovering in the air. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a long blue robe. He was tall and burly, and there was a bloody crescent moon mark between his eyebrows. His brows were as sharp as swords, and he exuded an imposing aura. At this very moment, the other party was looking down at him and his master, Feng Qingyang. Wu Hongqing stood in the air and looked at Feng Qingyang indifferently. He said indifferently, the Tidal Temple wants you as a core disciple. You, just pretend that you don't have such a disciple. If you're willing, the Tidal Temple won't try to deprive you of your position as the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. You can continue to be the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven for as long as you want. This is what I, Wu Hongqing, the current Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, promise you. As soon as Wu Hongqing opened his mouth, he asked for Duan Ling Tian from Feng Qingyang. He even offered a price at the right time. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly to himself. It seemed that he still had some value. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian realized that the people in the Tidal Temple, including the Hallmaster, were unaware of his master's true strength. Otherwise, he would not have made such a promise. With his master's strength, there was no need for the Tidal Temple to make such a promise. With his own strength,
He was more than capable of becoming the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven.
Has the title temple made up your mind? Feng Qingyang ignored Wu Hongqing's words. He stared at Wu Hongqing indifferently. His voice was so calm that it was frightening. Feng Qingyang, stop trying to be mysterious. Another Grand Supreme Elder from the title temple chimed in with a mocking smile. How long has it been since you became a god? I'm afraid you're only an intermediate god at most, right? How dare you threaten the title temple? Perhaps you'll say that your true body and your clone from the Law of Destruction aren't here so you can seek revenge on the title temple's branches in the Devata realms. If your true body and your clone from the Law of Destruction dare to make a move on the title temple's branches, I'll personally teleport over to kill you. A hint of killing intent could be seen on the Supreme Elder's face as he spoke.
Then, he added, moreover, if you dare to act recklessly, even if you've already escaped by the time I arrive, I won't be able to escape from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Unless you're willing to become a sectless cultivator and live a fugitive, however, you'll still be hunted down by the god-level powerhouses of the title temple. The title temple's Grand Supreme Elder's every word and action was a perfect example of the word threat. Upon hearing the Supreme Elder's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned unsightly. He did not expect the title temple would be so ruthless. You want me to die a graveless death? Contrary to Duan Lingtian's unsightly expression, a faint smile could be seen on Feng Qingyang's face when he instinctively turned to look at Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, watch out! Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the title temple, cried out in alarm as his eyes widened. Swoosh! At the same time, Wu Hongqing vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the Supreme Elder who had threatened Feng Qingyang earlier. However, it was too late. The Supreme Elder from the title temple who had threatened Duan Lingtian earlier had a bloody hole in his glabella. Even then, he was still wearing a disdainful expression on his face. It was clear he did not react in time. The Supreme Elder, Su Konghai, and the Vice Hall Master of the title temple felt as though they had fallen into an ice cellar when they saw this. They felt chills running up their spines from the soles of their feet to their heads. Brother Quan. When the remaining Supreme Elder of the title temple regained his senses, a look of grief and indignation appeared on his face. Flames of fury burned in his eyes. However, he was unable to vent his anger on Feng Qingyang. This was because when he looked at Feng Qingyang again, there was more fear in his eyes than anger. How's this possible? When the two Vice Hall Masters from the title temple, including Su Konghai, regained their senses, an expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. Their title temple's Supreme Elder was a higher god, and he was a Grand Elder. However, in just a blink of an eye, he had died right in front of them. Moreover, they did not even see how he had died. All they heard was the sound of a sword humming in the air.
Feng Qingyang. Did he draw his sword? I'm an intermediate god, but I didn't even see him draw his sword. Moreover, this is only his clone from the Law of Earth. Su Konghai and the Vice Hall Master from the title temple trembled in fear. It's not just us. Even Elder Su Quan did not react in time to Feng Qingyang's attack. If that's the case, there's only one possibility. At the same time, Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the title temple, finally spoke. Feng Qingyang, you've actually broken through to the God King stage. You've become a God King. Wu Hongqing's tone was filled with anger, but at the same time, it was also filled with fear. His face was filled with disbelief. How many years had it been since Feng Qingyang became a god? How was he already a God King? How was this possible? God King. Su Konghai and the other two Vice Hall Masters had already realized that Feng Qingyang's strength was definitely at the God King stage. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill the Supreme Elder from the title temple so easily. Master has broken through? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw Feng Qingyang killing the Supreme Elder from the title temple. This was something that he had not expected. After all, when he went to the Azura Hell with his master's main body was still quite a distance away from breaking through to the God King stage. He did not expect his master to break through to the God King stage in just slightly more than a year. Now, the title temple still wants to keep my disciple alive? Feng Qingyang stepped into the air and stood in the center of the 4 experts from the tidal temple with his hands on his back. His expression was calm as he said, "If you still want to, you can try." Feng Qingyang. Wu Hongqing's expression darkened as he stared at Feng Qingyang. "Since you're a god king, why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you have to kill the supreme elder of the tidal temple to prove your strength? You did it on purpose?" As soon as Wu Hongqing found out that Feng Qingyang was a god king, he knew that it was impossible for him and the tidal temple to keep Duan Lingtian alive. Moreover, Su Quan, the supreme elder of the tidal temple, had died in vain. Even if Wu Hongqing could control the formation in the tidal temple's main hall to deal with Feng Qingyang, it was impossible for him to kill Feng Qingyang. Even the most powerful killing formation in the tidal temple's main hall could only kill ordinary gods at most. This was because the formation was powerful, and there were many divine crystals as the driving source of the formation. It should be noted that divine crystals could not be used to set up divine formations unless they were in the realms of gods. This was because the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods could not resonate with divine crystals. Only the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods could resonate with divine crystals and allow divine formations to unleash their full potential. The killing formation in the tidal temple's main hall could kill a god king in the realms of gods. However, in the realms of gods, it could only kill ordinary lesser gods at most. Otherwise, it could only injure the lesser gods severely. So what if I did it on purpose? Feng Qingyang retorted indifferently. He looked at Wu Hongqing calmly. On the other hand, Wu Hongqing's eyes were cold, and his body emitted a bone-chilling aura. "Little Tian, let's go." Feng Qingyang glanced at Wu Hongqing indifferently before he beckoned to Duan Lingtian to leave with Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the tidal temple, looked at Feng Qingyang with hostility in his eyes. It was as though he had no intention of making a move at all. It was as though he wanted to let Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang leave. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave with Feng Qingyang, "Humph!" Another cold snort came from afar. However, a figure appeared in the distant void above. Tathagata? As soon as the figure appeared, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. He recognized the person. It was the temple master of the tidal temple's Xian Yuantian branch, who was currently controlled by the dead spirit clansman. Chapter 35-41. Temple Master Rulai? Even Su Konghai, one of the vice-temple masters of the tidal temple, was taken aback by Rulai's arrival. He did not expect Rulai would show up at such a time. Moreover, Rulai was swaggering in front of them. "Can't you see that even we have to avoid Feng Qingyang's attack? Who would have thought Feng Qingyang was already a god king? If they had known this earlier, they would not have shown up to force Feng Qingyang to kill Duan Lingtian. After all, a god king was more than enough to force the tidal temple to compromise. At the very least, they had no choice but to compromise. Although the tidal temple could mobilize more powerful forces, those forces were all in the realms of gods. Before the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms was opened, they would not be able to use those forces. Currently, their strongest cultivator was the hall master of the main hall of the tidal temple, a mere celestial king. Perhaps, the temple master of the tidal temple was not afraid of Feng Qingyang. However, what about the others in the tidal temple? If Feng Qingyang really wanted to fight to the death, with his strength as a celestial king, he could easily slaughter the entire tidal temple until only the hall master of the tidal temple remained. For this reason, Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the tidal temple, did not attack Feng Qingyang even though he was infuriated. After all, it was meaningless. Moreover, it would only worsen the situation. If Feng Qingyang was only an intermediate god, the tidal temple would not have to worry about him. After all, there were more than 20 intermediate gods in the tidal temple. There were also more than 5 higher gods in the tidal temple. Even if Feng Qingyang's cultivation base was at the higher-ranked deity stage, they would still be wary of him. At that time, they would consider keeping Duan Lingtian alive no matter what. However, Feng Qingyang had killed one of the tidal temple's higher gods and displayed his strength as a celestial king. At this moment, there was no need for them to hesitate. They had no other choice. Hall Master Rulai? Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple, glanced at Tathagata indifferently before he said, Vice Hall Master Su told me that you said you'd come over to help us come up with a solution. However, it's meaningless now. You, go back to your Heaven Xian Xian Tian Branch Palace. Su Konghai had told Wu Hongqing that Tathagata, who was at the pinnacle of Shenyuan Heaven, was coming, so Wu Hongqing knew about it. Now, seeing that Tathagata was late and had even arrived at this time, he could not help but feel a little irritated. In his opinion, even if all the palace masters of the Tidal Temple's branches in the Devata realms were gathered here, it would still be useless, let alone Tathagata. Feng Qingyang was a godly king. Even if he was no match for him, this was only Feng Qingyang's avatar of the laws of earth. Besides that, he still had his main body and his avatar of the laws of destruction. That was what was truly frightening. Hallmaster, I saw what happened earlier. Upon hearing Wu Hongqing's words, Tathagata said indifferently, I didn't expect Feng Qingyang to have become a celestial king. Although he's only a primitive celestial king, it's still shocking. Wu Hongqing was taken aback by Tathagata's words. He did not expect Tathagata to have arrived so early and witnessed Feng Qingyang's attack. However, if that was the case, why did Tathagata still dare to show up in such a domineering manner? Hallmaster, all of you can just watch the show from the sidelines. Once I possess Duanling Tian, as long as the Tidal Temple is willing to make me the next Hallmaster, I'm willing to share all of his comprehension of the four Tao of heaven and earth with the Tidal Temple. Possession. Upon hearing Tathagata's words, the few godly powerhouses in the Tidal Temple, including Wu Hongqing, were stunned. Even if Tathagata wanted to possess Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the four Tao of heaven and earth, right? Wasn't Tathagata simply possessing a body? Should I call you Tathagata or a member of the Dead Spirit Clan? Wu Hongqing, Su Konghai, and the others from the Tidal Temple were still stunned by Tathagata's words when Duan Lingtian looked at Tathagata and asked meaningfully, Dead Spirit Clan. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the few people from the Tidal Temple looked at Tathagata warily. Their expressions turned solemn. As high-ranking officials of the Tidal Temple who had lived for a long time, it was only natural that they knew what the Dead Spirit Clan meant. It seems like you know everything. Tathagata, also known as Yahiko the Venerable, was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help but laugh. However, I would prefer if you called me Yahiko the Venerable. As for the Dead Spirit Clan, after I possess you, the Dead Spirit Clan will no longer accept me, and I'll no longer be a member of the Dead Spirit Clan. I will become you. I will take over everything you have, including your memories and everything related to cultivation. Yahiko paused for a moment before he looked at Wu Hongqing. Temple Master, you should have a certain understanding of the Dead Spirit Clan. You should know that it's impossible for the Dead Spirit Clan to accept another person who has possessed a physical body. You should also know that every member of the Dead Spirit Clan has a chance to completely possess another person's body. I plan to use this chance on Duan Lingtian. As for Tathagata, I haven't completely possessed him. I've only suppressed his soul and temporarily gained control of his body. What I said to you earlier was also not false. I need the protection of the Tidal Temple. If the Dead Spirit Clan finds out about me and wants to make a move on me, you have to protect me. As for whether I'll become the next Temple Master of the Tidal Temple, that's only secondary. As long as you agree, I'll share all of Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the four Tao of heaven and earth with the Tidal Temple after I successfully possess him. Master Yahiko brought up this matter again. Wu Hongqing was slightly tempted by Yahiko's words. He knew about the Dead Spirit Clan. It was a variant clan in the undead world, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. There was also information about the Dead Spirit Clan in the Tidal Temple, including the fact that every member of the Dead Spirit Clan had a chance to completely possess another person's body, and that the Dead Spirit Clan did not allow members of the Dead Spirit Clan to possess another person's body. The Tidal Temple also recorded that the Dead Spirit Clan was almost destroyed by a member of the Dead Spirit Clan who had possessed another person's body. I agree to your request. Due to his understanding of the Dead Soul Clan, Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple, was confident he would be able to protect Mi Yen after he possessed Duan Ling Tian. Wu Hongqing sent Yahiko a voice transmission since he was afraid of angering Feng Qingyang. However, with Feng Qingyang here, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to possess Duan Ling Tian. I can't help you as well. If I help you, even if you succeed in possessing Duan Ling Tian's body, Feng Qingyang won't let you off so easily. Wu Hongqing expressed his concern. Don't worry, Temple Master. There's no need for you to help. Yahiko replied confidently through voice transmission. As for Feng Qingyang, it won't take long for him to disappear from this world. He's just a primitive celestial king. As soon as Yahiko finished speaking, he lowered his head and said softly, Big brother, I'll leave Feng Qingyang to you. After destroying his law avatars, it shouldn't take long for you to find out where his true body and other avatars are. Please help me kill him once and for all. After saying that, Yahiko's eyes flashed with a cold light. Big brother. Although Yahiko spoke softly, everyone present on the scene could hear him clearly. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn at this moment. Duan Ling Tian finally remembered. Previously, when his master, Feng Qingyang, was about to kill Yahiko in the primordial precipice in the primordial heaven, Yahiko had said he had an elder brother who was a celestial king. Did Yahiko's elder brother come with him? Moreover, Yahiko's elder brother knew his master was a celestial king. And yet, Yahiko's elder brother was not a primitive celestial king. As soon as Yahiko's words attracted the attention of the people from the tidal temple, a soul suddenly emerged from Yahiko's body. His spiritual body was in the form of a human. As it floated in the air, it emitted a terrifying aura that quickly locked onto Feng Qingyang. Brother Yen, this is the last time I'll help you. Take care of yourself in the future. The soul was none other than Mi Xian, the patriarch of the Spectre clan whom Yahiko had invited from the Spectre clan. He was an intermediate celestial king from the Spectre clan. Brother, I won't have the face to beg you in the future. Yahiko smiled bitterly, but his eyes were filled with excitement. After all, he was going to have a new body soon. Moreover, it would be a perfect body for him. Swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Yahiko finished speaking, Mi Xian made his move. A terrifying soul energy surged out of his body. Since the Spectre clan was a soul, they were skilled in soul attacks. They could not use material attacks. This is, Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the tidal temple, was shocked and delighted when he saw Mi Xian's attack. An intermediate celestial king. Although he had guessed Mi Xian's helper would be strong enough to suppress Feng Qingyang, he was certain the helper was at least an intermediate celestial king. However, when he saw Mi Xian's strength as an intermediate celestial king, he could not help but feel a surge of emotions. The Spectre clan is skilled in locking onto souls and tracking the owner of souls. Even if a god's avatar is targeted by the Spectre clan, they'll be able to track down the owner's true body and other avatars in a short time. Wu Hongqing's eyes shone brightly when he thought of this. This intermediate celestial king from the Spectre clan should be able to deal with Feng Qingyang's true body and all of his avatars. Literature Hall. Chapter 35-42. The Dead Spirit Clan was an unusual life form. They were spiritual life forms. This life form was born with a powerful soul. After becoming a celestial king, they could easily kill most celestial kings of the same cultivation base with their soul attacks. Moreover, the Dead Spirit Clan was adept at locking onto souls and tracking their masters. It was said that they were natural killers in ancient times. They could slay celestials and slaughter gods. Even gods would not be able to escape once their souls were locked onto by the Dead Spirit Clan. Even if it was just a law avatar, their main body and other law avatars would not be able to escape once their souls were locked onto. Therefore, Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the tidal temple, was overjoyed when he saw Lord Yahiko summoning a middle celestial king from the Dead Spirit Clan. This meant that Feng Qingyang was doomed. Feng Qingyang was only a lower celestial king like him. Even he would not be able to escape from a middle celestial king from the Dead Spirit Clan if he did not have the soul defense divine weapon from the tidal temple. He did not even have a 10% chance of escaping, let alone Feng Qingyang who had become a lower celestial king after him. Unless he has a soul defense divine weapon. However, that's almost impossible. Wu Hongqing thought to himself. Whoosh! Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the middle celestial king from the dead spirit clan turned into a ray of blood-red light and entered his master's glabella before he could react. He disappeared into his master's glabella. Then, he saw that around his divine master's body, in addition to the divine power that contained the law of earth, streaks of terrifying soul power also spread out in all directions at the right time. It was as if two soul powers were colliding. However, it was obvious that the middle celestial king from the dead spirit clan had the upper hand. Oh no! Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Not to mention that his master was only a clone of the laws of earth. The spiritual energy it contained couldn't be compared to his master's main body at all. Even the soul power that the expert from the dead spirit clan exuded when he attacked made him realize that his opponent's soul power was so strong that even his master's original body might not be a match for it. Moreover, since Master Yahiko was still so confident even after knowing that his master was a lower divine king, it meant that his elder brother was stronger than a lower divine king, or at least a mid-divine king. Don't mention that you're just a law clone. Even if your true body was here, I would still be able to turn you into ashes. Mi Xian's indifferent voice rang from within Feng Qingyang's body at this moment. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and the others could sense that Mi Xian's soul energy was growing stronger and Feng Qingyang's soul energy was weakening. They were like candles in the wind that could be blown out at any time. If you dare touch my disciple, I, Feng Qingyang, will enter the netherworld in the future and destroy your entire dead spirit clan. Feng Qingyang spoke as his soul was gradually being destroyed. His voice was so cold that it felt as though winter had arrived. It was bone-chilling. I believe that you will have the ability to do so in the future. Mi Xian's voice rang out again. In just 10,000 years you have achieved what you have today. In the future, becoming a divine emperor or even a god emperor will be a cinch. Unfortunately, you are destined to never mature. After destroying your clone, I will track down your true body and the other clones and destroy them one by one to prevent future trouble. Mi Xian's tone turned icy as he spoke. Little Tian, run. Feng Qingyang shouted as his body exploded. A terrifying force that came from his divine energy that was infused with the law of earth swept out in all directions and slammed into everyone present. Bang! 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 3 loud bangs rang out. The remaining Supreme Elder of the Title Temple and the 2 Vice Temple Masters, including Su Konghai, were sent flying by the force. They spat out mouthfuls of blood as they flew backward. At the same time, Wu Hongqing, the Title Temple Master, made his move as well. He stood in front of Lord Yahiko to protect him. He did not even protect the Supreme Elder of the Title Temple and the 2 Vice Temple Masters. He only protected Lord Yahiko. Thank you, Temple Master. Lord Yahiko transmitted his voice to Wu Hongqing. Before this, Lord Yahiko had thought that Feng Qingyang's clone would unleash his greatest strength before his soul was destroyed to create a way out for Duan Lingtian. Therefore, Lord Yahiko had notified Wu Hongqing in advance so that Wu Hongqing could protect him. As expected, Feng Qingyang had made his move. Although the law of earth that he had comprehended was not as powerful as the law of destruction that Lord Yahiko had comprehended, his strength as a god king was still enough to crush any deities below the god king realm. Although there was only a difference of 1 level between a god king and a deity, the difference in their strength was like heaven and earth. For example, Feng Qingyang had not targeted the Supreme Elder of the Title Temple, a higher deity. However, he had still been sent flying and had sustained serious injuries. As for the 2 Vice Temple Masters of the Title Temple, Su Konghai and the other Vice Temple Master, they were severely injured. They were barely able to stand in the void in the distance. Their bodies were swaying as they looked at Feng Qingyang in horror. Feng Qingyang was only a clone, but he was already so powerful? If his original body and his avatar of the laws of destruction were to come, just how powerful would they be? Run! As soon as Feng Qingyang's clone unleashed his strength, Duan Lingtian had already made his escape. He teleported again and again at the right time. When he was about to leave, he turned around and saw that his master's clone had been completely destroyed. Master's Earth Elemental avatar was destroyed just like that, and the wisp of soul in his avatar was also destroyed. With the destruction of the soul fragment, Master's original soul will also suffer a backlash. As for his clone, he'll have to spend a lot of time and effort to form it again. Although Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang, would only need a certain amount of time to fully recover and form his clone again, Duan Lingtian's master would not be able to do so. However, Duan Lingtian was still furious at what had happened to his master. That dead spirit clansman deserved to die. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian discovered that his teleportation had failed. At the same time, he sensed a terrifying aura around him. A formation. Duan Lingtian's expression turned unsightly immediately. He knew the title temple had made a move to save his master. Previously, when his master had displayed his strength as a god king, the title temple did not dare to act rashly. Then, Lord Yahiko from the dead spirit clan who had half-possessed Gautama Buddha's body had appeared. He had brought his elder brother, a dead spirit clansman who was suspected to be at least a mid-level god king, and had forcefully destroyed his master's clone and forced his master's clone to self-destruct. Apart from that, Lord Yahiko's elder brother had also said that he would hunt down his master. The dead spirit clansmen were blessed by the heavens in this aspect. Duan Lingtian had learned about this during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. After all, he was being targeted by a dead spirit clansman. If he did not learn more about his opponent, he might not even know how he died. Although his master was Feng Qingyang, it was impossible for him to stay by his side and protect him all the time. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the title temple, didn't make a move earlier. He's only watching because he's afraid of Master's true body and his clone from the law of destruction. Now that a mid-level god king from the dead spirit clan has made a move, he's determined to hunt down his master. Wu Hongqing must think Master won't be able to escape from the dead spirit clansman, so he's no longer worried. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. During this process, his hands did not remain idle. He used all his strength to break through the restraints of the space. However, he discovered that even though the formations in the surroundings were on the verge of collapse from his attacks, they were not destroyed by him in the end. They still stood firm. It's useless. Wu Hongqing looked at Duan Lingtian indifferently as he said. The formation in the title temple is capable of sealing anyone below the level of a god. As long as your strength hasn't reached the level of a god, you won't be able to break free from it. Haha. After Wu Hongqing appeared, Yahiko arrived as well. He looked at Duan Lingtian intently as though he was admiring a piece of art. Duan Lingtian, in the end, you still fell into my hands, Yahiko said. Swoosh. After Wu Hongqing appeared, his elder brother, who was in his soul form, appeared next to him. His eyes seemed to be burning with flames as he looked at Duan Lingtian intently. Little brother Yen, is he the one with the perfect body that you've taken a fancy to? That's right. Lord Yahiko nodded excitedly. Big brother, I can't thank you enough for what you've done for me. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay you. Lord Yahiko was so excited that he had lost his composure. There's no need for thanks between us brothers. Mi Xian shook his head. However, little brother Yen, it's best for you to hide for a while after you possess him. I'm worried that Feng Qingyang will go to the dead spirit clan before I can find him. After all, we're not the only ones who know about the rule of the dead spirit clan. Many outsiders know about it as well. Mi Xian voiced his concern. Don't worry, big brother, Lord Yahiko said nonchalantly. I've already discussed this with Temple Master Wu Hongqing. After I possess Duan Lingtian, I'll share the 4 Tao of heaven and earth with the title temple. In return, the title temple will be responsible for protecting me. As long as I'm in the main hall of the title temple, even the supreme elders won't dare to act recklessly, Duan Lingtian said. It was clear that Lord Yahiko was very confident in his backer. Chapter 35-43. Since you're so considerate, I'm relieved. Mi Xian nodded before he turned to Lord Yahiko and said, It's time for you to possess him. The sooner you do so, the sooner you'll be able to accept everything about him. All right. Lord Yahiko nodded before he looked at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian also looked at Duan Lingtian. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at a dead man. As for Lord Yahiko, his eyes shone with a strange light. I have news about the 5 divine elements. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he glanced at the 3 people before him who were about to possess him. The 5 divine elements. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Lord Yahiko stopped moving. Mi Xian and Wu Hongqing stared at him. Humph. But soon, Yahiko coldly snorted. Even if what you said is true, so what? As long as I possess you, I'll know if you're telling the truth or not. If you're telling the truth, I'll be able to find the 5 divine elements myself. Lord Yahiko nodded. Both Mi Xian and Wu Hongqing nodded at Master Yahiko's words. That was indeed the case. Temple Master Wu. Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Wu Hongqing.
Even if I have news about the 5 divine elements, after he possesses me, he can just say that he doesn't have any and won't share it with you.
The information I know about the 5 divine elements isn't as simple as it seems. It's possible to obtain all of the 5 divine elements there. If I bring you there, you might be able to obtain your own 5 divine elements. Wu Hongqing frowned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He had not thought about it earlier, but now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he felt it made sense. Stop trying to sow discord, brat. Lord Yahiko's expression turned cold as he sneered. In my opinion, you're trying to use this opportunity to leave the title temple, right? So what? Duan Lingtian glanced at Yahiko, then looked at Wu Hongqing and said in a deep voice. Temple Master Wu, I know that I can't change my decision to Dave. However, I hope that I can return to my hometown and return to my hometown. This is my greatest wish. If you're willing to do it, I can share the whereabouts of the 5 divine elements with you. I've already mastered one of the 5 divine elements. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he controlled the world-cleansing divine water from the 5 divine elements to cover his body. A gentle, water-like energy spread out and filled the air like ripples. World-cleansing divine water. As soon as the power of the world-cleansing divine water spread out, Wu Hongqing, Mi Xian, and even Lord Yahiko's eyes lit up. Wu Hongqing wasn't interested in taking over Duan Lingtian's body, and neither was Mi Xian. Only Master Yahiko was interested. However, all of them were interested in the 5 divine elements. Even if Mi Xian, a member of the Dead Spirit clan, did not have a physical body, he could still comprehend the 4 Tao of heaven and earth with the help of the 5 divine elements. The 5 divine elements were one of the prerequisites to becoming a supreme expert.
With the 5 divine elements, he would be able to comprehend the 4 Tao of heaven and earth with half the effort. Perhaps, he might even be able to break through the shackles of the Dead Spirit clan and become a divine emperor.
This is the 7th form of the world-cleansing divine water. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wu Hongqing and Master Yahiko's eyes widened in shock. Even Mi Xian's body trembled slightly. Although they could sense that Duan Lingtian's world-cleansing divine water was not an ordinary world-cleansing divine water, it was a high-level world-cleansing divine water. However, they did not expect it to be the 7th form of the world-cleansing divine water. It was common knowledge that the 5 divine elements only had 9 forms. The 7th form of the world-cleansing divine water was close to the perfect form of the world-cleansing divine water. While the 3 of them were still in shock, Duan Lingtian said, I know that there are 4 other 5 divine elements in that place. Like the world-cleansing divine water, they're all in the 7th form of the 5 divine elements. At first, the world-cleansing divine water tried to persuade them to follow me, but they refused. They said they wanted to wait for their fated person. Duan Lingtian continued to say, I only have one request. I only have one request. Even if my soul is to perish, it must perish in my hometown. The other 4 divine elements are also in my hometown. Although Duan Lingtian's words were tempting, Wu Hongqing and Master Yahiko were not stupid. However, Wu Hongqing, Mi Xian, and Mi Yan were not fools. Naturally, they did not believe Duan Lingtian's words even after he revealed the world-cleansing divine water. Yahiko. Wu Hongqing looked at Yahiko and said indifferently, You can possess Duan Lingtian here, but I want his world-cleansing divine water. As for the other 4 divine elements, they'll belong to you and Mi Xian. Wu Hongqing seemed very generous at this moment. In fact, this was because he had seen the world-cleansing divine water. As for the other 4 divine elements, he did not know if they really existed. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian had made them up? Under such circumstances, It would be best if Yahiko agreed to give up the world-cleansing divine water. However, Yahiko was unwilling to comply with Wu Hongqing's request. He smiled faintly and said, "Temple Master, there's no need to rush. Since he said that he wants to die in his hometown, and the other 4 divine elements are in his hometown, then let's go with him. If the other 4 divine elements really exist, I'm willing to give 2 of them to the Tidal Temple. The other 2 divine elements and the world-cleansing divine water will belong to me and my elder brother." Yahiko said. "What if he's lying?" Wu Hongqing frowned. He did not want to miss out on the world-cleansing divine water. "There's nothing I can do if he's lying," Yahiko said with a shrug. Based on his words, it was clear he did not intend to give up the world-cleansing divine water after possessing Duan Ling Tian. Immediately, Wu Hongqing's expression changed drastically. In the end, Wu Hongqing decided to bring Duan Ling Tian to his hometown. "Duan Ling Tian, as far as I know, you have more than one hometown, right? Are you referring to the Holy Region realm or the Yan Huang realm?" Duan Ling Tian was surprised by Wu Hongqing's words. He did not expect Wu Hongqing to know so much about him. To be more precise, the Tidal Temple knew so much about him. The Yan Huang realm. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, "Although I've spent more time in the Saint Province realm, and the Saint Province realm accounts for more of my hometown, the 5 divine elements are in the Yan Huang realm, not the Saint Province realm. Naturally, if you obtain the 5 divine elements and are willing to send me back to the Saint Province realm, I'll be even more grateful." Based on Duan Ling Tian's words, it was as though he was certain he would die. "You're smart." Wu Hongqing looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully before he said, "If you're not lying to us, we can send you back to the Saint Province realm and let Yahiko possess you there." In the end, Wu Hongqing decided to send Yahiko to another place to possess Duan Ling Tian. After all, the 5 divine elements were too tempting. In the end, even Mi Xian was not in a hurry to track down Feng Qingyang and his law clones. Instead, he left the Tidal Temple with Duan Ling Tian, Wu Jingdian, and Yahiko and returned to the solitary destructive heaven in the Devata realm. Then, through the solitary destructive heaven, they traveled to the Yan Huang realm, Duan Ling Tian's hometown. Where are the 5 divine elements? Wu Hongqing and Yahiko followed closely behind Duan Ling Tian as they stared at him intently. Mi Xian followed closely behind them as well. "It's just ahead. We're almost there." Duan Ling Tian brought the 3 of them as they traveled through the boundless starry sky of Yan Huang realm. His eyes swept across his surroundings as though he was searching for something. At the same time, he extended his divine consciousness as well. Finally, after 5 days, Duan Ling Tian came to a halt. He appeared in the ruins of a barren planet. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian was the first to appear in the ruins of a barren planet. Wu Hongqing, Yahiko, and Mi Xian followed closely behind. As soon as they landed, their expressions changed drastically. This was especially true for Mi Xian. He was in his soul form, so his body trembled uncontrollably. "It's really the other 5 divine elements. I can sense the chaos divine flame's energy. That's the profound divine metal, the clear heavens divine wood, and the chaos divine earth." Wu Hongqing's eyes lit up when he heard the energy coming from the 5 divine elements. 2 of them would belong to him and the Tidal Temple. Yahiko, on the other hand, had a regretful expression on his face when he regained his senses. If he had known earlier, he would not have been so generous as to promise Wu Hongqing 2 divine elements. This was because he had thought Duan Ling Tian was lying. As for Mi Xian, he became even more agitated. "I want the clear heavens divine wood of these 5 divine elements." Compared to the other 5 divine elements, the clear heavens divine wood was more suitable for a soul form like him. Moreover, he could possess the clear heavens divine wood and use its characteristics to transform into various forms. Moreover, the clear heavens divine wood was also very suitable for a soul form to possess. Moreover, cultivating in the clear heavens divine wood would be twice as effective with half the effort. "All right." Wu Hongqing nodded. "I want the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame." As soon as he opened his mouth, he asked for the 2 main offensive types of the 5 divine elements. "Hall Master Wu." Upon hearing Wu Hongqing's words, Yahiko was slightly reluctant. Fire and water have always been incompatible. I have the world-cleansing divine water and the chaos divine flame, so I can give them to you in the tidal temple. However, you have to give me the profound divine metal. Based on Yahiko's words, it was clear he wanted the world-cleansing divine water and the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth to Wu Hongqing. Chapter 35-44. Chaos Divine Earth? Wu Hongqing frowned. Yahiko, I don't need the Chaos Divine Earth. You can have the profound divine metal if you want, but you have to give me the world-cleansing divine water. I want the world-cleansing divine water and the Chaos Divine Flame. Duanling Tian, who had his back facing them, sneered when he heard Wu Hongqing and Mi Yan haggling inwardly. Two idiots. Swoosh, swoosh. As soon as this thought appeared in Duanling Tian's mind, a gentle aura swept out of his body and entered the ground in just a blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, Yahiko's elder brother, Mi Xian, asked coldly, "What are you doing?" At this moment, Wu Hongqing and Yahiko shifted their attention to Duanling Tian. A hint of vigilance could be seen on their faces as well. In fact, they did not believe Duanling Tian when he said he wanted to die in his hometown. However, the temptation of the 5 divine elements was too great. Moreover, they were confident that Duanling Tian would not be able to escape their control even if he went to the mundane realm. Moreover, they did not think Duanling Tian would be able to find help to deal with them. Now that the 3 of them were together, they were not afraid even if Feng Qingyang's true body or his law clones were to come. Due to their confidence and greed, they had brought Duanling Tian to the mundane realm, Yanhuang realm. When they arrived at the barren planet in Yanhuang realm, they could clearly sense the auras of the other 4 divine elements. The auras of these 4 divine element spirits were extremely powerful. Clearly, they were all high-level divine element spirits. Nothing. Duanling Tian slowly turned around and looked at Mi Xian. He said indifferently, "The world-cleansing divine water hasn't seen its old friends for a long time, so it went to catch up with them. Furthermore, I am about to die, so there is no need for it to reside in my body." After Duanling Tian said this, Mi Xian didn't say anything else. After all, Duanling Tian's explanation was methodical and flawless. Divine King Mi Xian. At this time, Wu Hongqing looked at Mi Xian and said solemnly, "Your soul is the strongest here. Please keep an eye on the 5 divine elements and don't let them escape." "There's no need for Hall Master Wu to remind me," Mi Xian said. Earlier, his boundless presence had already enveloped the entire planet and a large portion of the surrounding star field. It was impossible for the 5 divine elements to escape from under his nose. "Sure, you can have the world-cleansing divine water." In the end, because of Wu Hongqing's insistence, Yahiko compromised. Among the 5 divine elements, the world-cleansing divine water and the chaos divine flame would belong to Wu Hongqing and the tidal temple. As for the other 3 divine elements, they would belong to him and his big brother, Mi Xian. A bright smile appeared on Wu Hongqing's face when he saw that Yahiko had compromised. "Yahiko, don't waste any more time. It's time to possess Duanling Tian. Now that we've brought him to his hometown, Yanhuang realm, we've fulfilled one of his wishes." When Wu Hongqing looked at Duanling Tian again, he smiled faintly, but his eyes were indifferent. "Duanling Tian." Yahiko looked at Duanling Tian with a bright smile on his face. "Thank you for providing me with information about the 5 divine elements. Thank you for your body. If you have an afterlife, you can choose to be a dog. If you meet me, I'll definitely feed you well and take good care of you." Ha ha. Yahiko could not help but laugh when he reached the end of his sentence. Duanling Tian remained calm in the face of Yahiko's laughter. He looked at Yahiko coldly and did not say a word. Whoosh. At the same time, Yahiko's soul finally left Tathagata's body and rushed toward Duanling Tian's body. Bang! Tathagata's body fell to the ground. He closed his eyes for a moment before he struggled to open them again. He sat down cross-legged and looked at Duanling Tian with a hint of pity in his eyes. "Ba. Benefactor Duan deserves the credit for me regaining control of my body. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to repay this karma." Tathagata sighed as he muttered to himself. Over the years, although Master Yahiko has taken over the initiative of his body, He is aware of everything that happens outside. Master Yahiko's experience is no different from his own experience. It's just that he can't control his body, that's all. He was more like a spectator who had witnessed everything. Whoosh! Yahiko's soul rushed into Duan Lingtian's body and rushed toward Duan Lingtian's soul. Duan Lingtian, I won't be sending you off. Yahiko's soul chuckled in Duan Lingtian's mind. Then, a powerful soul, or more accurately, a soul, charged toward Duan Lingtian's soul. Yahiko did not even bother to use any tricks since he did not think it was necessary. Even if Duan Lingtian was a 10-direction celestial emperor, his soul was strong enough to shatter the soul of a mere celestial emperor. I've been waiting for you for a long time. However, Duan Lingtian's soul remained calm even when faced with Excellency Mi Haya's powerful soul attack. He replied indifferently, yes. Stop trying to be mysterious. In the next moment, your soul will be shattered by my soul. Yahiko sneered disdainfully. At this moment, Yahiko's soul was not far away from Duan Lingtian's soul. Is that so? As soon as Duan Lingtian sneered, a 5-colored light suddenly shone around Duan Lingtian's soul. There was a golden light, a green light, a blue light, a red light, and a yellow light. It was dazzling and magnificent. Not only was the 5-colored light beautiful, but it also seemed to have transformed into a bloody mouth when it appeared around Duan Lingtian's soul. Then, it swallowed Yahiko's soul that was charging toward him. No! Yahiko's soul let out a mournful shriek almost as soon as the bloody mouth swallowed it. The shriek was so loud that it reverberated at a terrifying frequency. Even Mi Xian and Wu Hongqing, who were outside, heard it loud and clear. Instantly, the two of them turned pale. Tathagata, who was sitting cross-legged, also heard the scream. He looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. Heavens! Is this for real? Master Yahiko let out a shrill cry when he was trying to possess Duan Lingtian's body. Moreover, he did not move after that. Tathagata instinctively extended his divine sense and fell on Duan Lingtian's body. He only felt the power of the 5 elements fused together, and it was not difficult to identify what kind of power it was. It's the power of the 5 divine elements fused together. Duan Lingtian destroyed Yahiko's soul with the help of the 5 divine elements. Tathagata sucked in a breath of cold air. Others might not know how terrifying Yahiko's soul was, but Tathagata knew very well. After all, he had been suppressed by Yahiko for many years. And now, Yahiko was destroyed? Unbelievable! Unbelievable! Tathagata was so frightened that he fell into a daze. Little brother Yen. Yahiko's elder brother, Mi Xian, the patriarch of the dead spirit tribe, could not help but cry out in grief. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his soul grew restless. You destroyed my little brother Yan's soul. I want you dead. I want you dead. In the next moment, Yahiko turned into a blood-red light and shot toward Duan Lingtian. Mi Xian, I'll go to the dead spirit tribe to find you sooner or later. Almost as soon as Yahiko finished his words and moved, Duan Lingtian spoke again. His tone was cold and indifferent. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished his words, 5 colorful beams of light suddenly appeared around his feet. The power of the 5 divine elements swept out and intertwined together to form a colorful cage, trapping Duan Lingtian inside. Before Master Mi Yen could touch Duan Lingtian, the 5-colored cage began to tremble violently. Then, a spatial tear appeared in the air. It seemed to contain a terrifying devouring force as it swallowed the 5-colored cage in one gulp. Although Mi Xian had arrived before the space crack closed, he did not dare to follow in. Behind the space crack was space turbulence. Even if he was a divine king, it would be dangerous for him to enter recklessly. Moreover, even if he took the risk to follow Duan Lingtian, the chances of him catching up to Duan Lingtian was very slim. This was because the spatial turbulence was constantly flowing behind the spatial tear. Anyone or anything that entered the spatial tear would be transported to an unknown place by the spatial tear in just a blink of an eye. Wu Hongqing and Tathagata only regained their senses after Duan Lingtian left and the space crack closed. Naturally, their eyes shone with disbelief. Benefactor Duan. He managed to escape? Tathagata felt as though he was dreaming. When he thought about what had happened, He realized Duan Ling Tian must have left the realm where the Tidal Temple's main hall was located to come to Yen Huang realm, which was also Tathagata's hometown, to set up a trap. The 5 divine elements were Duan Ling Tian's trump card. Inconceivable. Inconceivable. All 5 of the divine elements are actually coexisting peacefully with one another and serving him? Tathagata could tell. The reason Duan Ling Tian was able to escape from Wu Hongqing and Yahiko, the pavilion master of the Tidal Temple and the patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan, was due to the joint attack of the 5 divine elements. That method was more like a kind of spirit formation. It was so interconnected that it was impossible to guard against it. He managed to escape. Wu Hongqing's expression darkened. He did not expect things to turn out this way. If Tathagata could figure it out, how could he not? For this reason, he was filled with regret. Why had he been deceived by Duan Ling Tian? Why had he brought Duan Ling Tian to this mundane realm? If they were in the Tidal Temple's main temple, Duan Ling Tian would not have been able to escape even if he could kill Yahiko. Chapter 35-45. Back to the time when Duan Ling Tian had tricked Wu Hongqing and the others into coming to the Yen Huang realm. When Feng Qingyang's clone had self-destructed, Duan Ling Tian had successfully evaded Wu Hongqing and the others. He wanted to leave the Tidal Temple's main hall, but he was stopped halfway. At that time, he could only take the risk of contacting the 5 divine elements in his little world. Due to this, the world-cleansing divine water had left his little world. Little Tian, this realm is the headquarters of the Tidal Temple. There are countless formations and restrictions here. Even if we join forces, we won't be able to help you escape unless we can leave this realm. At that time, the world-cleansing divine water had told Duan Ling Tian, "It's best if you leave this realm and head to the mundane realm. The spatial barrier in the mundane realm is the weakest. If you're in the mundane realm, we'll definitely be able to help you escape. Of course, that's only if you're in the mundane realm." At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had come up with a plan to use the 5 divine elements as bait to lure Wu Hongqing and the others to the Yen Huang realm or his second home, the Saint Province realm. When he told the world-cleansing divine water about his plan, the world-cleansing divine water agreed with him. Although it's risky, it's the best plan for now. In truth, this plan was not easy to implement. After all, as long as Lord Yahiko possessed his body, he would be able to take everything from him, including his memories. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian thought of Wu Hongqing, the hallmaster of the Tidal Temple. Even if Lord Yahiko obtained all of his memories, he might not tell Wu Hongqing the truth. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian decided to ask Wu Hongqing and Lord Yahiko to personally send him back to the mundane realm. It just so happened that the world-cleansing divine water had left the little world in his body. Therefore, he used the world-cleansing divine water as bait to lure Wu Hongqing and the others away from the realm where the Tidal Temple's main hall was located. After that, they arrived at the Yen Huang realm. Duan Ling Tian had deliberately chosen an uninhabited planet because he was worried that Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian would destroy the planet in a fit of rage. If there was life on that planet, wouldn't it be dragged down by him? I will cooperate with them and set up the 5-element soul-devouring array next to your soul. As long as Yahiko the Lord dares to forcibly take over your body, he won't be able to return. Killing Yahiko was one of the plans of the world-cleansing divine water. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other 4 divine elements had to lend a hand. As soon as Duan Ling Tian arrived at the barren planet, he opened the gate to the small world in his body and released the other 5 divine elements. Since it was a matter of life and death for Duan Ling Tian, the 5 divine elements did not dare to be careless. Although they can continue to follow Duan Ling Tian's body after Master Yahiko took over Duan Ling Tian's body, they can still follow Duan Ling Tian's body. However, who knew what would happen in the future? Moreover, since they had sentience, it was only natural that they had feelings for Duan Ling Tian. They would not allow Duan Ling Tian's soul to be destroyed. For this reason, they worked very hard to carry out the plan. Even the Chaos Divine Earth, which had always been frivolous and childish, had become serious at this moment. After we kill Master Yahiko, they will be stunned for a short time. During that time, we will arrange the 5 elements escape divine formation, and send you into the turbulent space behind the space barrier. You will drift in there and go to other mundane planes. This was the second plan of the world-cleansing divine water. In the end, both plans worked. Duan Ling Tian managed to escape from Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian, the patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan. After the spatial tear closed, the barren planet returned to its peaceful state. Ah! Mi Xian roared. Powerful soul energy surged out of his body and gathered the heaven and earth spirit qi around the barren planet. The heaven and earth spirit qi compressed the planet and reduced it to dust in just a blink of an eye. Although the Dead Spirit clansmen could only use soul energy to attack, their powerful soul energy allowed them to communicate with the heaven and earth spirit qi and use material attacks. For this reason, Mi Xian destroyed a planet many times larger than Earth with just a thought. This mundane realm is Duan Lingtian's hometown, right? Mi Xian was still furious. If that's the case, I'll destroy this mundane realm. As soon as he finished speaking, Mi Xian's body trembled. At this moment, Tathagata's expression changed. He hastily stopped Mi Xian. God King Mi Xian, I advise you not to do this. HM? Mi Xian looked at Tathagata with burning eyes. You want to stop me? Do you have the ability to stop me? Although I'm not interested in possessing you, it's easy for me to kill you. A hint of killing intent could be heard in Mi Xian's voice. God King Mi Xian, I don't want to stop you. I just want to advise you. This mundane realm is called Yen Huang Realm. Many of the people who ascended to the Devata realms, including those whom I have to address as seniors, have gone to the realms of gods. Many of them are divine emperors or stronger. They value their hometown very much. If you attack Yen Huang Realm, they'll definitely sense it. Even if they can't come to the realms of gods for now, they won't let this matter rest until the passage between the realms of gods and the Devata realms is opened. Tathagata said. Tathagata was one of the people who left Yen Huang Realm and made a name for themselves in the Devata realms. Yu Hao Tian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, Gong Sun Shen Yuan, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, Sun Wukong, the three-eyed celestial emperor, Yang Jian, and many others. Duan Ling Tian was one of the people who left Yen Huang Realm. Apart from that, there were also many people who left Yen Huang Realm and went to the realms of gods. Great Emperor Pangu, Great Emperor Nuwa, and the three pure ones were among those who left Yen Huang Realm. God King Mi Xian, what Temple Master Tathagata said is true. At the same time, Wu Hongqing, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, finally calmed down a little. We can't touch the Yen Huang Realm, Wu Hongqing said. At least half of the experts who left Yen Huang Realm and went to the realms of gods are godly emperors, and some of them are even stronger than that. If you make a move on Yen Huang Realm, those godly emperors will be enraged. Even if the Dead Spirit clan hides in the netherworld, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape death. Even you, God King Mi Xian, won't be able to escape death. Among the god-level masters who came out of Yen Huang Realm, there are no less than two. Both of them are skilled in the art of divination. They can even predict the whereabouts of ordinary gods and god kings very accurately. Naturally, the Tidal Temple had a deep understanding of some special mundane realms. For example, the Yen Huang Realm was one of the most unique mundane realms in the records left behind by the Tidal Temple. Many powerhouses were born there, and many of them were famous in the Devata realms and realms of gods. Tathagata, the temple master of the Tidal Temple's Shenyuan Heaven branch, was one of them. Humph! If Tathagata's words were of no use to Mi Xian, then he had no choice but to take Wu Hongqing's words seriously. After all, Wu Hongqing was the temple master of the Tidal Temple, a supreme force with a long history in the Devata realms. I'll track down Feng Qingyang's soul and kill Feng Qingyang to avenge my brother. Mi Xian's figure gradually disappeared. As for Duan Lingtian, one day, I'll turn him into ashes to appease my brother's soul. A hint of greed flashed in Wu Hongqing's eyes as soon as Mi Xian disappeared. He suddenly remembered the 5 divine elements that Duan Lingtian possessed. Temple Master Tathagata. At the same time, Mi Xian looked at Tathagata and said in a deep voice, "Please don't tell anyone that Duan Lingtian possesses 5 divine elements. If I find out that you're lying, you should know what I'm capable of." "Don't worry, Temple Master. I know what to do." How could Tathagata not know what Wu Hongqing was thinking? He must have wanted to monopolize the 5 divine elements in Duan Ling Tian's possession. In fact, he was also shocked by the fact that Duan Ling Tian possessed the 5 divine elements.
He did not expect the young fellow who came from the same mundane realm as him would be able to obtain the 5 divine elements in just a short span of 700 years.
Furthermore, those 5 divine elements were clearly not ordinary divine elements. Instead, they were all high-level divine elements. Even Tathagata was tempted. Naturally, he knew he was not interested in the 5 divine elements.
Based on the current situation, even if he obtained them, it would not be a good thing for him.
All right. Wu Hongqing nodded. If I can successfully take all 5 divine elements from him in the future, I'll consider giving you the Chaos Divine Earth. At that time, you can come to the main temple and be a deputy temple master. Thank you, temple master. Tathagata repeatedly thanked Wu Hongqing. However, he knew Wu Hongqing's wish would not come true so easily. He was a Buddhist, and he believed in fate.
The fact that Duan Ling Tian was able to come this far and escape under such circumstances proved that he was a person with great luck and fortuitous encounters.
Even if the tidal temple tried to obstruct him, it would not be able to stop him from rising. In fact, Tathagata was already thinking to himself. Since he had regained control of his body, he would not make an enemy out of Duan Ling Tian in the future. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian would not blame him for Master Yahiko's actions. Temple Master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Tathagata bid farewell to Wu Hongqing and left. While Tathagata and Wu Hongqing left the Yan Huang realm one after another, Duan Ling Tian, with the help of the 5 divine elements, arrived at a completely unfamiliar mundane realm. Chapter 35-46. I'm safe now. Duan Ling Tian was carried by the 5 divine elements through the turbulent space. He was like a lone boat in a stormy sea. Throughout the entire process, he was filled with trepidation. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he finally tore through space and appeared in a mundane realm. As for the 5 divine elements, they had destroyed his little world when they sent him to the mundane realm. Even though our current form has evolved to an extremely high level, we still expended a lot of energy in this attack. First, we destroyed the soul of an intermediate deity. Then, we helped you enter the space turbulence and even helped you enter another dimension. We need to rest and recuperate for a period of time. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. You should be more careful in the future. Don't put yourself in danger again. We won't be able to do anything even if something similar happens to you while we're asleep. A hint of seriousness could be heard in the world-cleansing divine water's voice as it spoke. I understand. Duan Ling Tian replied. At the same time, his expression turned completely solemn. Naturally, he knew it was all thanks to the 5 divine elements that he was able to escape. If it were not for the 5 divine elements, even if he managed to escape from the realm where the tidal temple's main hall was located, he would not have been able to escape death in the mundane realm. Perhaps, his body would still be alive, but it would no longer be under his control. It would be under someone else's control. Master's main body should be fine, right? Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. The first thing he did was to leave the mundane realm and return to the solitary destructive heaven to see if he could contact his master. His master had told him that his main body would leave the Azura Hell and return to the solitary destructive heaven after he became a celestial king. Now that his master's main body had made a breakthrough, could it be that his master's main body had returned to the solitary destructive heaven? Swoosh! When Duan Ling Tian reappeared in the solitary destructive heaven, he sent a message to his master, Feng Qingyang. However, he did not receive any response. Then, he sent a message to Hua Lao. Upon receiving Duan Ling Tian's message, Hua Lao's spirits were lifted. Young Mansion Master, I'm glad you're fine. Lord Mansion Master has asked me and Meng Luo to bring your family and friends out of the Heavenly Palace. They're currently north of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief when he saw his parents, Huan Er's parents, his wife Li Fei, his daughter, Duan Xiling, and his son, Duan Yen Tianch. After escaping, the first thing he did was to return to the solitary destructive heaven. Other than worrying about his master's safety, He was also worried about the safety of his family.
Now that he saw that his family was fine, the huge stone hanging in his heart gradually fell down.
Where's Master? Why can't I contact him? Duan Ling Tian asked.
In the heavenly Emperor. The heavens in the heavens?
Duan Ling Tian was taken aback.
Was the heavens not one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms where the dead spirit clan was from?
His master had gone to the heavens in the heavens? What for? Even if his master was a celestial king, it was unrealistic for him to seek revenge on the dead spirit clan, right? Rumor had it that the dead spirit clan was a powerful clan that had high-grade celestial kings.
The heavens in the heavens were one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms.
This was not Feng Qingyang's first time in the heavens. Previously, he had come to the heavens to explore the heavens and search for treasures. Now, he was only here to deliver information. The dead spirit clan. After a while, Feng Qingyang learned about the whereabouts of the dead spirit clan. However, he did not show himself. Instead, he asked someone else to show himself. At the same time, he asked someone to pass a floating image pearl to the supreme elders of the dead spirit clan. The dead spirit clan had been extremely peaceful. However, with the arrival of the person entrusted by Feng Qingyang and the floating mirror image recorded in the floating image pearl that Feng Qingyang passed to them, the entire dead spirit clan was shocked. Yahiko has possessed a human body. After seeing the floating image pearl, the grand elders of the dead spirit race immediately gathered all of the dead spirit race clansmen and publicly announced this news. Not only did the current patriarch of the dead spirit race, Mi Xian, know about this, he even helped him possess a human's body. Now, I declare that Mi Xian is no longer the patriarch of the dead spirit race. At the same time, Mi Xian is expelled from the dead spirit race and will never be accepted again. Floating image pearls could be faked. However, the grand elders of the dead soul race were all high god kings. If it was a fake floating image pearl, they would be able to see through it immediately. Because the floating image pearls were real, they were furious. They felt that Mi Xian and Yahiko had crossed the bottom line of the dead spirit race and disregarded the safety of the dead spirit race. At the same time, 2 of us will head to the Devata realms to kill Yahiko. If Mi Xian is dragged down by Yahiko and possesses a human's body, we won't just target Yahiko, we'll target him as well. The grand elders of the dead spirit clan were determined. While the members of the dead spirit race were shocked by the news brought by the grand elders, their will was the same as the grand elders because they had been brainwashed since they were young. Any member of the dead spirit race who possessed a corporeal body should die. Little Tian is still alive. Feng Qingyang was about to leave the undead world when he took out the soul pearl of his only true disciple, Duan Ling Tian. He sighed in relief when he saw Duan Ling Tian's soul pearl was still intact. Although Duan Ling Tian had self-destructed his clone from the law of earth to pave the way for his true disciple, Duan Ling Tian, he did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to escape. In fact, Duan Ling Tian had even thought of avenging his disciple, Duan Ling Tian. After leaving the undead world and returning to the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang instinctively sent a message to Duan Ling Tian. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would reply. Master, I'm with Hua Lao. As soon as Duan Ling Tian said this, Feng Qingyang learned of Duan Ling Tian's current whereabouts. Master, the god king of the dead spirit clan, Mi Xian, is probably tracking you by now. I think it's safer for you to return to the Azura Hell, Duan Ling Tian suggested. Although he was confident in his master, the god king of the dead spirit clan, Mi Xian, was at least a middle god king. Moreover, he was a special life form that specialized in soul attacks. It was only natural that his master would find it difficult to deal with him since he had just broken through to the god king realm.
I can return to the Azura Hell with peace of mind now that I've confirmed that you're fine,
Feng Qingyang transmitted. Clearly, Duan Ling Tian was the main reason he had not returned to the Azura Hell yet. Don't worry, master. I'm fine, Duan Ling Tian replied. How did you manage to escape? Feng Qingyang asked. Since the Tidal Temple's main hall was created by the supreme expert who created the Tidal Temple, it should have been very difficult for you to escape from that realm. Initially, he had chosen to detonate his Earth Elemental clone because he wanted to take a gamble and see if he could carve a way out for his disciple. In truth, he did not hold much hope that it would work. However, under those circumstances, he had no other choice. He was surprised that Duan Ling Tian was able to escape from the Azura Hell. Master, it was the 5 divine elements in my body that worked together to help me break through the space of that plane and escape. Duan Ling Tian replied. 5 divine elements? Feng Qingyang's eyes narrowed slightly. He asked in concern, you didn't expose your 5 divine elements, right? No. Duan Ling Tian replied without any hesitation. In his opinion, this was a white lie. Although his master's strength was not bad and he had already broken through to the immortal king realm, not only was his divine soul injured, but he also needed some time to recover. Even his Earth Law avatar also needed time to reform. Apart from that, his master was also threatened by Mi Xian, the god king of the Dead Spirit clan. Under such circumstances, he did not want his master to worry about him.
For this reason, he did not mention that his 5 divine elements had been exposed.
That's good. Feng Qingyang sighed in relief when he heard this. At the same time he said to Duan Lingtian, I'll head to the Azura Hell now. If you have any problems, you can look for me in the realm where the Azura Hell is. Once you're there, just send me a message, and I'll receive it. All right. After Duan Lingtian replied, Feng Qingyang returned to the Azura Hell as soon as possible. Almost as soon as Feng Qingyang disappeared into the Azura Hell, a crimson light flashed outside the Azura Hell, and an illusory human figure appeared. It was the patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan, an intermediate god king, Mi Xian. Damn it! I was just one step away. Mi Xian's tone was very low, his voice slightly trembling from extreme anger. It's a pity that I'm only a god king, so I can only track him through the souls I've personally come into contact with. If I become a god emperor, I'll be able to track him through the soul imprints left on the soul orbs of those below the god emperor realm. In truth, the person Mi Xian wanted to kill the most was not Feng Qingyang, but Duan Ling Tian, who had single-handedly killed his younger brother, Yihiko. It was not difficult for him to obtain the soul pearl that contained Duan Ling Tian's soul imprint. However, the problem was that with his current cultivation base, he did not have the ability to find the other party through the soul imprint left on the soul pearl. It was said that only a handful of celestial lords in the Dead Spirit clan were able to do that. Using the soul imprint on the soul orb, he could track the owner of the soul imprint. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.